The Frog Prince. There was once a king who had one daughter who he loved dearly. One day, the princess sat beside a fountain in the gardens and played with a golden ball. She threw it up into the air, caught it again. The ball shone and glittered in the sunshine, making the princess giggle with happiness. Suddenly, as she threw the ball into the air, she missed it, and it fell with a splash into the fountain, where it sank to the bottom. The princess tried and tried to reach it. She could not. Then she began to cry, and her tears fell into the fountain. "Dear princess, why are you crying?" asked a voice. The princess looked around, and there she saw a big green frog sitting on the edge of the fountain. "I'm crying because I've dropped my ball into the water and I cannot reach it again," answered the princess. "And what if I get it for you?" said the frog. "What will you give me?" "Anything in the world, dear frog, except the ball itself." "I don't wish for you to give me anything, princess," said the frog. "But if I bring back your ball to you, will you let me be your little playmate? Will you let me sit at your table and eat from your plate, drink from your mug, and sleep in your little bed?" "Yes, yes," cried the princess. She was very quick to promise. She desperately wanted her ball back and did not believe the frog could ever leave the fountain or come up the palace steps. "Very well then, that is a promise," said the frog. And at once he dove into the fountain, brought back the ball to the princess. The little girl took the ball, ran away with it, without even stopping to thank him. That evening, the princess sat at supper with her father, eating from her golden plate and drinking from her golden mug. She did not even give a thought to the frog down in the fountain. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, but it was so soft that no one heard it except the princess. Then the knocking came again, louder this time, and a voice cried, "Princess, princess, let me in. Have you forgotten the promise you made me by the fountain?" The princess was frightened. She jumped down from her chair, ran to the door, opened it, and looked out. There on the top step sat the great green frog. When the princess saw him, she shut the door quickly, came back to the table. She was very pale. "Who was at the door?" asked the king. "It was no one," answered the princess. "But surely there was someone there." "It was only a great green frog from the fountain," said the princess, and then she told her father how she had dropped her ball into the fountain, how the frog had brought it back to her, and of what she had promised him. "Well, of course you must carry out your promise," said the king. "Open the door and let him in." Unwillingly, the princess went back to the door and opened it. The frog hopped into the room. When she returned to the table, the frog hopped along next to her. She sat down and began to eat. "Princess, princess, put me up on the table so that I too may eat from your golden plate," said the frog. The princess would have refused. She dared not to disobey her father's demand that she kept her promise. So she lifted the frog to the table, and there he ate from her plate. She could not bring herself to eat anything. "I am thirsty," said the frog. "Let me drink from your golden mug." The princess did as she was asked, but as she did so, she could not help crying. After supper, the princess was about to hurry away to her room. The frog called her. "Princess, princess, take me along with you. Have you forgotten that I'm to sleep in your little bed?" "Shall not," cried the princess. "Go back to the stones of the fountain where you belong." "You must keep your promise," said the king. "Take the frog with you." The princess shuddered, but knew better than to argue with her father. She took the frog with her up to her room, put him down in a dark corner. She wouldn't see him. Then she went to bed, but her head had hardly touched the pillow. She heard the frog calling her. "Princess, princess, is this the way you keep your promise? Lift me up to the bed. It's cold and hard down here on the floor." Finally, the princess got up from the bed, lifted the frog in her hands. She placed him on her pillow, settled back down to sleep. The routine continued for several more nights, where the frog would come, share supper with the princess, and then fall asleep on her pillow. With each night, the princess got a little more used to having the frog around, until finally she realised that she was quite happy in his company. One morning she woke up to see that there was no longer a fat green frog lying on her pillow. In his place was a handsome young prince, all dressed in green. The prince spoke softly. "Dear princess," he said, "by becoming my friend, you have broken the spell that I was under. When I was a little boy, a cruel fairy was angry with my father. She changed me into a frog, put me there in the fountain. But now that the spell is broken, we can really be playmates, and one day even get married." The princess was delighted. The prince stayed in the castle and they became true friends, eventually falling in love. The day that the prince and princess were married, the whole kingdom joined in with the celebration. One day, the prince decided that it was time to return to his kingdom and see his old father. So he set off, the princess by his side, in a beautiful golden carriage pulled by several white horses. His father was delighted to see him again. All lived happily ever. Hansel and Gretel. A long time ago, a brother and sister called Hansel and Gretel lived in a small cottage in the forest. Their father, a poor woodcutter, and their stepmother. The woodcutter loved his children very much. The stepmother was cruel and unkind. The family was so poor that there was hardly anything in the house to eat. The stepmother always filled her own plate first, so that poor Hansel and Gretel often shared just a crust of bread. One night, the stepmother said to the poor woodcutter, "We have barely enough food for the weekend. We can't keep living like this. We need to send the children away, or else we will all starve." The woodcutter was clear. "We cannot send the children away. I would miss them too much." The wicked stepmother insisted that there was no other way. Children had to go. Woodcutter should take them into the deepest part of the forest and leave them. They would not be able to find their way home. They would be free of them forever. Hansel and Gretel were lying in bed. They were not asleep. In fact, they had heard every word of the stepmother's plan. Gretel began to cry. She did not want to be lost in the dark wood and never see her father again. "Don't worry, Gretel," Hansel. "I have an idea." As soon as he could be sure that their father and stepmother were asleep, Hansel got out of bed, crept out of the house, gathered up some white pebbles, and took them back inside. The next morning, the woodcutter told Hansel and Gretel that he must go into the forest to chop some wood. They should go with him. They set off on a long walk, deep into the forest. Hansel walked behind his sister and his father and quietly dropped the little white pebbles on the ground as he went, one at a time, till there was a trail of pebbles behind them. Soon the woodcutter told the children to wait for him whilst he chopped some wood. He left the children behind, didn't come back for them, not even when it was dark. Gretel was worried. She didn't like being left alone in the forest in the dark. She was beginning to feel quite scared. There were lots of strange noises. She couldn't see where she was. "It's okay, Gretel," whispered Hansel. "Look." And he pointed to the white pebbles, which were now shining in the light of the moon. "I dropped those pebbles on our way here. If we follow the trail, they will lead us back home." Gretel hugged her brother. "Oh, Hansel, what a clever idea!" she exclaimed, and the two of them walked eagerly, following the trail of pebbles. They walked for hours as they had been left behind deep in the forest, but finally, exhausted, they arrived at the little cottage just as the morning sun was rising. Their father was delighted to see them. Stepmother was cross. He told the woodcutter that he must take the children back into the forest the very next day. That night, Hansel once again crept out of bed to fill his pockets with pebbles. His surprise, locked. Disappointed, he went back to bed, telling his sister, "Don't worry, Gretel, we'll think of something." In the morning, children once again set off into the forest with their father. The stepmother had given each child a small crust of bread for the journey. As they walked along, Hansel picked small crumbs of bread off his crust, dropped them on the ground, just as he had done with the pebbles. Once again the woodcutter left the children, telling them that he would be back to collect them later. When night fell, their father had not returned. Hansel told Gretel of his plan to follow the trail of crumbs back to their. The moon was shining in the sky. The two children looked for the crumbs. They looked all over, but could not find them. The thousands of birds that lived in the forest had swooped down and eaten the crumbs. There was no trail left for Hansel and Gretel to follow. The brother and sister didn't know what to do, so they walked and they walked through the forest, hoping to find their way out. They were getting hungry too. They had nothing to eat. They had finished Gretel's crust of bread a long time ago, and there weren't many berries on the bushes to eat. They stopped for a rest, woke up again when the sun began to rise. Wearily, they walked a little further. Soon they saw a little white bird high up in a tree. The bird was singing so sweetly, when it flapped its wings to fly away, the children decided to follow it. It wasn't long before the bird came to a stop outside a little house. As the children got closer to the house, they saw that it was made of gingerbread. Its little windows were made of clear sugar. Hansel and Gretel were so hungry, the house of sweets was so tempting, they both reached out to it. Hansel picked a piece of gingerbread from the roof, and Gretel broke one of the sugar windows. Lick it. The house tasted delicious. Two children were about to eat some more, and a sweet voice called out, "Who's there? Come on in, dears." Hansel and Gretel pushed the door, went inside. Little old lady was sitting down in a rocking chair. They told her their story about getting lost in the forest and how hungry they were. "Well then," said the old lady, "I shall have to find you something more to eat, shan't I, lovelies?" She set a table, laid it with the most delicious goodies you can think of. There were pancakes, cupcakes with icing of all colours, bread and jam, gingerbread men. Hansel and Gretel ate the delicious treats without even coming up for air. When the children were full and rested, they said goodbye to the kind old lady, headed to the door, ready to try and find their way home again. However, when they went to open the door, it was locked. The old woman was a witch. She had trapped Hansel and Gretel in the house. She locked Hansel up in a tiny cage and made Gretel do all of the housework. Each day, she said to Gretel, "Make your brother some delicious tasty food. When he is fat and plump, he will taste good. Then I will eat him." Poor Gretel had no choice but to follow the witch's orders. Every day she swept and dusted, cooked food for the witch and Hansel. She was exhausted, sad. Each morning, the witch would tell Hansel to hold out his finger so that she could see if he was fat enough yet for her to eat. The witch was old, her eyesight was poor, so clever Hansel pulled out a little chicken bone instead. When the witch felt the bone, she would say, "My goodness, there's not enough fat on you yet to make a meal. Feed him up, Gretel." And she would leave the boy alone for another day. One day, however, the witch decided she could not wait any longer. "Gretel," she shouted, "I'm going to eat this little boy today. The oven is on, but I need to make sure it is hot enough, or else he won't cook properly. Crawl inside and see if it is hot enough." Gretel went over to the oven. She knew just what the witch was planning. If she crawled into the oven, the witch would cook her as well. So Gretel turned to the witch and smiled sweetly. "I'm ever so sorry," she said, "but I don't know how to do it. How exactly do I get in there?" The witch, who was getting hungrier by the minute, lost her patience with the little girl. "You silly thing!" she screamed at Gretel. "The oven is huge. The door is enormous. There's plenty of space for anyone to crawl in there and see how hot it is. Why, even I can fit." The witch put her head inside the oven door. As she did so, Gretel came up behind her and pushed her in, shutting the door tightly after her. Gretel rushed over to Hansel and unlocked the cage, setting him free. The two children hugged each other. They no longer had to fear the wicked witch. They went around the house, opening cupboards and drawers. They were amazed to find them all full of jewels and pearls. "These are much better than pebbles," exclaimed Hansel. The two children set to work stuffing their pockets with as much of the treasure as they could, before finally deciding it was time to leave the gingerbread house. Hansel and Gretel wandered amongst the trees for a time, wondering if they would ever find their way home again. After a while, the forest began to look more and more familiar to them, and they soon realised that they knew exactly where they were. They could even see their little cottage in the distance. They ran as quickly as they could, didn't stop until they reached the front door. Their father opened the door, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Hansel and Gretel standing there. He opened his arms wide, hugged them both. "Your stepmother has gone, children," he said. Hansel and Gretel showed their father the treasure they had found at the witch's house, told him all about their adventure. Woodcutter hugged his children again. All danced around in happiness. Now they could afford to eat whatever they wanted. Lived together happily ever after in their little cottage in the forest. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. There was once a young shepherd boy whose job it was to look after the flock. Day after day, he climbed up the hillside with the sheep. He would watch over them as they grazed, and all the while he would be dreaming about the excitement of the big city. The peace and quiet of the countryside was not for him. He needed more life, more adventure, more emotion. One day, the The boy decided that he could no longer tolerate the long, dull days. He needed some fun, and he knew just what he was going to do. He climbed up the hill with the flock as usual, but this time, once he reached the top, he shouted out at the top of his voice, "Wolf! Wolf! There's a wolf trying to eat the sheep!" He took his horn out from his satchel and blew it as hard as he could. Upon hearing the boy's cries and the sound of the horn, the villagers all came running. There was a great commotion as they all jostled to reach the top and save the sheep. Where's the wolf?" they asked once they arrived, puffing and panting. "Wolf? There is no wolf," laughed the boy. "I tricked you. This job is so boring. I needed to do something to amuse myself, and you should have seen the look of panic on your faces as you came running. You fools." The boy rolled about laughing. The villagers were angry. "Don't cry wolf again," shouted one of the men. The others nodded in agreement. They turned their backs furiously on the boy, began to make their way down the hill, back to their homes and businesses. The next day, the boy made the trip up the hill once again. Oh, how he was bored of this routine. Day in, day out, he traipsed up the mountain with the sheep, watched over them. Nothing exciting ever happened. Nothing ever changed. So he decided to trick the villagers once more. After all, yesterday had been the most fun he had had in a long time. He opened his mouth and at the top of his voice cried out, "Wolf! Wolf!" and he blew on his horn as loudly as he could. Villagers heard the boy's cries, came running up the hillside. When they arrived at the top and saw that there was no wolf, they were livid. "Save your cries for when there really is something wrong," he shouted. "Don't cry wolf if there is no wolf. We won't believe you a third time." With that, they turned and made their way down the hill. The boy was too busy chuckling to himself to take any notice of their warning. The rest of the day passed by uneventfully. The following day, the boy was once again watching over the sheep. It was a warm, sunny day, and he had positioned himself under a tree to get some shade. He tried to stop himself from dozing. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a black shape moving towards the flock. The boy sat up sharply, looked more closely. There was no doubt about it. It was a wolf. Immediately he began to shout at the top of his voice, "Wolf! Wolf! Come quickly! There's a wolf!" And he sounded his horn. Nobody came. He continued to cry out, "Wolf! Wolf!" Still no villagers came running. The boy was beside himself. He didn't know what to do. There was nothing he could do. He watched in horror as the wolf scattered the sheep far and wide across the hills. Evening came. The boy made his way slowly down the hill, alone, bringing no sheep with him. "What's the matter?" asked the villagers. "Where are our sheep?" "I shouted," said the boy meekly. "A wolf came and scattered the sheep. I blew my horn and I shouted. None of you came." One of the villagers put his arm around the boy, who by now was sobbing loudly. "How could we be sure that you were telling the truth?" asked the boy. "You had already tricked us twice in 2 days. How were we to know that you weren't tricking us once again? Nobody believes a liar, even when he's telling the truth." The boy stopped sobbing, wiped away his tears, looked at the villagers. I've learnt my lesson. I'll never cry wolf again," he promised. He never did. The Elves and the Shoemaker. There was once a shoemaker who had become so poor that at last he only had enough leather left to make just one pair of shoes. In the evening, he cut out the shoes, ready to work on the next morning, and then went to bed. In the morning, the old shoemaker went into his workshop, ready to start sewing the shoes. To his great surprise, there they were, standing finished on his workbench. He was amazed and could not understand what had happened. He picked the shoes up in his hand in order to look at them more closely. They were so neatly sewn that not a stitch was out of place. A customer came into the shop soon after, saw the shoes and fell in love with them. He liked them so much that he paid much more than the shoemaker would usually charge for a pair of shoes. He used the money to buy enough leather to make 2 more pairs of shoes. He cut them out in the evening, leaving them ready to sew the next day. But again, before the shoemaker could start work the next morning, he found the 2 pairs of shoes already standing finished. Again, there was not a stitch out of place. They were snapped up at once by a pair of customers. This time the shoemaker made enough money to be able to buy leather for 4 pairs of shoes. Early the next morning, he found the 4 pairs of shoes finished, beautifully sewn. And so it went on. What he cut in the evening was finished in the morning. The shoes sold as soon as they were made, and soon the shoemaker had plenty of money. One evening, after he had cut out shoes as usual, the shoemaker said to his wife, "How about we stay tonight to see who is giving us such a helping hand?" The wife agreed, so that evening they lit a candle and hid themselves in the corner of the room. At midnight, 2 little elves in threadbare clothes appeared in the shoemaker's workshop. They sat down at the workbench, picked up the leather that the shoemaker had cut out, and with their tiny fingers they began to stitch, sew, and hammer. They worked so neatly and quickly that the shoemaker could hardly believe his eyes. They did not stop until everything was finished, and then they disappeared as quickly as they had arrived. The next day, the shoemaker's wife said, "Thanks to those little elves, we have become rich and want for nothing. We should do something to show how grateful we are. Their clothes are so worn and thin, they must freeze with cold. We must sew them some new clothes, and you shall make them each a fine pair of shoes." The husband agreed, and they set to work. That evening, when everything was ready, they laid out the presents on the workbench and hid themselves to watch. Not long after, the little elves came running in and were about to get to work sewing. But instead of the cut leather, they found the delightful little clothes that the shoemaker and his wife had prepared. At first they were surprised and delighted. They quickly tried on their new clothes and began to sing and dance around the room with happiness. The little elves did not return to the workshop. The shoemaker never forgot their kindness. People from all over continued to come and buy their shoes from his little shop, and he had good fortune and lived well the rest of his life. The Ugly Duckling by Hans Christian Andersen. It was lovely summer weather in the country. The golden corn, green oats, and the haystacks piled up in the meadows looked beautiful. In a sunny spot stood a pleasant old farmhouse close by a deep river. It was here that a duck sat on her nest, waiting for her ducklings to hatch. She was beginning to get bored, for the little ones were a long time coming out of their shells. She rarely had any visitors. The other ducks liked much better to swim about in the river and to climb the slippery banks and have a gossip with her. Finally, one shell cracked, then another. From each egg came a tiny duckling that lifted its head cried, "Peep, peep." "How large the world is," said the young ducks when they found how much more room they now had than while they were inside the eggshell. "Do you imagine this is the whole world?" asked the mother. "Wait until you have seen the garden. It stretches far beyond that to the parson's field, but I have never gone so far. Are you all out?" she continued. "Oh no, the largest egg is still there, I see." She sat down on the nest again. "Well, how are you getting on?" asked an old duck who paid her a visit. "One egg is not hatched yet," said the duck. "It won't break. But just look at all the others. Are they not the prettiest little ducklings you ever saw? They're just like their father." "Let me see the egg that will not break," said the other duck. "I am sure it's a turkey's egg. I was persuaded to hatch some once, and after all my care and trouble with the young ones, they were afraid of the water. I quacked and clucked, but all for nothing. I could not get them to go into the water. Let me look at the egg. Oh yes, that's a turkey's egg. Take my advice. Leave it where it is and teach the other children to swim." "I think I will sit on it a little while longer," said the mother duck. "As I have sat so long already, a few days will be nothing." "Please yourself," said the old duck. She went away. At last the large egg broke, and a young one came out crying, "Peep, peep." It was very large and ugly. The mother duck stared at it and exclaimed, "It's very large and not at all like the others. I wonder if it really is a turkey. We shall find it out, however, when we go to the water. It must go in if I have to push it in myself." On the next day, the weather was beautiful, so the mother duck took her ducklings down to the water, jumped in with a splash. "Quack, quack," she cried, and one after another the little ducklings jumped in. The water closed over their heads, but they came up again in an instant, swam about quite prettily, with their legs paddling under them as easily as possible, and the ugly duckling was also in the water swimming with them. "Oh," said the mother, "that's not a turkey. Look how well he uses his legs and how straight he holds himself. He is my own child, and he is not quite so ugly at all if you look at him properly. Quack, quack. Come with me now. I'll take you all to the farmyard and introduce you. But you must keep close to me, or you may be trodden upon. And above all, beware of the cat." When they reached the farmyard, the other animals stared at the ugly duckling. One spiteful old duck said, "How strange he is! We don't want him here." "Leave him alone," said the mother. "He's not doing any harm." "Yes, but he is so big and ugly," said the spiteful duck, "and therefore he must be turned away." "The others are very pretty children," said another. "All but that one. I wish his mother could improve him a little." "That is impossible," replied the mother. "He's not pretty, but he swims as well or even better than the others. I think he will grow up pretty, and perhaps be smaller. He's remained too long in the egg, and therefore his figure is not properly formed." And she stroked his neck, smoothed his feathers, saying, "It is a drake, and therefore it doesn't matter so much. I think he will grow up strong and able to take care of himself." "The other ducklings are graceful enough," said the old duck. "Now make yourself at home." And so they made themselves comfortable, but the poor duckling, who had crept out of his shell last of all and looked so ugly, was bitten and pushed and made fun of, not only by the ducks, but also by the chickens and turkeys and geese. The poor little thing was so miserable because he was so ugly and laughed at by the whole farmyard. So it went on from day to day until it got worse and worse. Even his brothers and sisters were unkind to him, and would say, "Ah, you ugly creature, I wish the cat would get you." And his mother said she wished he'd never been born. The ducks pecked him, the chickens beat him, and the girl who fed the animals kicked him with her feet. So at last, he ran away. "They're afraid of me because I'm ugly," he said. So he closed his eyes and flew further still until he came out on a large moor where some wild ducks lived. He stayed here the whole night, feeling tired, very sad. In the morning he was spotted by the wild ducks. "What sort of a duck are you?" they all said, coming around him. He bowed to them and was as polite as he could be. He didn't answer their question. "You're extremely ugly," said the wild ducks, "but that will not matter if you do not want to marry one of our family." Poor thing, he had no thoughts of marriage. All he wanted was permission to lie among the rushes and drink some of the water on the moor. After he had been on the moor for 2 days, 2 wild geese came. "Listen, friend," said one of them to the duckling, "you are so ugly that we like you very well. Will you go with us and become a travelling bird? Not far from here is another moor, where there are some pretty wild geese, all unmarried. It's a chance for you to get a wife. You may be lucky, ugly as you are." Suddenly, a large dog appeared close to the duckling. The dog's jaws were open. His tongue hung from his mouth, and he glared at the duckling. He thrust his nose close to the duckling, showing his sharp teeth, and then, splash, splash, he went into the water without touching him. "Oh," sighed the duckling, "how thankful I am for being so ugly. Even the dog doesn't want to bite me." The duckling decided to run away. He ran and ran until a storm began, and the weather was too difficult to fight against. It was almost evening when he reached a little old cottage that seemed ready to fall down. By now the storm was so bad that the duckling sat down by the cottage, and then he noticed that the door was not quite closed. There was a gap large enough for him to slip through, which he did very quietly, got a shelter for the night. A woman, a tomcat, and a hen lived in the cottage. In the morning the duckling was discovered. Tomcat began to purr, the hen to cluck. "What is that noise about?" said the old woman, looking round the room, but her sight was not very good. Therefore, when she saw the duckling, she thought that it must be a fat duck that had strayed from home. "Ooh, what a prize!" she exclaimed. "I hope it is not a drake, for then I shall have some duck's eggs. I must wait and see." So the duckling was allowed to stay for 3 weeks, but of course laid no eggs. The cat and the hen were also mean to the duckling. "Can you lay eggs?" asked the hen. "No." "Then you must mind your business," said the hen. "Can you raise your back, or purr, or throw out sparks?" said the tomcat. "No." "Well, then you have no right to express an opinion when sensible people are speaking." So the duckling sat in a corner, feeling sad and lonely, until the sunshine and the fresh air came into the room through the open door. Then he began to feel such a great longing for a swim on the water, he could not help telling the hen. "A swim? What a silly idea," said the hen. "You have nothing else to do, that's why. If you could purr or lay eggs, then those silly ideas of yours would disappear." "But it's so lovely to swim about on the water," said the duckling, "and so refreshing to feel the water close over your head while you dive down to the bottom." "Delightful indeed," said the hen. "Why, you must be crazy. Ask the cat. He's the cleverest animal I know. Ask him how he would like to swim about on the water, or to dive under it? Ask the old woman. There is no one in the world more clever than she is. Do you think she would like to swim or to let the water close over her head?" "You don't understand me," said the duckling. "We don't understand you? Who can understand you, I wonder? Do you consider yourself cleverer than the cat or the old woman? I'll say nothing of myself. Don't talk such nonsense, child, and think yourself lucky that you have a place to stay here. If you want to start fitting in, then I advise you to lay eggs and to learn to purr as quickly as possible." Then I believe I must go out into the world again," said the duckling. "Yes, do," said the hen. So the duckling left the cottage, soon found water on which he could swim and dive, but none of the other animals wanted to be his friend, as he was so ugly. Autumn came, and the leaves in the forest turned to orange and gold. Then, as winter approached, the wind caught the leaves as they fell and whirled them in the cold air. Heavy, snow-filled clouds hung low in the sky. All this was very sad for the poor little duckling. One evening there came a large flock of beautiful birds out of the bushes. Duckling had never seen anything like them before. They were swans with dazzling white feathers and graceful necks. They were preparing to fly south and escape the cold winter. The ugly little duckling watched as they reached higher and higher in the air. How he wished he were as beautiful, happy as they were. The winter grew colder and colder. The little duckling swam about on the water to stop it from freezing. But every night, the space on which he swam became smaller and smaller. Finally, it froze so hard that the ice in the water crackled as he moved. The duckling had to paddle with his legs as hard as he could to keep the space from closing up completely. He became exhausted and lay still and helpless, frozen fast in the ice. Early in the morning, a poor man who was passing by saw what had happened. He broke the ice into pieces with his wooden shoe, carried the poor duckling home to his wife. The warmth soon made him feel better, but when the children wanted to play with him, the duckling became so scared, thought they wanted to hurt him. So he flapped his wings in terror, fluttered into the milk pan, splashed the milk about the room. Then the woman clapped her hands, which frightened him even more. He flew, panicked, around the kitchen. The woman screamed and lashed out at him with a pair of kitchen tongs. Children laughed and screamed and tumbled over each other in trying to catch him, but luckily escaped. The door stood open. The poor duckling just managed to slip out among the bushes, lie down, exhausted, in snow. When the winter finally passed, he found himself lying one morning in a moor amongst the rushes. He felt the warm sun shining and heard the birds singing, and he saw that spring had arrived. Then the young bird felt that his wings were strong as he flapped them against his sides and rose higher in the air. The wings carried him till he found himself in a large garden. Everything looked beautiful, the freshness of early spring. Out of some bushes came 3 beautiful white swans, rustling their feathers, swimming lightly over the water. The duckling remembered the birds and felt more strangely unhappy than ever. "I will fly to those royal birds," he exclaimed, "and they will kill me because I am so ugly, dare to approach them. It does not matter. I would rather be killed by them than pecked by the ducks, beaten by the hens, pushed about by the girl who feeds the farm animals, or starved with hunger in the winter." Then he flew to the water and swam towards the beautiful swans. The moment they saw him, they rushed to meet him with outstretched wings. "Kill me," said the poor bird, and he bent his head down to the surface of the water, waited. But then he caught an image of himself in the clear water below. He was no longer a dark grey bird, ugly and disagreeable to look at, but a graceful and beautiful swan. He was one of them. The other swans swam around him, stroked his neck with their beaks as a welcome. Some little children came into the garden and threw bread and cake into the water. "See," cried the youngest, "there's a new one." And the rest were delighted, dancing and clapping their hands and shouting, "There's another swan come! A new one has arrived!" Then they threw more bread and cake into the water and said, "The new one is the most beautiful of all. He's so young and pretty." And the old swans bowed their heads before him. Then he felt quite ashamed and hid his head under his wing, for he did not know what to do. He was so happy, yet not at all proud. He'd been treated badly for his ugliness, and now he heard them say he was the most beautiful of all the birds. Then he rustled his feathers, curved his slender neck, and cried joyfully, "I never dreamed such happiness could be possible while I was an ugly duckling." The Tale of Peter Rabbit. Once upon a time, there were 4 little rabbits. Their names were Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, Peter. They lived with their mother in a sandbank underneath the root of a very big fir tree. "Now, my dears," said old Mrs. Rabbit one day, "you may go into the fields or down the lane. Don't go into Mr. McGregor's garden. Your father had an accident there. He was put in a pie by Mrs. McGregor. Now run along. Don't get into mischief. I am going out." And old Mrs. Rabbit took a basket, her umbrella, went through the wood to the baker's. A loaf of brown bread, 5 currant buns. Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail were good little bunnies. Went down the lane to gather blackberries. But Peter, who was very naughty, straight away Mr. McGregor squeezed the gate. First, he ate some lettuces, some French beans. Then he ate some radishes. Then, feeling rather sick, went to look for some parsley. But round the end of a cucumber frame, whom should he meet but Mr. McGregor. Mr. McGregor was on his hands and knees, planting out young cabbages. He jumped up and ran after Peter, waving a rake, calling out, "Stop, thief!" Peter, dreadfully frightened, rushed all over the garden, for he had forgotten the way back to the He lost one of his shoes among the cabbages. The other shoe was the potato. After losing them, he ran on 4 legs, went faster, so that I think he might have got away altogether. He had not, unfortunately, run into a gooseberry net, got caught by the large button. The blue jacket, brass button, quite new. Peter gave himself up for lost, shed big tears. His sobs were overheard by sparrows, who flew to him in great excitement and implored him to hurt him. Mr. McGregor came up with a sieve, She intended to pop up on the top of Peter. Peter wriggled out just in time, leaving his jacket behind, and rushed into the tool shed, jumped into a can. It would have been a beautiful thing to hide in. It had not had so much. Mr. McGregor was quite sure Peter was somewhere in the tool shed, perhaps hidden under the flower pot. He began to turn them over carefully, looking. Presently Peter sneezed, "Achoo!" Mr. McGregor was after him in no time. He tried to put his foot upon Peter, who jumped out of a window, setting 3 planks. The window was too small for Mr. McGregor. He was tired of running. He went back to his work. Peter sat down to rest. He was out of breath, trembling with fright, and he had not the least idea which way to go. Also, it was very damp sitting in that can. After a time, he began to wander about, going lippity-lippity, not very fast, looking all around. He found a door in a wall, locked. There was no room for a fat little to squeeze under. An old mouse was running in and out over the stone doorstep, carrying peas and beans. Peter asked her the way to the gate. She had such a large pea in her mouth, she could not answer. She only shook her head at him. Peter, bye. Then tried to find his way straight across the garden. He became more and more puzzled. Presently, he came to a pond. Mr. McGregor filled his water can. A white cat was staring at some goldfish, sat very, very still. Now and then, the tip of her tail twitched as if it were alive. Peter thought it best to go away without speaking to her. He had heard about cats, his cousin, little Benjamin Bunny. He went back towards the tool. Suddenly, quite close to him, he heard the noise of a hoe. Scratch, 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 scratch. Peter scuttered beneath them. But presently, as nothing happened, he came out, climbed upon a wheelbarrow. First thing he saw, Mr. McGregor hoeing onions. His back was turned toward him. Beyond him was the gate. Peter got down very quietly off the wheelbarrow and started running as fast as he could go, along a straight walk with some black currant. Mr. McGregor caught sight of him in the corner. Peter did not care. He slipped underneath the gate, safe at last in the wood outside the gate. Mr. McGregor hung up the little jacket and shoes for a scarecrow to frighten the blackbird. Peter never stopped running or looked behind till he got home to a big fir tree. He was so tired he flopped down upon the nice soft sand on the floor of the rabbit hole. His mother was busy. She wondered what he had done with his clothes. It was the second little jacket and pair of shoes Peter had lost in a fortnight. I am sorry to say Peter was not very well during. His mother put him to bed, made some tea, gave a dose of it. 1 tablespoonful to be taken at bedtime. Flopsy, Mopsy, cotton tea, bread and milk, blackberry. The Little Match Girl by Hans Christian Andersen. It was a very cold evening. It was almost dark and snow was falling heavily. A poor little girl, dressed only in rags and with no shoes to cover her feet, was walking through the snowy streets. When she had left her home, she'd been wearing slippers, but they belonged to her mother and had been far too big for her. They had fallen from her feet as she had rushed across the street, trying to avoid 2 carriages that had come rattling by at great speed. She'd lost one of the slippers, despite searching desperately, and a boy had run away with the other one. So the little girl had no choice but to walk on her bare feet, which were turning numb and both red and blue with the freezing cold. She was wearing a long pinafore dress, and in the pocket were several boxes of matches. She'd been trying to sell them all day, but nobody had bought anything from her. The poor little girl was miserable. She was both extremely cold and hungry. The snowflakes continued to fall down thick and fast, landing on her long curly hair. It was New Year's Eve, and all around her lights were flickering in windows, and the smell of roast dinners wafted from houses where families were gathered together for the celebrations. The little girl sat down on the corner of the street. It was getting colder and colder, but the little girl didn't dare go back home, as she knew that her father would be angry at her for not selling anything. Besides, it was cold in their house too, as the roof was full of cracks through which the cold wind whistled. She could hardly feel her hands now with the cold. If only she could light one of the matches and warm herself with its heat. The girl took a match from the box and struck it. Immediately it lit up and gave off a warm, bright glow like a tiny candle. She held her hands over it and felt the warmth. She imagined that she was sitting beside a warm, cosy fire, nice and comfortable. The next moment, the little candle burned out. The little girl's daydream ended, and she held the burnt remains of the match in her hand. She lit another match, which again burned brightly. The glowing light fell onto a brick wall, and the little girl imagined what was in the room behind it. She could see a table decorated with a pretty tablecloth and laden with food. There was roast turkey and stuffing and cranberry sauce. Shiny silver cutlery lay spread out ready for the guests to tuck into the extravagant meal. Then the little flame went out, and the little girl could once again see only the thick brick wall. She lit a third match. She could see herself sitting underneath an enormous Christmas tree. It was beautiful. It was even more wonderful than the tree she'd seen last Christmas when she looked through the window of a rich man's house. Thousands of lights twinkled, and hundreds of delicate baubles and other decorations hung from the branches. The little girl reached out her hands to touch the delicate ornaments. The light from the match went out, but the twinkling Christmas lights seemed to rise higher into the sky. She saw them as bright as the stars. One of the lights fell down, trailing a long line of fire behind it. Someone must be dying, thought the little girl. Her grandmother had always told her that when somebody died, a star fell from the sky. She struck another match, and in the glow she could see her kind, wonderful grandma standing in front of her. "Grandma!" cried the little girl. "Please take me with you. I know that once this match burns out, you'll disappear, just like the cosy fire, the delicious feast, and the wonderful Christmas tree." The little girl began to strike match after match. "If I keep the light burning," she thought to herself, "then my grandma will still be here with me." The matches burned brightly. The little girl had never seen her grandma looking so grand and so beautiful before. She let her grandma scoop her up in her arms and fly with her up into the sky, higher and higher, until they were in a place where neither of them felt cold or hungry. They were at peace. But back down on the street corner, leaning back against the thick brick wall, sat the little girl with cold rosy cheeks and a smiling mouth, frozen to death on New Year's Eve. The figure of the little girl sat with a bundle of matches in her hand, several of which were now burned. "The poor little girl," said passers-by. "She only wanted to warm herself." But none of them knew about the wonderful things the girl had seen, The warm, cosy room, the table laden with food, and the beautiful Christmas tree. Nor did they know how happy the little girl had been to see her kind, wonderful grandmother and fly away with her into the bright new year. Cinderella. There was once a kind and beautiful girl called Cinderella. She lived in a big house with her wicked stepmother and her 2 stepsisters. The stepmother didn't like her and made Cinderella do all of the housework. All day she brushed, mopped, scrubbed and washed. Poor Cinderella. Her stepsisters didn't have to do a single thing. They were lazy and mean. They spent their time dressing up in fancy dresses, posing in mirrors, poking fun at poor Cinderella and her plain clothes. One day, a letter arrived at the house. It was an invitation from the king. That evening there was to be a ball in honour of the prince. All of the girls in the kingdom were invited. The prince hoped to choose one of them to be his wife. Everyone in the house was excited. 2 stepsisters immediately began planning what they were going to wear. "May I go too?" asked Cinderella politely. "You may go if you finish all of your housework on time," replied the stepmother. Cinderella immediately set to work, brushing and mopping the floor, making the beds, dusting the rooms. She hummed as she worked, thinking about the exciting evening ahead. What Cinderella did not realise is that her wicked stepmother had no intention of letting her go to the ball. She was not going to allow Cinderella to outshine her lovely daughters at the ball. So whenever Cinderella thought that she had finished her chores, her stepmother would find her something else to do. Cinderella even had to help her stepsisters put on their ball gowns and do their hair and makeup. By the time Cinderella had finished her housework for the day, stepsisters had already left. Palace ball had begun. In tears, Cinderella ran outside crying, "Why does my stepmother treat me like this?" She wailed out loud, "My stepsisters are at the ball, having a wonderful time, and I am left home alone, wearing these horrible rags. Oh, why do wishes never come true?" She wondered out loud. "Never?" asked a little voice. Cinderella looked around, confused. Finally, she saw a little old lady standing next to her, the wand in her hand. It was her fairy godmother. She wanted to help kind, sad Cinderella. "My dear," she said, "you shall go to the ball." With a wave of her wand, she turned a pumpkin into a beautiful carriage. 6 little mice that were scurrying around Cinderella's feet suddenly became horses, and a lizard turned into a handsome carriage driver. Cinderella could hardly believe her eyes. She had never known that magic could really truly exist. Then she looked down at the rags that she was wearing. They were dirty and torn from so many hours of hard housework. Once again, she felt a sadness in her heart. "Why, thank you, Fairy Godmother. It's so kind of you, and I am so very grateful. I really am. But I cannot turn up at a royal ball in these rags, and I haven't got time to change into anything else. Not that I have anything much nicer anyway," added. The fairy godmother smiled, lifted her wand again. This time she waved it at Cinderella, and immediately the girl was wearing a beautiful new ball gown, a pair of shiny glass slippers. Her hair was tied up elegantly, her skin glowed. She looked a true princess. "Now," warned the fairy godmother, "before you leave, you must know this magic can only last until midnight. When the clock strikes 12, the magic will begin to wear off. Go and enjoy your evening, Make sure that you are home by then." With that, Fairy Godmother blew a kiss at the speechless Cinderella and disappeared. When Cinderella arrived at the ball, all heads turned to look at her. Cinderella was a kind and loving girl. This kindness shone through. She was easily the most beautiful girl in the room. The prince also spotted Cinderella and asked her to dance. They danced together the whole night, and the prince soon realized that he was falling in love with Cinderella. Two stepsisters didn't even recognize Cinderella out of her rags, but wondered who the beautiful stranger was who had captivated the prince's heart. Evening passed quickly. Cinderella and the prince were having so much fun. At midnight, though, Cinderella remembered the fairy godmother's words and ran quickly away before the magic wore out. In her rush to leave the ball, she lost one of her glass slippers on the palace steps. Next day, the prince and his men went to all of the houses in the kingdom, trying to find the owner of the glass slipper. When they reached Cinderella's house, two stepsisters both tried to squeeze their big feet into the glass slipper. Fit. The prince was about to leave when Cinderella came into the room, dressed in her usual rags, carrying a mop and bucket. "Please," she asked, "may I try?" Her stepmother scoffed and looked Cinderella up and down. "Ha!" she said. "You? Why would a girl like you want to try the slipper? You're no match for a smart, elegant prince." But the prince was sure that he recognized Cinderella, even in her rags. He was sure that this was the girl he had fallen in love with the night before. He looked at the stepmother and said, "All girls in the kingdom may try the glass slipper." He smiled at Cinderella. Cinderella sat down on a little step. One of the king's men slid the glass slipper onto her foot. Of course, it fit perfectly. Stepmother and stepsisters were furious, but the prince was delighted. He knew that he had found his princess at last. Prince and Cinderella were married soon after, lived together happily in the palace. Cinderella didn't ever have to see her wicked stepmother or stepsisters. The Fox and the Little Red Hen. Once upon a time, a little red hen lived all by herself in a little hen house on the edge of a wood. It was a neat, cozy home, and the little red hen was very happy there. She would spend her mornings cleaning and tidying, and once she had finished, she would go into the wood and search for food. On the other side of the wood lived a sly fox and his mother. Every day the fox would watch the little red hen pecking for grain, and his mouth would begin to water. One morning the little fox had an idea. "Mother," he said, "tonight we will have something delicious for dinner. I am going to catch the little red hen. You make a fire and set the water boiling in the pot. Then when I come home, we'll have a delicious meal." He picked up a big sack which he threw over his shoulder, and then he set off across the wood in search of the little red hen. The little red hen, of course, had no idea about the fox's cunning plan. She had just finished her day's housework and was now busy pecking around on the ground amongst the trees, looking happily to herself. She did not see the sly fox creep behind the trees and bushes and then make a dash for her hen house. She did not see him go through the door and then close it behind. Not long afterwards, the hen began to tire of pecking. She decided to go back inside and rest. She reached the pretty little house and went inside. She was just about to lock the door. She saw the fox. She clucked and flapped and flew up to the rafters as fast as she could. As soon as she calmed down, Little Red Hen shouted down to the crafty fox, still waiting patiently below. "You won't catch me now. I'm safe up here and I am not coming down. Give up and go home." "Ha!" laughed the fox. "I'll soon bring you down from there. Just you wait and see." The fox began to run round and round in circles, chasing his tail. Faster and faster he went, till the little red hen, who had been watching him nervously, started to grow dizzy. Her head began to spin. She could no longer keep her balance on the narrow beam. She fell down, dropped straight into the fox's open sack. Immediately, the fox closed the sack, trapping the little red hen inside. Then he put the bag over his shoulder and started for home. A short while later, the fox began to feel a little tired. The heat from the sun was warm, and carrying the hen was hard work. He decided to sit down under the shade of a large oak tree to have a little rest. It was not long before he fell asleep. Little Red Hen, hearing the fox's snores, decided that she must escape. She wasted no time, crept quickly out of the sack. Looking around her, she saw that there were several stones lying on the ground. Working as hard as she could, she rolled as many of them as possible into the sack and tied it up. She scurried off as fast as she could go. She didn't stop till she was back at her little hen house, door safely locked behind her. Soon the fox woke up from his nap, carried on with his journey. "This hen is heavy," he said to himself. "She'll make a good dinner." He licked his lips at the thought of the plump, tasty hen. When at last the fox arrived home, he called out to his mother, "Is the water boiling, mother?" "Yes, son," his mother replied. "Did you catch the little red hen?" "I certainly did," answered the sly fox. "She's right here in this sack. She's very heavy, I can tell you. We'll have a good feast today, no doubt about that. When I say go, you lift the lid off the pot, then I'll drop the little red hen right into the boiling water." So the mother fox listened as her son began. "Ready, steady, go!" he shouted. At that moment, the mother lifted the lid off the pot. The fox opened up the sack. The heavy stones tumbled one by one into the boiling hot water with a huge splash. That was the end of the sly fox and his mother. But the little red hen, happily ever after, in her cosy hen house at the edge of the wood. The Three Billy Goats Gruff. Once upon a time, there were 3 billy goats Gruff, who lived in a field at the foot of a mountain. They were Little Billy Goat Gruff, Middle-sized Billy Goat Gruff, and Big Billy Goat Gruff. The goats all loved to eat whatever sweet grass they could find. Their field was dry and barren, and they often went hungry. Across the river, on the other side of the valley, was a field of lush green grass. The goats longed to cross the river and chew the sweet grass, but there was only one bridge across the river, and under it lived a terrible troll. The troll's favourite food was billy goat. One day, the goats were so hungry that they decided they really must get across the river. There was not a patch of grass left for them to eat in their field. The little billy goat was the first to reach the bridge. He trotted warily across the bridge with a trip, trap, trip, trap. Suddenly there was a huge roar, and the troll called out in a rough voice, "Who's that trip-trapping over my bridge?" "It's me, the little billy goat Gruff, and I'm going to the other side to eat the sweet grass," answered the little billy goat as bravely as he could. "Oh, no, you're not," roared the troll. I'm going to catch you and I'll eat you for my dinner." "Oh no," said the little billy goat, legs shaking. "Don't do that. Wait for my brother. He's much bigger and tastier than I am." So the greedy troll sighed and let the little billy goat Gruff cross the river. When the other two goats saw their brother chewing on the fresh green grass, they couldn't wait to join him. So the middle-sized billy goat trotted off to the bridge, began to walk across with a trip-trap, trip-trap. Up popped the angry troll again and shouted, "Who's that trip-trapping over my bridge?" "It's me, the middle-sized billy goat Gruff. I'm off to join my brother to eat the sweet grass." "Oh no, you're not," growled the troll. "I'm going to catch you and eat you for my dinner." The middle-sized goat, as bravely as he could, looked up at the troll and said, "Don't do that. Wait for my brother. He is much bigger and much tastier than I am." The troll thought about it for a moment and then sighed and let the middle-sized billy goat cross the river, where he immediately began to chew the lush green grass. Big billy goat Gruff was the last to make the trip. He trotted towards the bridge and began to cross it bravely, with his hooves making a trip-trap, trip-trap as he went. The gruesome troll jumped up and shouted, "Who's that trip-trapping over my bridge?" "It's me, the big billy goat Gruff, and I'm going to cross this bridge and join my brothers to eat the green grass." "Oh no, you're not," boomed the troll. "I'm going to catch you and eat you for my dinner." "Oh no, you're not," answered the big billy goat, and he bent his head and charged towards the wicked troll, picking him up in his horns and tossing him down into the river below. The troll landed with a splash in the rushing water, disappeared, never to be seen again. Then the big billy goat skipped across the river to join his brothers. They all lived happily ever after, munching sweet grass day in, day out. Sleeping Beauty. Once upon a time, there was a king and a queen who longed for a child of their very own. One day, the queen gave birth to a little baby girl, and they were so pleased that they decided to hold a party to celebrate. "Let's invite the fairies to the party," said the king. However, they left out the bad fairy, and she was so angry that she cast a wicked spell. "This little girl will die when she is 16 years old," she shouted, "by pricking her finger on a spinning wheel." All the other fairies at the party had already given their gifts to the little baby. One had cast a spell so that the little girl would always be happy. Another had wished that she would grow up to be both kind and clever. Only one kind fairy at the party was yet to give her present to the little girl. But even she could not completely stop the bad fairy's spell. However, she tried her best. She waved her wand and said that the princess would not die, but only fall into a deep sleep, which would last for 100 years. And at the end of that time, she would be woken up by a prince. When the princess was 16 years old, she saw a little room at the top of the castle. In it was an old woman spinning. The princess went to take a closer look at what the old woman was doing, and as she did so, she pricked her finger on the spinning wheel and fell into a deep sleep. And so did everyone else in the palace. They lay sleeping year after year, and with nobody to care for it, the hedge around the palace garden grew so tall and thick with thorns that the castle could hardly be seen at all. 100 years passed, and one day a prince heard of the castle and the enchanted princess who lay asleep there. He was determined to rescue her. So he cut his way through the thick prickly hedge and went into the castle, where he saw everyone asleep. When he saw how lovely the princess was, he fell in love with her immediately and bent down to kiss her on the cheek. At once the spell was broken and the princess woke up, as did the king and queen and all the palace servants who had fallen asleep at the same time. The princess fell in love with the charming prince who had broken the spell, and so they decided to be married. The wedding was held the same day, and everyone in the palace celebrated a big party. Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. Once upon a time, in a remote Persian town, there lived a modest, hard-working woodcutter, Ali Baba. Ali Baba's cousin Kasim lived in the house next door. Kasim was lazy. He lay around all day doing nothing. He was also very rich, very jealous of those who had more money than he did. One day, as Ali Baba was out chopping wood, he saw a large group travelling towards him, riding on horseback. He became nervous. Maybe it is the group of thieves that people have been speaking so much about lately, thought Ali Baba to himself. The ones they call the 40 Thieves. I've heard that they hide their treasure in the forest. So he quickly climbed up a tree out of view. Ali Baba was correct. It was the 40 Thieves. The men got off their horses close to Ali Baba's hiding place, picked up their bags of stolen goods, carried them to a cliff face. The leader looked at the cliff face and said, "Open sesame!" Ali Baba's great surprise, a door appeared out of nowhere, opened wide, letting the thieves inside. Ali Baba stayed quietly up in the tree, keeping watch, till the door mysteriously appeared again. Thieves came filing out. Then the leader of the group waved his arm in the air, uttered the words, "Close sesame!" The door disappeared from sight. As soon as the thieves had left, Ali Baba went over to the cliff face. "Open sesame!" he shouted, just as the leader of the thieves had done. He was amazed to see a door appear. He walked through it. Inside, Ali Baba discovered a real treasure trove. There were sacks overflowing with jewels, silver and gold. No doubt at all that this was where the thieves hid their take. Ali Baba picked up a couple of bags of coins. He didn't think it would be too bad to take a little something that was already stolen. Threw the bags over his shoulder, headed towards the closed door. "Open sesame!" he cried. The door opened and he went through it, the forest. Once on the other side, he said, "Close sesame!" Watched the door disappear behind him. Ali Baba loaded the bags of coins onto the backs of his donkeys, his way home. Once he was home, he showed his findings to his wife. Ali Baba's wife could hardly believe their good fortune. She tried counting the coins, too many of them. She realized that she would need a measure. The neighbors will certainly have a measure. All round now asked to borrow one. So she went next door and asked Kasim's wife for a measure. Kasim's wife became suspicious. What on earth could it be that Ali Baba and his wife wished to measure? Self. So when she went into the kitchen to fetch the measure, she smothered some sticky honey onto it. Ali Baba and his wife measured out their gold. Did not notice how one of the coins stuck in syrupy honey. Sim's wife certainly noticed though. "Look at this," she squealed to her. "Your cousin Ali Baba is a cheat. He goes around pretending to be a poor little woodcutter, and all this time he has more gold than he can count. He deceives us." Sim ran straight round to Ali Baba's house, barging through the door, wild with envy. Ali Baba did not know how to calm his cousin, so he told him the secret about the hidden treasure, the invisible door. Sim demanded to be taken there so that he could see it for himself. Ali Baba promised to take him. Sim, however, had other plans. He knew that if he waited for Ali Baba to take him to the treasure, he would have to share the riches. So he got up very early the next morning and snuck out by himself. With him, 6 donkeys, 6 empty sacks to transport the treasure. Upon reaching the place that Ali Baba had described, the Sim shouted, "Open, sesame!" When the door opened, the Sim walked through it, watched as it shut behind him. Thrilled to see all of the jewels and gold, Sim wasted no time filling the sack. Worked as fast as he could, in case the thieves should make an appearance. When he came to leave the cave, Sim realised that to his horror, he could not remember the magic words. He had forgotten them amidst all of the excitement. "Open, sweetie!" cried Cassim. The door didn't open. "Open, seashells!" he cried. "Open, soldiers! Open, sunshine!" Oh dear, mumbled Cassim to himself. "I'm sure it's something with an S, but I just can't think what it could be. Oh dear, now I'm stuck." Cassim began to panic. Then suddenly he heard a voice outside, and the command, "Open, sesame!" The door opened. Sim found himself face to face with the leader. "So, you planned to rob us of our treasures, did you?" spat the leader. Well, seems we are in luck. Earlier today we lost one of our group. We are in need of someone to ride with us so that we can be the 40 thieves once more. Come." Thieves tied Cassim's hands behind his back. They placed him on one of his own donkeys and made him ride along with them. Cassim was rather sneaky. To try and make himself look better before the thieves, he told them all about his cousin Ali Baba discovering the thieves' secret. "If you treat me well, I will show you where this man lives." The thieves decided that they must get rid of Ali Baba. They could not risk him telling any more people where they stored their stolen treasures. The leader came up with a plan. "Tomorrow you will take Cassim's 6 donkeys into the town. Find 14 more, so that we have 20. Then find 40 barrels for the donkeys to carry. Fill one of the barrels with oil. Come to me, everything." Next day, everything was ready. Leader told the group of thieves to each hide in one of the barrels. All except one thief was to lift the barrels up onto the donkey. And most importantly, once you are hidden inside the barrels, you must not come out, nor must you make any noise. You must wait patiently for more instruction. That evening, Leader arrived at Ali Baba's house. Behind him was the line of 20 donkeys, each carrying 2 barrels. Each barrel contained a thief tucked tightly inside. The leader was disguised as an oil merchant. He bowed to Ali Baba in greeting. "Good evening. I have travelled a long way to sell my oil tomorrow at the market. But I need somewhere to stay for the night. Inns are all closed. Would you be so kind as to provide me with somewhere to sleep?" Ali Baba had no idea that the oil merchant really the leader of the 40 thieves, he agreed at once to find him a bed for the night. He led the donkeys to the stable, gave them food and water. He took the oil merchant inside, gave him a good supper, which his cook, a young girl called Morgiana. Ali Baba still had no idea that his guest was planning to kill him. Morgiana, however, was suspicious of the merchant the moment that she set eyes on him. Decided to watch him. After supper, the leader of the thieves, still disguised as an oil merchant, crept out of the house to give instructions to the other thieves. He went around each barrel, tapping on the side of it and whispering, "When you hear me throw some stones down from my bedroom window, it's time to attack." Morgiana, who had been following the saw and overheard everything. She realized that the barrels were full of thieves planning to attack and kill her boss, Ali Baba. She knew that she would have to think quickly. She ran inside the house looking for something that she could use to cover all of the air holes. Once she had filled the holes, she knew that the men inside would no longer be able to breathe. So, this gave her some time. She ran to the house of the local sheikh, knocked on his door, explained quickly what. "A man came to stay at Ali Baba's. He says he's an oil merchant looking for a place to stay for the night. But I followed him, and he plans to kill Ali Baba. He has a group of men hiding in barrels in Ali Baba's stable. I have plugged up the air holes so that they won't be able to breathe. It will not be a threat for now. The leader is planning on throwing stones from his window so that they know when to attack. If the thieves don't react, then the leader will know there's something wrong, and I am sure he will rush to set them free. They have swords, and they are the ones who've been robbing people in our village." Immediately the sheikh alerted his guards, and they rushed to Ali Baba's house. The sheikh himself went up to the bedroom. The 10 oil merchant was staying, captured him. The other guards went to the stables, removed the thieves, including Qasim, barrels. They were alive, but thanks to Morgiana's quick thinking, weak, lack of fresh air, they were easily captured by the guard. Ali Baba was upset to discover that he had been betrayed by his cousin. He was overjoyed by the loyalty and kindness shown to him. Guards led the thieves away. Ali Baba returned to the Morgiana with him. Together, turned the stolen items. Ali Baba's son fell in love with me after witnessing the kind heart she had. The two got married, so the story ended happily. Ali Baba, Town Mouse and Country Mouse. Once upon a time, a town mouse decided to pay a visit to his cousin in the country. It had been a long time since the two mice had seen each other, and it would be fun to spend time together, thought Town Mouse. So he packed himself a little suitcase and set off for the countryside. Country Mouse lived in a little cottage built into a log on the edge of a farm. It was a simple home, but neat and cosy, just as Country Mouse liked it. When he heard a knock at the door, he was surprised and delighted to see his cousin standing there. Come in," he said to Town Mouse, then shut the small wooden door behind them. "You must be hungry after your long journey," he said. "Let me find us something to eat." Country Mouse made himself busy, preparing supper for the two mice. When he eventually set the tray of food down on his little table, he said to Town Mouse, "I'm afraid it isn't much. Just some acorns and a bit of cheese I found in the farmhouse this morning. But it should be enough to satisfy our tummies for tonight." Town Mouse was stunned by the light meal that his cousin had served. He nibbled at the food to be polite, but he couldn't resist telling tales of the piles of fruit, bread and cake that he regularly feasted on back in the town. "You must come back to the town with me," he said to his cousin. Country Mouse, whose mouth was watering with the thought of all that delicious food, agreed without hesitation. So the next day, two mice set off through the woods and across fields until they came to the busy town. Before long, they arrived at the rather grand house where Town Mouse lived. He scurried under the door. Town Mouse led his cousin straight to the kitchen, where they found an array of food all laid out on the table. There were crackers and biscuits, cheese, jams and chutneys, meat, pastries and fruit. Two little mice immediately began to tuck into the feast. Delicious," sighed Country Mouse contentedly between mouthfuls. "I don't think I will ever go back home." Just then, the cat of the house pushed the door, meowing loudly. "Quick!" shouted Town Mouse, "this way!" And he grabbed Country Mouse by the paw. Two scampered away to safety down a mouse hole. Country Mouse was shaking. "We were nearly eaten," he said. "Ridiculous," answered Town Mouse. "Now, follow me and let me show you a real feast." He took his cousin to the dining room where the table was heaving with food. Two mice jumped up to the table and began nibbling. Country Mouse soon forgot how scared he had been just minutes before. It wasn't long, however, before the door opened and the lady of the house came in, followed by a big dog. The dog spotted the mice and immediately ran over to the table barking. When the lady saw the mice up on the table, she screamed and began to swat at them with the wooden spoon that she'd been carrying in her hand. When the mice were safely back in Town Mouse's mouse hole, Country Mouse picked up his jacket, his little suitcase, and turned to his cousin. "I'm afraid it's time for me to leave," he said. "There are many luxuries here in the town, but it's far too dangerous for me. I know that my life in the countryside is simple, and I may not have as many delicious things to eat, but I would much rather have peace and quiet than live every day in fear." With that, Country Mouse thanked Town Mouse, hugged him goodbye, before heading happily back to his peaceful little house in the country. The Tale of Little Red Riding Hood. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived with her father and mother in a pretty little cottage at the edge of the village. At the other end of the wood was another pretty cottage, and in it lived the little girl's grandmother. Everybody loved this little girl. Her grandmother loved her most of all and gave her a great many pretty things. Once she gave her a red cloak with a hood, which she always wore, so people called her Little Red Riding Hood. One morning, Little Red Riding Hood's mother said, "Put on your things and go to see your grandmother. She's been ill. Take along this basket for her. I have put in it eggs, butter, cake, and some other goodies." It was a bright and sunny morning. Red Riding Hood was so happy that at first she wanted to dance through the wood. There were pretty flowers growing all around her, and she stopped to pick a bunch for her grandmother. Little Red Riding Hood wandered off the main path into the wood and was bending to pick a flower when from behind her a gruff voice said, "Good morning, Little Red Riding Hood." Little Red Riding Hood turned around and saw a great big wolf, but she had no idea what a wicked beast the wolf was, so she was not afraid. "What do you have in that basket, Little Red Riding Hood?" eggs and butter and cake, Mr. Wolf." "And where are you going with them, Little Red Riding Hood?" "I'm going to my grandmother who is ill, Mr. Wolf." "Where does your grandmother live, Little Red Riding Hood?" "Along that path, past the wild rose bushes, then through the gate at the end of the wood, Mr. Wolf." Then Mr. Wolf again said, "Good morning," set off, and Little Red Riding Hood again went in search of wild flowers. At last the wolf reached the porch covered with flowers and knocked at the door of the cottage. "Who's there?" called the grandmother. "Little Red Riding Hood," said the wicked wolf. "Press the latch, open the door and walk in," said the grandmother. The wolf pressed the latch and walked in where the grandmother lay in bed. He made one jump at her, but the grandmother jumped out of bed and into a closet. Then the wolf put on the nightcap which she had dropped, crept under the bedclothes. In a while, Little Red Riding Hood knocked at the door and walked in, saying, "Good morning, grandmother. I have brought you eggs, butter and cake, and here is a bunch of flowers I gathered in the wood." As she came nearer the bed, she said, "What big ears you have, grandmother." "All the better to hear you with, my dear." "What big eyes you have, grandmother." "All the better to see you with, my dear." "But, grandmother, what a big nose you have." "All the better to smell with, my dear." "But, grandmother, what a big mouth you have." "All the better to eat you up with, my dear," said the wolf as he jumped at Little Red Riding Hood. Just at that moment, Little Red Riding Hood's father, who was a woodcutter, was passing the cottage and heard her scream. He rushed in and with one big swish of his axe, he killed the big bad wolf and saved Little Red Riding Hood, her grandmother. Everybody was happy that Little Red Riding Hood had escaped the wolf. Then Little Red Riding Hood's father carried her home and they lived happily ever after. Rapunzel. Once upon a time, a poor man and his wife were going to have a baby. They had a little window at the back of their house from which they could see the most wonderful garden full of herbs and vegetables. There was just one problem. The garden belonged to a witch. One day, the woman was standing by the window looking out at the vegetable garden. She hadn't had anything nice to eat in days, felt very hungry. She saw some delicious-looking lettuce growing in one of the vegetable patches, and she longed to try some. "If I don't get any of that lovely lettuce, I think I might die," said the woman to her husband. The woman's husband loved her very much, so that evening he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden and pulled a handful of lettuce leaves from the ground. The wife ate them happily. The trouble was that she enjoyed the lettuce so much she wanted more. So the next night, husband once again climbed the wall into the garden. Unfortunately, he came face to face with the witch. The witch was angry. "How dare you come into my garden and steal my vegetables?" she shouted at the poor man. "I'll make you pay for this." The poor man was terrified. "Please," he said to the witch, "I'm very sorry, but my wife and I don't have a lot of money and often go hungry. My wife saw your lovely lettuce from the window, just had to have some. Wanted it so much that she might die without it. I'm very sorry." "Fair enough," replied the witch. "You may take as much as you want, but on one condition. Your wife has her baby, you must give the child to me." The man was frightened. Without stopping to think about what he was doing, agreed to the witch's demands, ran quickly out of the garden. Not long after, baby was born. It was a little girl. The couple called her Rapunzel. The witch came to the couple's house, took the baby away. Rapunzel grew up to be a kind and beautiful child. When she was 12 years old, the witch took her to a tall tower in the middle of a forest, locked her up. The tower had no stairs or doors. There were no windows except for a little one right at the very top. When the old witch wanted to go inside, stand at the bottom and shout, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel's hair was long and golden. When she heard the witch's voice, she would drop her hair out of the little window and it would drop down to the ground. The witch would then climb up it like a rope. She reached the top of the tower. Rapunzel felt very lonely all alone in the tower. To pass the time, she would sing to herself. She had a beautiful voice. One day, a prince was riding through the forest past the tower. He heard Rapunzel's delightful singing and stood still to listen. He wanted to climb up to her, but could not find a way inside. Every day after that, the prince would ride out to the forest and listen to Rapunzel sing. One day, when he was standing hidden amongst the trees, he saw the witch arrive at the tower, saw how she looked up to the top and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Then Rapunzel's golden hair tumbled down the side of the tower. The witch climbed up. The prince rode home, but the next evening, as darkness began to fall, he went back to the tower, and, just as he had heard the witch do, he shouted up, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Immediately the hair tumbled down. The prince climbed up the little room at the top of the tower. At first, Rapunzel was frightened to see a stranger standing there. But the prince began to tell her all about how he would ride out to the forest every day just to listen to her sing. They were soon chatting away like old friends. Rapunzel found herself falling in love with the kind and charming prince. When the prince asked Rapunzel to marry him, she told him straight away that she would. Although happy at the thought of marrying the prince, Rapunzel also felt extremely sad. She had no way of leaving the tower. Then she had an idea. She asked the prince to bring a piece of silk with him each time he came to visit. Rapunzel would weave the silk together until she had made a ladder long enough to climb down. Then she would be free to escape the tower and marry the prince. They agreed that the prince should come every evening to avoid meeting the witch, and visited Rapunzel in the daytime. One day, when the witch had climbed Rapunzel's hair through the little window into the tower, Rapunzel, without thinking, said, "Old woman, you are so much heavier than the prince when you climb up." Upon hearing this, the witch got angry. "You wicked child," she spat. "You have deceived me. I thought you were all alone in this tower, and now I find that you've had a visitor without my knowledge." Angrily, the witch reached for a pair of scissors and snipped through Rapunzel's hair, leaving the long golden locks on the floor. Then she grabbed Rapunzel and took her deep into the forest, leaving her there alone. The witch then returned to the tower, fastened Rapunzel's golden hair onto a hook next to the window. When the prince came by, he called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." The witch threw the long hair out of the window. The prince came up. When the prince reached the little window, he was shocked to find the witch standing there alone, his dear Rapunzel nowhere to be seen. "Ha!" sneered the witch. "You expected to find your little princess, didn't you? Well, she's gone, vanished into the woods where you'll never find her again." With that, the witch pushed the prince hard and he fell to the ground, landing in a pile of spiky thorn bushes. The thorns scratched the prince's eyes, leaving him blind. Weeks went by. The poor prince spent his days wandering miserably around the woods, eating roots and berries, crying over the loss of his sweet Rapunzel. One day, the prince heard a voice. Someone was singing. Immediately he stopped sobbing and listened. He recognized that voice. It was a voice so sweet and dear to him, he could never forget it. "Rapunzel! Rapunzel!" he shouted in hope. The next moment, Rapunzel was next to him, hugging him with all her might, crying tears of joy. Two of her tears fell onto the prince's eyes. Instantly, he was able to see again. The prince took Rapunzel back to his kingdom, where they were welcomed with great joy, and lived there happily many years to come. The Princess and the Pea, based on the tale The Real Princess by Hans Christian Andersen. Many years ago, in a land far away, there lived a prince. He lived in a wonderful palace and had plenty of riches. The prince wasn't happy, however, as he so desperately wanted to marry a princess. But it had to be a real princess. He travelled all over the land trying to find her, but there was always something wrong. At last he returned to his palace, feeling very sad, for he would so much like to have a real princess in his life. "I wish more than anything to meet the princess of my dreams," he sighed, "but I'm not sure that I will ever find her." One evening, there was a terrible storm. There was thunder and lightning, and the rain came pouring down in buckets. All at once there was a loud knocking at the door, and the old king, the prince's father, went out himself to open it. There was a girl standing at the door. Her face was wet, her hair was dripping, and her wet clothes clung to her body. The king invited her inside. The girl said that she was a real princess and asked for a place to stay for the night. "A real princess?" thought the queen to herself. "We'll soon find out if that's the truth." She went into one of the palace's spare bedrooms and made up a bed for the visitor. She piled up 20 mattresses, one on top of the other, and under the mattress at the very bottom placed a pea. "Only a real princess will feel a pea under all of those mattresses," thought the queen to herself. The next morning at breakfast, the queen asked the princess how she had slept. "Oh, very badly indeed," replied the girl. "I was hardly able to close my eyes all night. I have no idea what was in my bed, but there was a hard lump of some kind. I feel black and blue all over. It's hurt me so much." The queen smiled. It was clear that the girl was a real princess, since she'd been able to feel the pea under all of the mattresses. The prince was delighted to have found a true princess at last, and asked the girl to marry him, and they kept the pea as a reminder when they first met. A Tale for Halloween by Loretta Ellen Brady. Babette and Anton were the children of a very poor woodcutter. They lived in a little cottage on the side of a steep mountain, and the mountain looked upon a great forest. Although their father worked hard in this forest all day, he earned very little. Their mother made fine laces which Anton carried to the market to sell, but in spite of all their efforts, the poor parents could hardly provide their children with enough to eat. Babette and Anton, however, were happy little children and never once thought about how poor they were. But it worried the woodcutter that Anton was 10 years old and had never been to school. Anton's mother taught him to read and write at home, and Anton was a good pupil. Often, as he sat doing his sums with a bit of charcoal for a pencil, his mother would sigh sadly. Anton did not like his mother to be sad, so he always laughed to cheer her. "Don't worry, mother," he would say. "Soon I shall send myself to school. My vegetable patch is doing well. When I get myself a good job, you and father will be poor no longer. I'll buy father a team of oxen and you a fine satin dress. Babette shall have a dozen real dollies instead of the turnip dollies she plays with now." "Oh, Anton," his mother would answer with a sigh, "unless you make your fortune as a toy maker, I fear you will have no fortune at all. You are so talented with your hands, but we cannot spare you to go to school." It was true. Anton was very talented and could make almost anything. He made boats from bits of wood, and when he had fitted them with sails, they looked as splendid as any you would buy in a toy shop. He carved a doll's cradle from a pine knot and painted the white face of a turnip so that it was transformed into a doll. This turnip dolly's eyes were so blue and her cheeks so pink. Her hair of golden corn silk fell in waves, and her robe of young cabbage leaves was so green and beautiful. Then, as often as this turnip dolly faded and began to shrivel, Anton made another, which Babette declared was always more beautiful than the one before. Babette had never been to the village and therefore knew nothing of real dolls. She loved her turnip babies so much. She always carried them in her arm when she went with Anton to meet their father, and sang them little songs as she rocked them to sleep. One night in the season of Halloween, Anton sat carving jack-o'-lanterns to sell in the village. Babette, who was rocking her dolly to sleep, sat watching him. Being but 6, she knew nothing about the fun which comes with Halloween, and she listened round-eyed with wonder to Anton, who knew all things about jack-o'-lanterns. When she heard that boys and girls dressed like goblins and witches and played out in the village streets, Babette made up her mind to join in too. "How wonderful it must be!" she cried, clapping her hands. "Halloween must be like Christmas." "Not quite, Babette," answered Anton as he carved the teeth in the last jack-o'-lantern. "But Halloween is wonderful nevertheless. It's fun to see the jack-o'-lanterns bobbing up and down with their faces grinning in the candlelight. And on Halloween the boys and girls play pranks on their elders that they would never dare at any other time. But everyone laughs and enjoys themselves on Halloween." Anton finished the jack-o'-lantern and piled it with a dozen more in his little cart. He would sell them all in the village market the next day. No one else could carve such splendid pumpkin faces as Anton. "Then we should go and play pranks in the village too, Anton," cried Babette. "Mother will make us goblin dresses, and there's still one great pumpkin in your garden for a jack-o'-lantern. Oh, what fun we'll have!" "Babette," exclaimed Anton in astonishment, "wherever did you get such an idea? The fun in the village is not for us. Mother has no time to make us goblin dresses, and if she did, she has no materials. Besides, how would we find our way home through the forest?" "You know the way through the forest, Anton," insisted Babette, "and if Mother cannot make us goblin dresses, we can go without. It will be dark, and our jack-o'-lantern will be as good as any. Come on," she begged. "I've never been to a Halloween event before." "Now, Babette, I tell you we can't go to the village tomorrow night," answered Anton. "I could not find my way home through the forest after dark, and we would both be lost. Be a good girl and don't mention it any more." Anton spoke firmly, and Babette burst into tears. She liked getting her own way, and when she could not have it, sometimes she was a very naughty little girl. She sobbed and wept so much that Anton found it hard to say no to her. However, he didn't dare go to the village at night, as he was scared of losing his way in the forest. So Anton bounced Babette on his knee and whispered that he would buy her chocolate. But she only cried even harder. "Now, Babette," cried Anton at last, when Babette showed no signs of stopping, "I can't take you to the village. But if you're a good girl and stop crying at once, I will make you something fun for Halloween, just for you and me. Now, promise me you won't cry any more." Babette dried her eyes and promised. She wished for some Halloween fun, but whether that was at home or in the village was not important to her. "Will we wear goblin costumes or ghost costumes, Anton?" she asked. Anton puzzled a moment before he answered. "Oh, ghost costumes, I think," he replied. The next day, Babette was very good. She helped Anton gather his vegetables for market, and when he returned, sat beside him quietly while he carved the last pumpkin from his garden. When the jack-o'-lantern was finished, Anton lit the candle just for 1 second so that she might see it grinning in the light. Babette clapped her hands, but Anton held up a warning finger. The Halloween fun was to be a secret. After supper, the children went to bed as usual, but instead of undressing, they pulled their white night dresses over their heavy coats. "These can be our ghost costumes," whispered Anton when all was still, and they crept softly out. In the moonlight, the jack-o'-lantern was grinning wildly. "Pumpkin is smiling at us," laughed Babette. She was very excited. Anton struck a match to light the candle, but there was no candle in the jack-o'-lantern. I put the candle in, I know I did," he said in surprise. He searched in the dark, and Babette stopped her laughing. Anton looked about, and there, beneath the bench, lay the remainder of his precious candle. It was chewed to bits, and the wick was in shreds. "Oh no!" he cried. "A wicked rat has stolen our candle." "Oh, the bad rats!" cried Babette, bursting into tears. She stamped her foot and sent the jack-o'-lantern rolling off the bench. It hit the earth with a bump, and the nose was bashed. "What a baby you are, Babette! See what you've done!" cried Anton. He stooped to pick up the pumpkin, but the pumpkin was too quick for him. "Oh, no, you don't," laughed Pumpkin in a thick, throaty sort of voice. "Babette smashed my nose a little, but that's no big deal for me on a Halloween night. Goodbye, boys and girls," he called, and rolled swiftly down the hill. "You come back here, you're my pumpkin," cried Anton as he began to chase after it. Babette followed, weeping and crying aloud. Oh no, she moaned. "Now we have no jack-o'-lantern and no candle either." "But you just wait until he rolls down into the vegetable garden," shouted Anton as he chased the swiftly rolling pumpkin. "He'll have to stop at the hedge." He pulled at his little sister's hand to try and make her run faster. Pumpkin rolled along just in front of them, but always just out of their reach. When he reached the hedge, he gave a great leap and landed directly in the vegetable patch. "Come on, turnips, come on, carrots," called Pumpkin as he rolled along. At his words, the carrots and turnips tore themselves from their beds and followed after him, shouting. Come on, called Pumpkin, and parsnips and beetroots followed the carrots and turnips. "Look at Anton following us," yelled Pumpkin, and all his vegetable followers turned and laughed. "On any other night you might be in charge, Anton," they cried, "but not on Halloween. This is our night." "Well, you wait until I catch you, and then see how hard you'll laugh," called Anton angrily. To see his vegetable patch ruined made him furious. But you'll wait until you catch us before you punish us, won't you, Anton? They answered mockingly. Oh, it's Halloween, sang Pumpkin, cartwheeling as he rolled along, and the rest of the vegetables followed after him. Anton followed them with determination. He would not give up easily. Follow me, sang Pumpkin, as he led the way to a tiny door that opened beneath the forest. Turnips and carrots squeezed through, and Anton, fearing to be left behind, ran faster. Just as he reached the little door, a rough potato tried to slam it in his face, but Anton was too quick for him. He ran through and climbed down the hole into the underground forest. There he continued to chase, but the ground here was springy and elastic, and with each step, Anton got closer to the vegetables. We'll catch up to them, declared Anton as they ran along. Even as he spoke, Potato stubbed his toe and Babette caught him. She held him firmly, although he squirmed and tried his best to get free. Help! Help! Bawled Potato when he saw that he was a prisoner. Oh, Pumpkin, wait for me! He cried. The tears streamed from every one of his eyes, and he looked truly sad. At his cries, Pumpkin turned around, and all the vegetables followed their leader. Come now, Anton, began Pumpkin in a persuasive voice. You might let us have one night off, you know. Halloween is our night. It's all very well for you to be polite, Pumpkin, and try to help your friend, said Anton. But let's not forget that Potato tried to slam the door in my face not 2 seconds ago. Oh, Anton, cried Potato, that's wrong. It was actually 3 seconds ago. I looked at my watch just as I was trying to pinch your nose in the underground door, and it's definitely 3 seconds ago. Maybe 4. Oh, be quiet, cried Pumpkin. That's no way to talk when you're trying to get let off. Let him off for my sake, Anton, he continued. You'd almost certainly get bored too if you were lying in a vegetable patch all day. But, Pumpkin, replied Anton, think of my vegetable garden. It's ruined. I was saving all my vegetable money to pay to be able to go to school, and now I won't be able to go for such a long time. I'll have no vegetables to sell. Besides, how could I know you got tired of lying in my vegetable patch? You never spoke to me before. Well, I'm telling you now, replied Pumpkin. And as for your vegetable patch, we'll all make that up to you, won't we, boys? We will, called the vegetables in chorus, and the potato in Babette's little fist yelled the loudest of all. There, now you see we mean no harm, declared Pumpkin. So let Potato go. Then you can both join us in our Halloween fun. At the magic words, Halloween fun, Babette put Potato down at once. She was bound to have her fun, and after all, the vegetables seemed to be a good lot. So peace was made, and the children followed the bobbing turnips and onions. Then shouts were heard, and Pumpkin ordered everyone to stop. Soon they were joined by 12 or more cabbages. Anton recognised the cabbages at once. You're Father Minette's cabbages, aren't you? He inquired politely as they marched along. Why, if it isn't little Anton, the woodcutter's son, exclaimed the very stout cabbage. As they went marching on, Pumpkin sang and danced in the lead, and onions and carrots echoed his songs. Soon, great black cats with shining yellow eyes stepped from behind the trees, and each cat was soon joined by its mistress, who was no other than a real witch in a tall peaked hat and carrying a broomstick. The cabbages, who were a friendly lot, introduced Anton and Babette to these witches, and the witches seemed pleased to meet the children. They don't seem to be wicked witches, do they, Anton? Whispered Babette. Oh, my dear, replied a witch who overheard. We are not a bit wicked on Halloween, you know. Any other night I would probably cause some mischief. It is my nature, you know. She reached in her bag and handed Babette a peppermint. Babette, who was very fond of peppermint, ate it up quickly. "You shouldn't do that, my dear," reproved the witch. "Witches very rarely give peppermints, and when they do, the peppermints should be treasured. Here is another to keep for your pocket, and then you will never be without a peppermint when you want one." And she handed Babette another. Babette curtsied so prettily that the witch was charmed and took her to ride on her broomstick. It was the most wonderful company you could ever imagine as they marched along. Every vegetable was singing a different Halloween song, and they all had voices that sang out of tune. Babette, her little white nightdress flying in the breeze, was riding on the witch's broomstick and singing as loudly as the rest. When they reached the dancing floor, it was lit with millions and millions of glowworms, and an orchestra of 10,000 frogs hummed lively tunes in their throats. Pumpkin seized a handful of glowworms and put them in his head. Then, with his features all aglow, he cried out, "Ready for the dance!" Instead of taking partners, the vegetables just plunged onto the floor and began to jump about like mad. The witches took their brooms and chased their cats around the edge of the circle. Babette danced hardest of all. She wasn't a great dancer, but she had fun, singing at the top of her voice. "Come and dance too, Anton," called Babette, as she went jumping past her brother, but he shook his head and laughed. "I'm too big for such nonsense," he said. "I am 10, you know." "What nonsense!" cried a witch who was chasing her cat close by. 10 is exactly the right age to have fun." She raised her broom playfully, and before he knew it, she swept Anton into the middle of the dance. Pumpkin, his grinning features all aglow, went flying past and made Anton feel proud. Pumpkin was certainly the most handsome vegetable of the lot. As the night went on, the frogs hummed faster, but hum as fast as they would, they could not keep up with the vegetables. Beetroots and cauliflowers continued to bob up and down like mad. Cabbages from Minette's farm lost leaf after leaf. Carrots and onions grew battered from so much tumbling about, and the sound of song and laughter grew louder and louder. "Let's play blind man's buff," called Anton. "I'll be it and show you how to play." He tied the handkerchief over his eyes, and the witches and their black cats went darting this way and that. The vegetables were so pleased with this new game that they would play nothing else. They might have still been playing it if a cockerel had not suddenly crowed. "Good gracious me!" cried a witch. "The glowworms are all gone out. It's nearly morning. All who are going back to the vegetable patch had better be on their way." "Not I," cried Pumpkin. "I've done with vegetable patches forevermore." "Not we," exclaimed the cabbages. "We're going to be wild cabbages for the rest of our days. We shan't go back to Mother Minette's pickle jars." Straight away, every vegetable began to raise its voice and declare it would not go back to Anton's patch. "Oh, hush, all of you," cried the witch. "Stay in the woods for the rest of your life if you like. It doesn't matter to me. But what about Anton and Babette? Who's going to take them home?" "Well," replied Pumpkin, "we thought that you might give them a ride home on your broomstick." "But Pumpkin," cried Anton in dismay, "you promised to make it up to me if I let Potato go, and I think you should all come back with me. I won't have any vegetables if you all stay in the woods." "Never worry about that, Anton," replied Pumpkin. "Here is a purse for each of you, and if you take good care never to lose them, you will have plenty of gold forever. Isn't that true, boys?" "True," cried the cabbages. "You had better hurry and plant yourselves before daylight comes, Pumpkin," they warned, and began to dig holes in the earth. Before Anton and Babette had climbed onto the witch's broomstick, all the carrots and turnips and even Pumpkin were all tucked up in their sandy beds. They called out goodbye as the children sailed off with the witch. "Oh, what a fun Halloween evening," sighed Babette as she leaned her head on Anton's shoulder and fell fast asleep. The broomstick flew swiftly, and the witch warned Anton to hold Babette tightly. One by one the stars went out as they sped across the sky. The black cat steered and seemed to know the exact way to the woodcutter's cottage, but just as dawn was breaking, the broomstick glided down to Babette's window. The witch shook hands with Anton, and the black cat politely jumped off to help Anton with his little sister. Before the cat could climb back on again, the broomstick was off like whirlwind, and the black cat was left behind. "This broomstick is so wild I can't stop it," called the witch from the clouds. "Take good care of my cat until next Halloween." Anton put Babette in her bed and then made the black cat a comfortable bed in the kitchen. Then he lay down to sleep and dreamed of the Halloween excitement until he was wakened by his mother. "Come, Anton," she cried, "I have good news for you. Only look from the window and see the great black cat without a single white hair that sits washing his face in the sun. Such a cat coming to us on Halloween will surely bring us good luck. But come and get up, for the sun is high and it's time for you to dig your vegetables for market." "My vegetables have gone wild in the forest," muttered Anton. "But it doesn't matter. Here is a bag of gold which they gave me. The cat is the black cat of the witch who brought us home on her broomstick. So let me sleep, Mother, for I am tired with dancing at the Halloween party." He closed his eyes and slept again, while his mother examined the leather bag. "Anton, my son," she screamed, "look at this gold! Where have you been to get this?" She shook him and gave him no peace until he woke fully and told the story. Even then his mother did not believe it. Instead, she decided that her son must be delirious with fever. The woodcutter and Babette came running to see what had happened, and at the sight of the second bag of gold, the poor woman grew calmer. Babette showed the peppermint which the witch had given her, and the mother doubted no more. "To receive a peppermint from a witch is surely a mark of great favour," she said, and began to laugh through her tears. "I thought I was dreaming, or that Anton raved of fever, for never in my life had I seen so much gold." "It's like the fairies to bless the children of the poor," said the woodcutter. "Now Anton will go to school, and Mother will have a beautiful dress and shawl." "Is it not like I said?" cried his wife. "A black cat coming on Halloween would bring us good luck, and here is the luck already." It would have been hard to find a happier family than the woodcutters as they set out for the village that day. When it was told that the woodcutter was looking to buy a pair of oxen, some people laughed out loud. The woodcutter was too poor to feed a pair of canaries, they declared, never mind a pair of oxen. But when they heard that the woodcutter's wife had bought a new dress and a golden ring, they began to wonder who had died and left the woodcutter a fortune. Anton told the tale of their wealth to those who asked him, and straight away the village children ran to throw their jack-o'-lanterns from the roofs and high places. But their pumpkins broke or stayed on the ground below where they had fallen. It was no longer Halloween now, remember. At noon, when the woodcutter and his family sat down to dinner in the village inn, the landlord threatened to charge a penny from all who stood gazing through the windows. Many people didn't believe the story of the pumpkin and the bags of gold, but there, next to the woodcutter, on the table, were the 2 leather bags filled with gold. The greatest marvel of all was that no matter how much the woodcutter or his wife spent from these, the bags always remained brimful of gold. Johnny Appleseed. Once there was a man who was very, very poor. He had been a farmer and grown wonderful crops, but somehow he lost his farm and was left all alone. He had always wanted to do something great, something that would make many people happy. But what could he do? He had no money. All he had was a small boat. As he trudged along one day, he saw some old sacks lying under a tree. As he looked at them, he had a wonderful idea. He picked up the sacks and placed them in his boat, jumped in himself, and floated away. As he rowed down the stream, the man watched the shore carefully. When he saw an apple orchard, he rowed to land and tied up his boat. Then he hurried along to the homes near the orchards and asked for work. He cut wood, carried water, and did all sorts of odd jobs. In payment for this work, he asked for food. And what else do you imagine? The people were so surprised at what he asked for that they could hardly believe him. He asked that he might have the seeds from the apples that lay on the ground under the trees. Only the seeds. The people gave them to him gladly, and as he cut the fruit, the neighbourhood's children swarmed about him. From one place to another he went, always adding to his store of seeds. Some generous farmers also gave him cuttings of peach, pear and plum trees and grapevines. Day after day he cut up the fruit while the children sat at his feet and listened to tales of what he had seen on his travels. He talked about the Indians with their colourful blankets and feathers, of their camps where they lived in the forests, of the wolves which came out at night to watch him as he sat by his fire, and the beautiful deer who ran across his patch. He sang funny songs for the children and taught them all sorts of games. When it came time for him to move on, the children begged him to stay. But onwards he went, and when his bags were full, he knew it was time for him to carry out his great idea. He rowed on and on in his little boat until there were no more houses to be seen. Splendid forests lined the banks here and there. Then he paused, for this was what he was looking for, a place where no one lived. He landed and went about with a bag of seeds, and when he reached an open place in a forest, he planted seeds and cuttings of trees and vines, then wove a brush fence about them to keep the deer away. He then hurried back to his boat and drifted on. In many, many places he landed and planted seeds, and all the orchards of the Ohio and Mississippi Valley are owed to this man. Years after, when settlers came looking for a place to live, they chose these spots where, to their great surprise, they found all sorts of trees loaded with fruit. This man's name was John Chapman, but he was nicknamed Johnny Appleseed. Wolf, sheep's clothing. There was once a hungry wolf who would prowl around a flock of sheep night after night, trying to catch himself one to eat. Never managed it, as the watchful shepherds would always chase him away. One night he made his way carefully up the hill, hiding behind shrubs and bushes on his way. Upon reaching the top, he saw the flock of sheep grazing peacefully and licked his lips. His excitement soon turned to displeasure as he saw the shepherds standing guard. The wolf wondered what to do. Just then, to his right, he noticed an old sheepskin lying next to a bush, and an idea began to form in his head. "Aha!" whispered the wolf. "I know just what I can do with this." He picked it up with his teeth, pulled it home, where he continued to think out his plan. The next day, The wolf shrugged the sheepskin over his back. When the shepherds passed the wolf's hideout, their way up the hill, the wolf slipped in, joined the flock of sheep, following the shepherds to the top of the hill. Wolf grinned to himself. I look just like one of them. It's a perfect disguise. None of the sheep noticed anything untoward. Neither did the shepherds. The wolf was tempted to act immediately, pounce on the other sheep. He decided to wait patiently, the perfect moment to strike. It was soon evening. The sun was beginning to fade. The shepherd walked the herd, leading the wolf in disguise, back down the hill. The sheep were herded into their pen, the gate locked. This is perfect, thought the wolf, whose tummy was beginning to rumble. The shepherd has locked me in with all of the sheep. I'll be able to have a feast tonight. Just as the wolf was getting excited, he heard the creak of the wooden gate, the footsteps of the shepherd come back into the pen. Wolf still. Before he knew it, he was being picked up by the scruff of his neck. Little had he realised, but the shepherd was also hungry, and it just so happened that he had decided on mutton stew for supper. The wolf's disguise was so convincing that the shepherd believed he was slaughtering a sheep. It was only when the wolf lay dead on the floor the shepherd realised his mistake. Dear, dear, tutted the shepherd, would you look at this? It seems that your disguise worked just a little bit better than you had expected, my dear wolf. That was the story how the deceitful wolf ate his sticky. The enormous turnip. Once upon a time, an old man and his wife lived in a little cottage with their dog and their cat. One day, the old man decided to sow some turnip seeds. He watered and cared for the seeds, and eventually they began to grow into turnips. They grew bigger and bigger each day. The old man was delighted. We'll have turnip soup every night for supper, he exclaimed excitedly to his wife. One of the turnips grew bigger than all of the others. It was enormous. The old man tried to pull the turnip from the ground. He pulled and he pulled, but the turnip would not move. It was too much work for one man alone. So the old man called for his wife to come and help. Come and help, Tug, he shouted. Man pulled the turnip, the woman pulled the man. They pulled with all of their might, but the enormous turnip would not move. So the woman called for their granddaughter to come and help them. Come and help, Tug, he shouted. The man pulled the turnip, the woman pulled the man, the granddaughter pulled the woman. They pulled with all of their might. The enormous turnip would not move. So the granddaughter called for the dog to help. Come and help, Tug, she shouted. The man pulled the turnip, the woman pulled the man, the granddaughter pulled the woman, and the dog pulled the granddaughter. They pulled with all of their might, but the enormous turnip did not move. So the dog called for the cat to help. Come and help, Tug, he barked. The man pulled the turnip, the woman pulled the man, the granddaughter pulled the woman, the dog pulled the granddaughter, and the cat pulled the dog. They pulled with all of their might, but the enormous turnip did not move. So the cat called for the mouse to help. Come and help, Tug, he meowed. The man pulled the turnip, the woman pulled the man, the granddaughter pulled the woman, the dog pulled the granddaughter, the cat pulled the dog, and the mouse pulled the cat. They pulled with all of their might, and the enormous turnip came flying out of the ground and landed again with a huge thud. Everyone cheered. That night there was turnip soup for supper, and the next night and the next night, and the next. Aladdin. There was once a poor boy called Aladdin, whose father had died some years before. Aladdin lived at home with his mother. One day, Aladdin was playing out in the street with some other boys when a stranger approached him. "I am your uncle," the stranger said to Aladdin. "I am the brother of your father, Mustafa." "That's strange," answered Aladdin. "My father never told me that he had a brother." And he went running home to tell his mother. "Your father did have a brother," his mother said, "but I thought he had died a long time ago. I will make supper and we will invite him home to eat." So Aladdin's mother made supper, and Aladdin fetched the stranger. They sat down at the table to eat together. The stranger explained that he had promised Aladdin's father many years ago that he would look out for Aladdin, teach him how to take care of himself, be successful. He asked if Aladdin might accompany him on a trip that he was going to take. Aladdin's mother agreed, and Aladdin and his uncle set off the next day. They travelled for days. The old man told Aladdin lots of wonderful stories along the way. Finally, they arrived at a cave. It was pitch black, and Aladdin couldn't see a thing. His uncle waved his hand in the air, and suddenly a ball of light appeared like magic, lighting up the cave. For the old man was not really Aladdin's uncle, but an African magician in disguise. Then the magician lit a fire, threw some powder on it, whilst he chanted some magic words. Immediately, a square, flat stone appeared, with a handle in the middle to lift it by. "Don't be frightened," he said to Aladdin. "Underneath this stone is a treasure that shall be yours. Nobody else must touch it, so you must listen to me, do exactly what I say." Aladdin grabbed the handle and lifted the stone up quite easily. He could see some dark steps leading downwards. "When you get to the bottom of the steps," said the magician, "you will see a door which leads to 3 large halls. You must go through them without touching anything, or you will die instantly. The halls lead to a garden of fine fruit trees. Walk through them till you find a table upon which stands a lighted lamp. Pour out the oil that it contains and then bring the lamp to me." He took a ring from his finger, gave it to Aladdin, wishing him good luck. Aladdin was frightened of the magician, so did as he said. He followed the steps down to the bottom of the cave, through the halls into the garden. He picked up the lamp, poured out the oil, began to make his way back. Before he did, he picked some fruit from the trees, took it with him. "Hurry up and give me the lamp!" shouted the magician when he saw Aladdin appear at the mouth of the cave. But Aladdin sensed that the magician was going to trick him. He knew that once he gave the lamp to the magician, then the magician would roll the stone back over the entrance to the cave, trap Aladdin inside. So he shouted, "I'll give you the lamp, but not until I get out of the cave." On hearing this, the magician got angry. He threw some more powder on the fire, chanted some magic words. The stone rolled back into place. Aladdin was trapped. Aladdin spent 2 days inside the cave, crying and feeling sorry for himself. He picked the magician's ring from his pocket and rubbed it whilst he cried out, "Oh dear, whatever am I going to do?" Suddenly, an enormous genie rose from the ground and said, "I am the genie of the ring, here to serve you. What do you wish me to do?" "Take me away from here," shouted Aladdin, and immediately he found himself back at home. He told his mother what had happened and showed her the fruits that he had picked from the trees in the cave. He was shocked to see that the fruits were actually jewels. He then asked his mother for some food. "I'm sorry, Aladdin," she answered, "but there's no food in the house." Aladdin said that it was okay. He would go to the market, try to sell the lamp to make some money to buy food. "Wait," said his mother. "That lamp is very dusty. Let me polish it up a bit before you take it. It might fetch a bit more money then." She picked up the lamp and began to rub it. Straight away a genie appeared and asked Aladdin's mother what she desired. Aladdin's mother fell down in shock. So Aladdin took the lamp and asked the genie for something to eat. The genie obeyed and brought a feast on silver plates and 2 silver cups full to the top. "Where did you get all of this food from?" asked Aladdin's mother when she finally picked herself up off the floor. "Don't ask," replied Aladdin. "Just eat." The 2 of them tucked into the feast, and eventually Aladdin told his mother all about the lamp and the genie. His mother was scared of such powerful magic, asked Aladdin to sell the lamp, forget all about everything. But Aladdin would not. He insisted upon keeping both the magic ring and the lamp. One day, Aladdin decided that he wished to marry the princess. "Why not?" he said to his mother. "I have the jewels that I found in the cave. I'm sure that if I took those jewels to the Sultan and asked to marry his daughter, he would be thrilled with the idea." Aladdin's mother laughed. "I'm not sure you can convince the Sultan to let you marry his daughter just by turning up at the palace with gifts." But she agreed it was worth a try, so they wrapped some of the jewels in a cloth, and Aladdin's mother took them to the palace. The guards did not want to let the mother into the palace, but she insisted that she had something very important for the Sultan to see, so the guards accompanied her inside. The Sultan was impressed by the jewels. He would not give permission for Aladdin to marry his daughter, the princess. "If your son wishes to marry my daughter, then you will have to bring me even more of these jewels," said the Sultan to Aladdin's mother. Aladdin's mother went home, told her son the news. "No problem," he said. "Ask the genie for another wish." So his mother picked up the lamp, gave it a rub. "Genie, bring us more jewels," she commanded. Genie granted the mother's wish, and immediately there were piles of jewels on the table. Aladdin and his mother packed them into bags, and the woman took them to the palace the next day. "Wonderful!" cried the Sultan. "But even these jewels are not enough for my precious daughter. If your son is serious about marrying her, then he will build her a palace made of the finest gold and marble." Once again, the mother returned home, told Aladdin the Sultan's demands. Got out the lamp, woman rubbed it until the genie appeared. She then asked the genie to make a fine palace of gold and marble fit for a princess. The next morning, the Sultan awoke to see a most wonderful new palace standing next to his own. The golden walls shone in the sunlight. The Sultan was amazed. "Fantastic!" he exclaimed. "This man must be very powerful if he can make such a palace appear overnight. He is even more powerful than my advisor. He shall have my daughter's hand in marriage." He called his daughter in to tell her the news. "My dear," he said, "look at this wonderful palace that has been created just for you. You shall marry this man." The princess looked at the Sultan and sighed. Yesterday, you thought your advisor was the most powerful man in the land, and you wanted me to marry him. Now you want me to marry this stranger, this Aladdin. Tell me, father, what do we really know about this man? Why can't I decide who I marry? What does it even matter who is the most powerful?" The princess left the room, shutting the door angrily behind her. When Aladdin heard that the princess did not want to marry him, he decided that he would not give up. He tried everything that he could to win the heart of the princess. He asked the genie for help. The genie conjured up a magic carpet, and Aladdin took the princess for a ride through the night sky. Aladdin and the princess talked and laughed together as they rode through the twinkling stars, staring down at the city below. They had a wonderful time together. By the end of the magical ride, the princess had fallen in love with Aladdin. The pair were soon married and lived happily in the palace of gold and marble. However, their happiness was not to last. The African magician had discovered that Aladdin had escaped from the cave and married a princess. He knew that Aladdin's good fortune must be due to the magic lamp, and he was angry. The lamp should have been his. He must get the lamp and ruin Aladdin's life in the process. So the African magician travelled for several days and nights until he reached the city where Aladdin lived. He waited until he saw Aladdin leave the palace and then knocked on the door. He had disguised himself as a merchant. When the princess opened the door, he said, "Dear girl, I am a merchant who buys old lamps. If you have an old lamp at home, I will gladly take it from you in exchange for a shiny new one." The princess fetched the magic lamp and handed it over to the magician. He gave her another lamp that he carried in his bag. The plan had worked perfectly. Now that the magician had the magic lamp, he wanted to use it to take the palace and the princess for himself. He rubbed the lamp, commanded the genie to take the palace to a faraway desert with both the princess and himself inside. Aladdin arrived home later that day, found that the palace had disappeared. He knew at once that the magician was to blame. The Sultan was angry and blamed Aladdin for his daughter's disappearance. He told Aladdin to go out, find his daughter, bring her back. Aladdin searched for days and weeks. He searched far and wide. He could not find the palace or the princess. Finally, Aladdin remembered the ring that he had once been given by the magician. He rubbed it and asked the genie of the ring to reveal where the magician was hiding. He soon found out that the magician and the princess were living in the palace in the middle of a desert. Aladdin asked the genie of the ring to bring his palace back. The genie was not powerful enough. Only the genie of the lamp could do such magic. "But you could take me to the palace, to my princess," said Aladdin. The genie of the ring nodded, and within seconds, Aladdin was outside of the palace's window. The princess hugged Aladdin when she saw him and told him all about the merchant who had appeared at the door asking for old lamps. She explained how he kept the lamp on a belt he wore at all times. Aladdin knew that they had to hatch a plan if they were ever going to get the lamp back and free the princess from the evil magician. Aladdin told the princess to invite the magician for a special meal that evening. He gave the princess a special potion to mix in the magician's drink. This potion would make him fall fast asleep as soon as he took a sip from his cup. He would be so deeply asleep that no noise or movement would wake him. Then Aladdin would undo the belt from around the magician's waist and take the magic lamp. Everything went according to plan. Once he had the lamp, Aladdin asked the genie to move the palace back to where it was and leave the magician alone in the desert. The genie obeyed. The Sultan was overjoyed with happiness to have his daughter return. He hugged Aladdin and thanked him. One day, Aladdin went down to the ocean with the lamp. He rubbed it, called for the genie to appear. "What is your wish, master?" asked the genie. My wish is for you to be free, answered Aladdin. Genie was excited. I have had many masters, but not one of them has ever made a wish for me before, cried the genie. Thank you. With that, Genie was freed from the magic lamp. Aladdin took the empty lamp and tossed it as far as he could to the ocean. The lamp had brought nothing but problems. Aladdin knew now that greed and envy were nothing to be proud of. All he wished for now was a life of love and happiness, and he didn't need a magic lamp for that. Aladdin and the princess lived happily for many years to come, ruling over the land after the death of the sultan, and leaving behind a long line of dutiful kings. Beauty and the Beast. There was once a wealthy merchant who had 3 daughters. One day the merchant had to set off on a long journey. What would you like me to bring you when I return? Asked the 3 young girls. 2 eldest daughters did not need to think. Immediately they shouted, Beautiful new dress, father! The 3rd daughter, whom everyone called Beauty, to her kind heart and pretty face, much more sensitive, softly replied, I would like a rose picked by you, father. The merchant set off on his travels. On his way back home, he was in need of a place to spend the night. He came across a huge castle. He knocked on the door, heard no reply, so he went in, found a warm and cosy bed, and slept the night. The next morning, as he was leaving, he saw a beautiful rose bush within the castle grounds. Remembering Beauty's wish, he picked a fine red rose. The next moment, the merchant heard a rustling coming behind the rose bush. Suddenly, a large, frightful-looking beast stepped out and looked at him. How dare you take flowers from my garden? Not content with spending the night in my home uninvited, now you're stealing from me? The merchant was afraid. He quickly began to explain to the beast about his kind-hearted daughter back at home, how he had promised to come back with a The beast decided to let the merchant go, only if he promised to send Beauty to him. The merchant agreed, hurried back home. He told Beauty all about his deal with the beast. Beauty was upset. She loved her father with all her heart. She agreed to go. The beast was kind to Beauty. The girl was given the finest room in the palace, dined on the most exquisite food in the castle's grand dining room. Beauty loved to read. The beast showed her the castle's magnificent library. He told her that all of the books were hers, if she so wished. Beauty would often spend her days curled up in a cosy armchair with a book, the beast sitting by her side. Beauty had been afraid of the beast, gradually becoming very fond of him. Marry me, Beauty, please, said the beast one day. 2 of them were sitting together in the lamp. Beauty was still a little scared of the beast's frightful appearance. Sorry, she told him sadly, shaking her head. The beast was upset by Beauty's rejection. He continued to treat her with as much kindness and affection as had before. One day, he came across Beauty out in the castle gardens, looking at the rose bushes, sobbing. Beauty? Whatever is the matter? I miss my father and my sisters, cried Beauty tearfully. Then let me show you something. He took Beauty into the dressing room. Lying on a little table, a hand-held mirror. The beast picked it up, passed it. Here. Whenever you look into this mirror, your family. He took the mirror. True enough, he looked into it to see exactly what her father and sisters were at that moment. Beauty felt closer to them. She also felt sadness, not being able to. One day, Beauty looked into the mirror and saw that her father was very ill. pleaded with the beast to be able to go home and be with him. The beast roared back at her. "You made a promise to never leave this castle," he shouted fiercely, and stomped away. The beast, however, cared deeply about Beauty. Once he had had a little time to calm down, found her again, and said, "You may visit your father, care for him whilst he is ill. You must promise to come back to the castle in a week's time." Beauty hugged the beast, hurriedly packed her bag, and headed off to her father's house. He was weak and very tired. His face lit up brightly when he saw his young daughter. All week Beauty cared for her father. She made him soup and read to him. She told him about books she had read in the castle library, and about her walks around the garden with the beast. One night, he woke up with a start. She had had a terrible dream. The beast was dying. It was only then that Beauty realised just how much she cared for the beast. She couldn't bear the thought of him. By now, Beauty's father was feeling much better, so Beauty kissed him goodbye, explained that she must hurry back to the castle and check on him. As soon as she saw him, she flung her arms around him and hugged him tight. "I'm sorry, beast," she cried. "I don't want you to die. I will live here with you forever." All at once, the beast began to change into a handsome prince. Beauty could not believe it. The beast began to speak. "Dearest Beauty, I have been living under a curse for several years. The only thing that could break my curse was somebody to fall in love with. I turned bitter and miserable. It seemed impossible that anyone could ever love me with such a beastly appearance. Then you came along, and I am now cured of that ghastly curse. You have shown that you really love me." Beauty hugged the beast as tightly as she could. She had never been happier. The two of them were married, happily ever after, in a great castle. The Little Red Hen. There was once a little red hen that lived in a farmyard. Most of her days were spent scratching about the farmyard, pecking the ground with her beak. She hunted for worms for herself and little chicks. There were other animals living in the farmyard, in particular a lazy cat who spent much of her time sleeping, not even bothering herself to scare the little rat who ran up and down. Then there was the pig in the sty who didn't care about much else than eating, growing fat. One day, the little red hen found an ear of corn and was extremely excited. She knew that it must be planted so that it could grow, be made into flour to make bread. She showed the ear of corn to the other animals in the farmyard. "Who will help me to plant this corn?" she asked. But the pig said, "Not I." The cat said, "Not I." The rat said, "Not I." "Well then," said the little red hen, "I will plant this corn all by myself." She did. After that, the little red hen carried out her days as usual, scratching and hunting for worms and looking after her chicks. She watered and cared for the corn every day. In the meantime, the lazy cat continued to nap, and the rat and the lazy pig grew fat. Corn grew and grew. Soon it was ready for harvest. "Who will help me to cut this corn?" asked the little red hen. "Not I," said the pig. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," answered the rat. "Well then, little red hen, I will cut the corn all by myself." She did. When the corn was cut, Little Red Hen knew that it must go to the mill to be ground into flour. "Who will help me to carry the corn to the mill?" she asked. The lazy animals turned their backs on the Little Red Hen. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the rat. "Not I." "Well then, I must carry the corn by myself," said the Little Red Hen. And she did. Carrying the sack of corn, she set off for the mill. Once there, she asked for the corn to be ground into soft white flour. She waited until the miller brought her the flour. She headed back to the farmyard, pecking along the way. The next morning, the Little Red Hen woke up, ready to turn the flour into bread. "Who will help me to make the bread?" she asked the animals. "Not I," answered the plump pig. "Not I," said the sleepy cat. "Not I," said the lazy rat. "Then I will have to make this bread all by myself," said the Little Red Hen. And she did. First, she mixed and kneaded the dough. Then she put it into baking tins and set them in the oven to bake. The little rat sat by and watched as the busy hen worked. The cat lazily preened her paws. The pig dozed in the distance. Soon the bread was ready, and the delicious smell of fresh bread spread all over the farmyard. The animals were all licking their lips. "Who will eat this fresh bread?" asked the Little Red Hen. "I will." "I will," said the cat. "I will," said the rat. But the Little Red Hen shook her head and said, "No, you won't. I will." And she... The Tale of Benjamin Bunny, Beatrix Potter. One morning, Little Rabbit sat on a bank, pricked his ears and listened to trip trot of a pony. A gig was coming along the road. It was driven by Mr. McGregor. Beside him sat Mrs. McGregor, Mr. Bonnet. As soon as they had passed, little Benjamin Bunny slid down into the road, set off, hop, skip and a jump, call upon his relations, lived in the wood back of Mr. McGregor's garden. That wood was full of rabbit holes. In the neatest, sandiest hole of all, Benjamin's aunt, his cousins, Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, Peter. Old Mrs. Rabbit was a widow. She earned her living by knitting rabbit wool mittens, buffatees. I once bought a pair at a bazaar. She also sold herbs, rosemary tea, rabbit tobacco, which is what we call lavender. Little Benjamin did not very much want to see his aunt. He came round the back of the fir tree and nearly tumbled upon the top of his cousin Peter. Peter was sitting by himself. He looked poorly, was dressed in a red cotton pocket handkerchief. "Peter," whisper, "who's got your clothes?" Peter replied, "The scarecrow in Mr. McGregor's garden." Described how he had been chased about the garden, had dropped his shoes and coat. Little Benjamin sat down beside his cousin and assured him that Mr. McGregor had gone out in a gig, and Mrs. McGregor also. Certainly today she was wearing her best bonnet. Peter said he hoped that it would rain. At this point, old Mrs. Rabbit's voice was heard inside the rabbit hole, calling, "Cottontail, Cottontail, fetch some more chamomile." Peter said he thought he might feel better. He went for a walk. They went away hand in hand, got up on the flat top of the wall, bottom of the wood. From here they looked down into McGregor's garden. Peter's coat and shoes were plainly to be seen upon the scarecrow, topped with an old tam o' shanter, Mr. McGregor's. Little Benjamin said, "It spoils people's clothes to squeeze under a gate. The proper way to get in is to climb down a pear tree." Peter fell down head first. It was of no consequence, as the bed below was newly raked, quite soft. It had been sown with lettuces. They left a great many odd little footmarks all over the bed, especially little Benjamin, wearing clogs. Little Benjamin said that the first thing to be done was to get back Peter's clothes, in order that they might be able to use the pocket handkerchief. He took them off the scarecrow. There had been rain during the night, there was water in the shoes, the coat had somewhat shrunk. Benjamin tried on the tam o' shanter, too big for him. Then he suggested that they should fill the pocket handkerchief with onions, a little present for his aunt. Peter did not seem to be enjoying himself. He kept hearing noises. Benjamin, on the contrary, was perfectly at home and ate a lettuce leaf. He said that he was in the habit of coming to the garden with his father to get lettuces for their Sunday dinner. The name of little Benjamin's papa was Old Mr. Benjamin Bunny. The lettuces certainly were very fine. Peter did not eat anything. He said he should like to go home. Presently he dropped half the onions. Little Benjamin said that it was not possible to get back up the pear tree with a load of vegetables. He led the way boldly towards the other end of the garden. He went along a little walk on planks, a sunny red brick wall. Mice sat on their doorsteps cracking cherry stones. They winked at Peter Rabbit and little Benjamin Bunny. Presently, Peter let the pocket handkerchief go again. He got amongst flower pots and frames and tubs. Peter heard noises worse than ever. His eyes were as big as lollipops. He was a step or two in front of his cousin. He suddenly stopped. This is what those little rabbits saw round that corner. Little Benjamin took one look. Then, half a minute less than no time, hid himself and Peter and the onions underneath a large basket. The cat got up and stretched herself, came and sniffed at the basket. Perhaps she liked the smell of onions. Anyway, she sat down upon the top of the basket. She sat there for 5 hours. I cannot draw you a picture of Peter and Benjamin underneath the basket, because it was quite dark, because the smell of onions was fearful. It made Peter Rabbit and little Benjamin cry. The sun got round behind the wood, quite late in the afternoon. Still, the cat sat upon the basket. At length, there was a pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Some bits of mortar fell from the wall above. The cat looked up, saw old Mr. Benjamin Bunny prancing along the top of the wall of the upper terrace. He was smoking a pipe of rabbit tobacco, a little switch in his hand, looking for his son. Old Mr. Bunny had no opinion whatever of cats. He took a tremendous jump off the top of the wall onto the top of the cat and cuffed it off the basket, kicked it into the greenhouse, scratching off a handful of fur. The cat was too much surprised to scratch back. When old Mr. Bunny had driven the cat into the greenhouse, he locked the door. Then he came back to the basket, took out his son Benjamin by the ears, whipped him with a little switch. Then he took out his nephew Peter. Then he took out the handkerchief of onions and marched out of the garden. When Mr. McGregor returned about half an hour later, he observed several things which perplexed him. It looked as though some person had been walking all over the garden, a pair of clogs, only the footmarks were too ridiculously little. Also, he could not understand how the cat could have managed to shut herself up inside the greenhouse, locking the door on the outside. When Peter got home, his mother forgave him, because she was so glad to see that he had found his shoes and coat. Cottontail and Peter folded up the pocket handkerchief. Old Mrs. Rabbit strung up the onions and hung them from the kitchen ceiling, the bunches of herbs, rabbit tobacco. The Three Little Pigs. Once upon a time, there lived a mother pig and her 3 sons. They lived happily in a cosy cottage in the middle of the forest. One day, the mother pig told her sons that it was time they went out into the world to earn their fortune. She kissed them goodbye, and the 3 little pigs set off in 3 different directions, each one of them carrying a bundle of his belongings on his back. The first little pig had not gone far before he came across a man carrying a bundle of straw. "Please, would you give me that straw so that I could build a house?" asked the little pig. The man, who was very generous, gave him the bundle of straw, and soon the little pig had built a pretty little house with it. Not long after the house was finished, a wolf came along, knocked at the door, and said, Little pig, let me come in." But the little pig laughed and answered, "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin." So the wolf shouted, "I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down." So he huffed and he puffed, and the little straw house immediately came tumbling down. The wolf quickly ate the little pig all up. The second little pig came across a man carrying a bundle of sticks. "Please, could I have those sticks to build myself a house?" asked the little pig. The man agreed, and the second little pig set to work and had soon built himself a cosy little house of sticks. The wolf came along and said, Little pig, let me come in." "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin," answered the second little pig. "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down," said the wolf. So he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he huffed, and at last he blew the house down, gobbled the little pig up. The third little pig met a man carrying a load of bricks, and he asked, "Please, would you give me those bricks so that I may build myself a house?" So the man gave him the bricks. The little pig built himself a nice, strong little house. Not long after it was finished, the wolf appeared at the door and said, Little pig, let me in." But the little pig answered, "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin." "In that case," said the wolf, "I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down." Well, he huffed and he puffed, and he puffed and he huffed, and he huffed and he puffed, but he could not get the house down. At last he ran out of breath, so he sat down outside the little pig's house and thought for a while. After a while he called out, "Little pig, I know where there's a nice field full of turnips." "Where?" asked the little pig. "Behind the farmer's house, 2 fields away. Be ready in the morning and we will go there together, get ourselves some nice breakfast." "Very well," said the little pig. "What time shall we go?" 6 o'clock, replied the wolf. Well, the little pig was clever, so he got up at 5 o'clock, scurried to the field, bringing home a fine load of turnips. At 6 o'clock, the wolf came to the little pig's house and said, "Little pig, are you ready to go?" "Ready?" cried the little pig. "Why, I've already been to the field. Come back a long time ago. I am busy boiling a pot full of turnips for my breakfast." The wolf was very angry indeed. He made up his mind to catch the little pig somehow or other. So he told him that he knew where there was a nice apple tree. "Where?" the little pig. "Round the hill in the farmer's orchard." "I'll come for you tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. and we'll go there together and pick some juicy apples." So the next morning, the little pig got up at 4 o'clock, was off and away long before the wolf came. But the orchard was a long way away, and it was not easy for the little pig to climb the tree and pick apples. So the little pig was still filling his sack when he saw the wolf coming towards him. He was shaking with fright, tried to be as brave as possible. So when the wolf said, "Little pig, what are you doing here already? Are the apples nice?" Little pig replied at once, "Yes, they're delicious. I will throw down one for you to taste." He picked up an apple and threw it so far, whilst the wolf was running to catch it, he had time to jump down and scurry away home. The next day, the wolf called again and told the little pig that there was going to be a fair in the town that afternoon. Asked him if he would go with him. "Oh yes," said the pig, "I would love to. What time shall we go?" "At 4:30, said the wolf. So the next day, little pig set off for the fair much earlier than the time he had agreed with the wolf. He had a wonderful time and was just getting ready to leave when he saw the wolf coming. He did not know what to do, so he crept into a nearby barrel. The barrel tipped up and began to roll. It rolled down the hill over and over, the little pig squeaking inside. It rolled so fast that it knocked the wolf flat over. Once the barrel came to a stop at the bottom of the hill, little pig was able to crawl out and run the rest of the way home. The wolf was so angry that he went over to the little pig's house. "Little pig," he shouted angrily, "I'm going to climb down your chimney and nothing will stop me from eating you up." But the little pig was very clever. He went over to the fireplace, put a pot of water on to boil. The wolf came down the chimney and fell straight into the pot of boiling water. That was the end. Big, bad wolf. As for the little pig, he lived happily ever after in his little brick house and was never troubled by a wolf again. The Musicians of Bremen. There was once a donkey who lived with a farmer. The donkey had worked hard for many years in the fields. Now he was old and had become too weak to work, carry the heavy loads he once did. The farmer didn't want him any longer. For what use was it keeping a donkey who couldn't work and earn him money? So the donkey decided to run away. He had heard about a town called Bremen. In Bremen there lived lots of musicians. "That's it," decided the donkey. "I will travel to Bremen and become a musician. I'll play the flute. I will be sure to have a good life there." With that, the donkey set off on his journey. On his way, the donkey passed a sad-looking dog who was sitting by the roadside, out of breath and panting. "Are you all right?" asked the donkey. "What's the matter?" "My master doesn't want me any longer," answered the old dog. "I used to be a hunting dog, but I am too old and tired now to chase after the foxes." "Don't worry about that," said the donkey. "I'm on my way to Bremen to become a musician. I'm going to play the flute. You should come too. You could play the drum." The dog agreed. The two of them carried on along the path to Bremen. Soon after, they passed a cat who was sitting all by himself looking lost. "What's wrong, old cat?" they asked. "My master doesn't want me anymore," said the cat. "I used to chase all of the mice out of the farmhouse, but now I am old and tired. The mice are too fast for me. I can no longer catch them as I once did." "Don't be sad," said the donkey. "We're going to Bremen to become musicians. I'm going to play the flute. The dog is going to play the drum. You understand music, so you could be a musician too." "Great idea," cried the cat. "I'll come with you." So the donkey, the dog, and the cat continued along the path to Bremen. They hadn't gone far when they came across a cockerel at the side of the road. He was crowing sadly. "What's up with you, cockerel?" they asked. "My master doesn't want me anymore," replied the bird. "I used to wake him up at the same time every morning, but I am old and tired, and sometimes I forget to crow in the morning. I heard my master say that he wants to turn me into soup." "Don't worry," said the donkey. "We're all on our way to Bremen to become musicians. You have a fine voice. Why don't you come along with us? You could sing." "Oh, I love singing," remarked the cockerel. "I'll come." So the donkey, the dog, the cat, and the cockerel continued along the path to Bremen. It was a long way to Bremen. The path was very long. Soon it was night time. The animals lay down for a rest. They were tired and hungry, and it was very cold. "I can see something," crowed the cockerel. "Look!" He nodded in the direction of a house with a bright light in the window and a smoking chimney. "Maybe we'll find something to eat there, and I'm sure we'll be warmer and more comfortable." The other animals agreed. They headed over to the house. When the animals got to the house, they saw 5 thieves gathered inside. The thieves were having a feast, lots of food and drink. In the corner of the room, comfortable beds. "We must get inside," said the donkey. "We need to feast on that food and sleep on those comfortable beds." The animals thought up a plan. They were musicians after all, so they would sing for their supper. They gathered together at the open window. The donkey brayed, the dog barked, the cat meowed, the cockerel crowed. Then they clambered through the open window. The thieves were frightened by all the noise and, thinking that some horrible monster must be in the house, ran away as fast as they could. "Well," said the donkey, "our first concert seems to have gone very well." The animals began to feast on the delicious food before settling down on the comfortable beds and going to sleep. Out in the forest, in the dark night, the leader of the gang of thieves looked back at the house and noticed that there was no longer a light burning. He turned to the others and said, "Hey, wait a minute. That couldn't have been a monster back there. There is no such thing as monsters. We shouldn't have let ourselves get so scared. I'm going to go back and kill whatever I find." He ran back to the house and crept quietly inside. It was dark and quiet inside. The thief saw the glowing eyes of the cat. By mistake, thought that they must be burning coals, so he held his match next to them, thinking that he could light it. The cat, however, did not understand what the thief meant to do, so he flew at him, scratching him with his claws. The thief ran towards the door. The dog was lying there sleeping. Upon being woken so suddenly, the dog bit the thief on the leg. The donkey woke up now too and kicked at the thief with his back legs. The cockerel began crowing and making a terrific noise. "Ah, monster, monster!" screamed the thief and fled as fast as he could. The thieves never dared set foot in that part of the wood or in the little house again. The animals, on the other hand, were very happy in the little house. They could find food in the wood and sleep in the comfortable beds. There was really no need for them to travel to Bremen anymore. They lived together happily in the little house for the rest of their days. Chicken Lickin'. One fine day, Chicken Licken was walking to the wood when, acorn fell onto his head. "Good gracious," said Chicken Licken. "The sky is falling down. I must go and tell the king." So Chicken Licken headed back, and on his way he met Henny Penny. "Henny Penny, where are you going?" asked Chicken Licken. "I'm going to the wood," said. "Oh, Henny Penny, don't go," said Chicken Licken. "For as I was going, the sky fell onto my head, and I'm going to tell the king." So Henny Penny set off, Chicken Licken, and on their way they met Cocky Locky. "Cocky Locky, where are you going?" asked Henny Penny. "I'm going to the wood," said. Then Henny Penny said, "Oh, Cocky Locky, don't go, for I was going, and then I met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky fell onto his head. So now we are going to tell the king." So Cocky Locky set off with them, and on their way they met Ducky Lucky. "Ducky Lucky, where are you going?" they asked. And Ducky Lucky replied, "I'm going to the wood." Then Cocky Locky said, "Oh, Ducky Lucky, don't go, for I was going, and then I met Henny Penny, and Henny Penny met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky fell onto his head, so now we are going to tell the king." So Ducky Lucky set off with them, and on their way they met Drakey Lakey. "Drakey Lakey, where are you going?" And Drakey Lakey said, "I'm going to the wood." So Ducky Lucky said, "Oh, Drakey Lakey, don't go, for I was going, and I met Cocky Locky. Cocky Locky met Henny Penny, and Henny Penny met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood. The sky fell onto his head, so now we're going to tell the king." So Drakey Lakey turned back with them, and on their way they met Goosey Lucy. "Goosey Lucy, where are you going?" And Goosey Lucy said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Drakey Lakey said, "Oh, Goosey Lucy, don't go, for I was going, and I met Ducky Lucky. Ducky Lucky met Cocky Locky, and Cocky Locky met Henny Penny, and Henny Penny met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood. The sky fell onto his head, so now we're going to tell the king." So Goosey Lucy set off with them, and on their way they met Gander Lander. "Gander Lander, where are you going?" And Gander Lander said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Goosey Lucy said, "Oh, Gander Lander, don't go, for I was going, and I met Drakey Lakey, and Drakey Lakey met Ducky Lucky. Ducky Lucky met Cocky Locky. Cocky Locky met Henny Penny, and Henny Penny met Chicken Licken. Chicken Licken had been at the wood. The sky fell onto his head, so now we are going to tell the king." So Gander Lander set off with them, and on their way they met Turkey Lurkey. "Well, Turkey Lurkey, where are you going?" Turkey Lurkey said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Gander Lander said, "Oh, Turkey Lurkey, don't go, for I was going, and I met Goosey Lucy. Goosey Lucy met Drakey Lakey. Drakey Lakey met Ducky Lucky. Ducky Lucky met Cocky Locky. Cocky Locky met Henny Penny. Henny Penny met Chicken Licken. Chicken Licken had been at the wood. The sky fell onto his head, so now we're going to tell the king." So Turkey Lurkey turned back, walked with Gander Lander, Goosey Lucy, Drakey Lakey, Ducky Lucky, Cocky Locky, Henny Penny, Chicken Licken. And as they were going along, they met Foxy Loxy. Foxy Loxy said, "Where are you going?" And they said, "Chicken Licken went to the wood. The sky fell onto his head, and now we're going to tell the king." And Foxy Loxy said, "Come along with me, I'll show you the way." So Chicken Lickin', Henny Penny, Hocky Locky, Ducky Lucky, Drakey Lakey, Goosey Loosey, Gander Lander, Turkey Lurkey all followed behind Foxy Loxy. But Foxy Loxy took them into the fox's hole, and he and his family soon ate up poor Chicken Lickin', Henny Penny, Hocky Locky, Ducky Lucky, Drakey Lakey, Goosey Loosey, Gander Lander, Turkey Lurkey. And they never saw the king tell him the sky fallen down. Pinnocchio. There was once an old carpenter called Geppetto. Geppetto loved his work and was happy with his days spent carving things out of wood. However, at the end of the day, when his work was done, Geppetto felt lonely. One day, he carved a little wooden puppet in the shape of a boy. He made the arms and legs so that they could move. Then he sewed together a little outfit for the puppet, as if it were a real boy. Geppetto called the puppet Pinnocchio. That night, before he went to bed, Geppetto looked at a bright star in the sky, whispered, "If I could have one wish, I would wish for a real boy of my very own." Then he sighed, got into bed, and went quickly to sleep. That same night, Fairy flew into Geppetto's workshop. She tapped Pinnocchio with her wand and told him, "Pinnocchio, this magic you will be able to move your arms and legs just like a real boy. One day you will be able to be a real boy, but only if you can prove that you can be good, kind and brave." Then she introduced Pinnocchio to a little cricket who could talk, just like a human can. "This," said the fairy, "is Cricket. He will stay with you and help you to choose between right and wrong. He will help you to make decisions." Then the fairy disappeared as quickly as she had arrived. The next morning, when Geppetto went into his workshop, he was surprised to see Pinnocchio walking awkwardly around the room, getting used to his new arms and legs. "You can move!" shouted Geppetto in disbelief. "Yes, and I can talk too. Good morning, father," answered Pinnocchio. Geppetto was shocked. He had no idea what could have happened. He was also full of happiness and excitement. He had a son, a little boy of his very own. He ran to Pinnocchio and hugged him hard. One day, Geppetto decided that Pinnocchio should go to school, just as the other boys did. He had saved hard to buy his son a new school bag and school books. He felt very proud as he watched Pinnocchio leave the little house and head off his first day at school. Pinnocchio skipped along the road, humming happily to himself. A little cricket sat upon his shoulder. It wasn't long before Pinnocchio came across a fox and a cat. "Where are you off to?" asked Pinnocchio curiously. "I'm on my way to school," answered Pinnocchio proudly. "Really? On a nice sunny day like today?" the fox. "It is much too nice to be sitting in school. Why don't you come along with us to the fair? You can learn much more at the fair than you would at school." "Don't listen to him," chirped the cricket. "He doesn't know what he's talking about. It would be much more sensible to ignore him and go to school." But Pinnocchio couldn't hear him. He was too excited about visiting the fair. The cricket's protests fell on deaf ears. Pinnocchio agreed to follow the fox and the cat to the fair. At the entrance to the fair was a jolly man in a ticket booth crying, roll up, get your tickets to the fair." Pinocchio's smile fell from his face as he suddenly realised that he didn't have any money to pay for a ticket. A man with a little stall selling trinkets at the entrance to the fair, offered to buy Pinocchio's school books from him. "You can use the money to buy yourself an entrance ticket to the fair," said the man to Pinocchio. "No, you mustn't do that," said the cricket. "Your father saved very hard to buy those books for you. It would sadden him to see you sell them like that." The noise coming from the crowds of happy people all heading through the entrance to the fair drowned out the cricket's voice. Pinocchio didn't hear him and instead handed his books to the man in exchange for just enough money to buy a fair ticket. Then he followed the fox and cat through the entrance to the fairground. Once inside the fairground, Pinocchio saw a little stage. There was a puppet show taking place. "Hey," said Pinocchio to his new friends, "I'm a puppet too, and I can dance just like that. Watch." With that, he jumped up on stage and began to dance next to the two other puppets. People began to cry out from the audience, Look at that puppet! He's got no strings!" "Amazing!" they all cried and began to throw coins at the stage in appreciation. The owner of the fair was watching as more and more gold coins landed on the stage. A plan was soon forming in his greedy head. "This little puppet can make me rich," he thought to himself. He ordered his workers to catch Pinocchio, lock him up in a little cage so that he couldn't escape. Pinocchio would work for him. Pinocchio was sad and scared. He felt very alone and he missed Geppetto. He began to cry. Suddenly the fairy appeared and she asked Pinocchio how he'd ended up inside the cage. "Tell her," whispered the cricket on his shoulder. "Tell her what has happened." But Pinocchio couldn't bring himself to tell the fairy the truth. He thought that she would be angry with him for missing school and selling his school books. So he told her he had been robbed. "Really?" asked the fairy, as Pinocchio's nose began to grow longer. "Yes," said Pinocchio. "There were two men and they took my school bag and books." His nose grew even longer then. "They made me come here to the fair," he said, "and then threw me into this cage." Pinocchio's nose grew even longer still. He looked down and saw the tip of his nose stretching far out in front of his face. "What's happening?" he asked in fright. "Why is my nose so long?" "You know what the truth is, Pinocchio," said the fairy calmly. Pinocchio sighed, a deep breath. "I came here with a fox and a cat," he began. "I wanted to come. I thought it would be more fun than school." Pinocchio's nose shrank a little. "I had no money for a ticket, so I sold my school bag and books to a little man outside the entrance." His nose got smaller still. "I jumped up on the stage to show how well I could dance, and then somebody captured me and put me in this cage." His nose was now back to its normal size. The cricket smiled at him. "Well done for telling the truth, Pinocchio," he said. The fairy waved her magic wand and the door to the cage opened. Pinocchio was free. She waved it a second time. Suddenly Pinocchio's school bag and books reappeared. "From now on, Pinocchio," the fairy, "must remember to do the right thing." Pinocchio set off on the path to school again, this time determined he would get there. Soon a coachman pulled up alongside him, offered him a ride. "No, thank you," replied Pinocchio. "I must get to school." He carried on walking. The coachman insisted. "You will get there much more quickly if you let me give you a ride in the carriage," he said. Pinocchio really wanted to get to school, so he agreed. "Why are you so keen to get to school?" the coachman asked Pinocchio. "Well," answered Pinocchio, "I want to learn as much as I can. Then when I grow up, I can do whatever I want." What about if I told you that you can do whatever you want right now, coachman? Have you ever heard of a place called Pleasure Island? There you can do whatever you wish. Eat sweets all day, play pool and other such games. It's lots of fun. Pinocchio thought Pleasure Island sounded wonderful. He was so excited, forgot all about getting to school. Can you take me there? He asked the coachman. I want to go right now. Don't do it, cried the cricket, but Pinocchio was not listening. The coachman dropped Pinocchio at Pleasure Island and drove away. Pinocchio was amazed when he saw the place. It was bright and colourful, buckets of sweets and lollipops all over. There were pool tables and bowling lanes too. It looked so much fun. Wherever he looked, there were groups of boys playing and having fun. Pinocchio reached out his arm, grabbed a handful of sweets, shoveling them into his mouth. For a few days, Pinocchio had the best time. But then he noticed that a lot of the other boys seemed to have disappeared. Whenever he looked around now, all he seemed to be able to see were donkeys. Hey! Shouted Pinocchio. What's happening? Where are all the boys? Cricket looked up at Pinocchio, whose own ears had now been replaced with a pair of long, furry donkey ears. Quick, Pinocchio, he said. We need to leave here. All the boys that come here must turn into donkeys eventually. Then the donkeys are sold. Quick, let's run. Pinocchio ran as fast as he could, little Cricket still upon his shoulder. They ran out of Pleasure Island, didn't stop, reached a port. By now, Pinocchio just wanted to get home to Geppetto. He began to ask all of the people at the port if they knew Geppetto, knew where he was. Geppetto? Isn't that the poor man whose boy went out one morning and never came home? He went out on a boat to look for him. He never came back. When he heard this, Pinocchio got upset. It's all my fault, he wailed. I've got to find Father. Without thinking, he jumped into the water. Pinocchio didn't know how to swim, but luckily, being made mostly of wood, he was able to float on the surface of it. He used his arms to steer himself around. He looked around at the vast blue ocean. How was he ever going to find Geppetto? Before he had even realized it, something huge and scary had swum up to Pinocchio. It was a giant whale. The whale opened its huge jaws and swallowed Pinocchio and the cricket whole. It tumbled around with a great rush of seawater. When they finally came to a stop, they realized that they were in the belly of the whale. Gosh, said Pinocchio to the cricket, that was frightening. Pinocchio? Came a familiar voice. Father! Shouted Pinocchio, is that you? Yes, it's me, answered Geppetto. The two managed to find each other, hugged with joy. How will we ever get out of here? Geppetto. Father, I think I have an idea, answered Pinocchio. Quickly gathered some driftwood the whale had also swallowed. Then managed to set it alight. As it was burning, Pinocchio waved his arms above the flames, creating black smoke. This smoke made the whale cough and sneeze. Pinocchio was right. In no time, the whale gave a little cough, then another and another, till suddenly let out a huge sneeze. And as it did, Pinocchio, Geppetto, the cricket came rolling out of the whale's mouth. At first, Geppetto couldn't find Pinocchio, but then he found him, lying still on the side of the port, his eyes closed. Thinking that Pinocchio would never wake up, Geppetto began to cry. Suddenly, the fairy appeared at his side. "Pinocchio," she said, "you cared enough to go out looking for your father. When you found him, you came up with a plan which saved him. You were really brave and true. For that, you deserve to be a real boy." Pinocchio suddenly opened his eyes. He looked down at his arms and legs. They were no longer hard and wooden, soft, just like a real boy's. "Father," he cried, "look at me. I'm a real boy." "So you are," exclaimed Geppetto happily. The fairy and the cricket looked at the father and son, smiled to themselves. Then, in a flash, they were gone, whilst Geppetto and Pinocchio hugged each other happily. After that, they made their way home. They lived very happily for many years to come. The Magic Porridge Pot. There was once a girl who lived with her mother in a little cottage. She was such a kind and gentle little girl that everyone who knew her loved her. One day the child went into the forest to gather firewood. She was very sad because there was nothing left in the house to eat. She and her mother were hungry again. She had already gathered a bundle of sticks and was about to go home when she saw a poor old woman who had also come to the forest for wood. The woman was so bent and stiff that the little girl felt sorry for her, wished to help her. "Please, let me gather the wood for you," said the little girl to the old lady. "It must be hard for you to bend." She put down her own sticks, gathered for the old woman as many as she could carry. "I would take it home for you," said the little girl, "but my mother is waiting for me and I must get going as I am already late." "Child," said the old woman, "you have a good heart and you deserve to be rewarded." She pulled something out from under her cloak. It was a little iron pot. "Take this," she said. "It is a magic pot. Whenever you are hungry, you have only to say, 'Boil, little pot, until the porridge is hot,' and it will begin to boil and fill up with sweet porridge. When you have had enough, say, 'Stop, little pot, the porridge is hot,' and it will stop boiling." She made the little girl repeat the words after her several times. She then gave her the pot, hobbled away through the forest. The child was filled with joy at the thought that now she and her mother need never be hungry again. She ran home as fast as she could, carrying the pot with both hands. When she came in, her mother asked her where the wood for the fire was. "I have brought home something better than wood," cried the girl. "The wood only warms us, but here is something that will feed us as well." She set the pot upon the table and said, "Boil, little pot, till the porridge is hot." The pot at once began to bubble and boil, and soon it was full and brimming over with sweet porridge. The mother picked up a spoon and scooped some of the porridge out into a bowl. But the more she scooped out, the more there was in it. When all the bowls in the house were full, the child said, "Stop, little pot, the porridge is hot," and at once the pot stopped boiling. The mother was overjoyed at the treasure the little girl had brought home. "Come," she said, "let us sit down and eat." "Yes, mother," said the child, "but first I will carry some of the porridge to the neighbours who were so kind to us when we had nothing." She filled a large kettle with porridge and started out with it. No sooner had she gone than her mother began to wonder whether they had kept enough porridge for themselves. She did not feel satisfied, so she said to the pot, "Boil, little pot, till the porridge is hot." Immediately the pot began to bubble and boil. Soon it was full and the porridge began to run over. The mother wished to stop it. She had forgotten what to say. "Enough!" cried. "Stop, stop!" But the porridge still boiled up and over the edge of the pot. She picked up the spoon and again began spooning out the porridge as fast as she could. The pot continued to boil out porridge. Panicking, the mother took the pot and threw it outside the door, but the porridge flowed out from it in a stream and ran down the road. The little girl was coming home. She met the stream of porridge, and at once she guessed what had happened. She ran as fast as she could. When she came to the place where the pot lay, she cried, "Stop, little pot, the porridge is hot." At once the pot stopped boiling, but already enough porridge had been wasted to feed the whole countryside. After that, the mother never again dared to tell the pot to boil. When they wished for porridge, it was the little girl who spoke to it. From then on, she and her mother never went hungry again, and the porridge was so delicious that people came from near and far to buy from. The goose that laid the golden eggs. There was once a farmer and his wife who had a goose. The goose laid eggs every morning, but eventually the goose became old and died. So the farmer and his wife went to the market to buy a new one. The couple spent a long time looking around the market before settling on a rather fine-looking goose. Happy with their choice, they took it back home. The next morning, when the couple woke up, the farmer went to collect the eggs. Imagine his surprise when he looked into the nest and saw that the egg that lay there was yellow and shiny. He picked it up and noticed immediately how heavy it was. This was not a regular goose egg. The farmer's first thought was to throw the egg away and go back to the market to complain. Someone must have played a trick on him. But he went back to the farmhouse and showed the strange egg to his wife. "Goodness me!" cried his wife in excitement after examining the egg. "This egg must be made of pure gold. Look how it glitters and shines. Feel how heavy it weighs in your hand. What a stroke of luck." The next morning, the farmer went out to collect the eggs again. When he looked into the goose's nest, he found another shiny golden egg. Full of excitement, he showed it to his wife, and they agreed that they would take it to the market to see if they could sell it. They were amazed by how much money the glittering egg fetched. "We're going to be rich," shouted the farmer. "If this goose keeps laying golden eggs like this, then we will soon have plenty of money and be able to buy whatever our hearts desire." So it continued. Each morning the farmer would wake up and check the nest, and each morning there would be a shiny golden egg waiting for him. Farmer and his wife would take the egg to market and come back with bags of coins. But there was a problem. The farmer and his wife were spendthrifts, and as soon as they received the bags of coins, they spent them. And the goose would lay just one golden egg a day. The couple began to get greedy. "This goose does not lay eggs fast enough," complained the farmer. He thought for a while before saying to his wife, "I've had a thought. This goose lays one golden egg each day. Just think of all the eggs that must be inside it, just waiting to be laid. I say that we cut the goose open and pull out all of those shiny eggs in one go. If we take them all to market at the same time, we will be rolling in money." The farmer's wife agreed.
The couple imagined bags of coins piled up high in their farmhouse kitchen. The farmer was counting his riches in his imagination and dreaming of all of the things they would buy. But excitement soon led to disappointment when they cut open the goose and found that no golden eggs lay inside. Each one blamed the other for their misfortune. "You fool!" shouted the farmer's wife. "Twit!" retorted the farmer. The pair began to cry. The very next day, the farmer and his wife decided to go to the market and buy a new goose, hoping that this one would also lay golden eggs. But to their disappointment, the goose did not. They felt very foolish and began to regret their mistake of cutting open the goose that laid the golden eggs. For they realised that they had been greedy and that not only had they not got rich all at once, but they had also lost everything. "I have learnt my lesson," cried the farmer. "By being greedy, we have ended up with even less than we started with." The farmer and his wife never did get rich again, but lived a modest life on their little farm with their goose and all of the other animals, dreaming of the life that could have been theirs.
The Little Mermaid. There was once a mermaid who lived at the bottom of the ocean. She had one wish, and that was to swim to the surface of the ocean and see the great world above. When she turned 15, she was granted her wish by her father, King of the Ocean. Little Mermaid was so excited. She swam happily upwards, and when she reached the surface, perched on a rock next to the beach. The Little Mermaid sat on the rock, humming softly to herself, combing her hair with her fingers. She lifted her head to feel the sea breeze on her face, and sighed happily. Suddenly, the Little Mermaid caught sight of a prince taking a stroll along the water's edge. She fell in love with him instantly. When the Little Mermaid swam back down to the bottom of the ocean, she told her father all about her morning on the rock and about the handsome prince who had captured her heart. "Nonsense," replied her father. "You must forget him immediately. Our worlds are very different. You are a mermaid, not a human. Your home is here beneath the waves." But the Little Mermaid could not forget the prince, no matter how hard she tried. So she decided to go and visit the Sea Witch and ask her to put a spell on her, give her legs. The Sea Witch was wicked and agreed to help the mermaid, but she wanted something in return. "If you want legs," she said to the mermaid, "then you shall have them. But in exchange, you must give me your sweet, magical voice. If you don't succeed in getting the prince to fall in love with you and marry you, then you will die and turn into sea foam." Despite the risks, Little Mermaid agreed, for she was desperate to see the prince again. She drank the potion that the Sea Witch prepared for her and swam up to the surface of the ocean, where she collapsed on the sand. The Little Mermaid was woken by the prince himself, who had discovered her when he was out walking across the beach. The first thing the Little Mermaid did was to look down and check whether she had legs. She did! The spell had worked. "Are you okay?" asked the prince. "What's your name?" The Little Mermaid opened her mouth to answer. No sound came out. She had forgotten that the Sea Witch had taken her voice. The prince carried the Little Mermaid back to his palace and told her that she should rest and that she must stay as long as she wanted till she was feeling better. Over the next few days, the prince and the Little Mermaid became good friends. They spent time wandering around the palace garden. The prince talked and talked, but the Little Mermaid was sad that she could not tell him her story, how she had seen him and fallen in love with him instantly, that with every moment she spent with him, she came to love him even more. One day, The prince arrived full of excitement, told the little mermaid that he was engaged to be married. When she heard this, little mermaid's heart was full of pain. That night she ran down to the beach, sat at the water's edge, sobbing loudly. Her mermaid friends came up to the surface, tried to help their unhappy friend. They gave her a dagger from the sea witch, kill the prince. If she did that, she could become a mermaid again. But the little mermaid knew that she could never harm anyone, especially not someone she loved so much. The prince was getting married on a boat. The day of the wedding arrived. All of the guests danced happily, all except the little mermaid. Thought back to the sea witch's remark that if the prince didn't fall in love with her, then the little mermaid would die of a broken heart, turn into sea foam. Poor little mermaid. Accepting that there was nothing she could do, she jumped into the water, prepared to turn into sea foam. Just when she thought there was no hope left, little mermaid turned into a sea goddess. By refusing to hurt someone she loved, watching him marry someone else, sacrificing her own happiness, little mermaid had been brave and kind. Becoming a sea goddess was her reward. Now she lives happily in the ocean, watching over and protecting those that are in love all over the world. Thumbelina by Hans Christian Andersen. There was once a woman who wished to have a child. She went to a fairy and said, "I would really like to have a little child. Can you tell me where I can find one?" "Oh, that can be easily managed," said the fairy. "Here's a barley corn. Put it into a flower pot. See what will happen." "Thank you," said the woman. She paid the fairy the price of the barley corn. Then she went home and planted it, and soon a flower grew. It looked like a tulip, but with its leaves tightly closed, as if it was still a bud. "It is a beautiful flower," said the woman, and she kissed the red and golden coloured petals. And as she did so, the flower opened. Inside the flower sat a very delicate and graceful little girl. She was smaller than a thumb, and they called her Little Thumb, or Thumbelina. She was so small. For a cradle, she had a walnut shell. Her bed was made from blue violet leaves, with a rose leaf for a cover. Little girl slept here at night, but during the day she amused herself on a table where the peasant wife had placed a plate full of water. Round this plate were wreaths of flowers with their stems in the water, and upon it floated a large tulip leaf, which the little girl used as a boat. Here she sat and rowed herself from side to side with 2 oars made of white horsehair. It was a very pretty sight. Thumbelina also had the most beautiful voice. She sang so softly and sweetly. One night, while she lay in her pretty bed, a large, ugly, wet toad crept through a broken window and leaped right upon the table where Thumbelina lay sleeping under her rose-leaf quilt. "What a pretty little wife this would make for my son," said the toad, and she took up the walnut shell in which Thumbelina lay asleep and jumped through the window with it to the garden. The toad's son was even uglier than his mother, and when he saw the pretty little girl in her elegant bed, he could only cry, "Crow, crow, crow." "Don't speak so loud or she'll wake," said the mother toad, "and then she might run away. We'll put her on one of the lily pads out in the stream. It will be like an island to her, seeing as she is so light and small. She'll be unable to escape." Far out in the stream grew a number of water lilies with broad green leaves which seemed to float on top of the water. The old toad swam out to the furthest one, took with her the walnut shell in which Thumbelina still lay asleep. The tiny creature woke very early in the morning, began to cry bitterly when she found where she was. All she could see was water surrounding her, and she had no way to reach land. Meanwhile, the old toad was very busy under the marsh, preparing a new home for her son, Thumbelina. Then she swam out with her ugly son to the leaf on which she had placed poor Thumbelina. The old toad bowed low to Thumbelina in the water and said, "Here's my son. He will be your husband, and you will live happily together in the marsh by the stream." "Prow, prow, prow," was all her son could say for himself. Then they left Thumbelina all alone on the green leaf. She sat and cried. She did not want to live with the old toad and have her ugly son for a husband. The little fishes who swam about in the water beneath had seen the toad and heard what she said. So now they lifted their heads above the water to look at the little girl. As soon as they caught sight of her, they saw that she was very pretty. They couldn't bear to think that she must go and live with the ugly toads. No, it must never be. So they gathered together in the water around Thumbelina's lily pad and cut the root loose with their teeth. Then the leaf floated down the stream, carrying Thumbelina far away out of reach of land. Thumbelina sailed past many towns, and the little birds in the bushes saw her and sang, "What a lovely creature!" So the leaf swam away with her farther and farther until it brought her to other lands. A graceful little white butterfly constantly fluttered round her and at last landed on the leaf. Thumbelina took the ribbon from her dress, tied one end of it around the butterfly, and she fastened the other end to the leaf, which now glided on much faster than before, taking Thumbelina with it as she stood. Soon a large flying beetle flew by. The moment he caught sight of Thumbelina, he caught her round her waist with his claws, flew with her into a tree. The lily pad carried on floating away on the brook, and the butterfly flew away with it, for he was fastened to it, not get away. Thumbelina was terrified, but she was also sorry for the beautiful white butterfly which she had fastened to the leaf, for if he could not free himself, then he would surely die of hunger. The beetle sat beside her on a large green leaf, gave her some honey from the flowers to eat, and told her that she was very pretty, though not in the least like a flying beetle. After a time, all the flying beetles who lived in the tree came to see Thumbelina. They stared at her, and then the young lady beetles turned up their feelers and said, "She has only 2 legs. How ugly that looks." "She has no feelers," said another. "Her waist is quite slim. Pooh, she's like a human being." "Oh, she is ugly," said all the lady beetles. The flying beetle who had run away with her believed all the others when they said that she was ugly. He wanted nothing more to do with her, told her to leave. Then he flew down with her from the tree and placed her on a daisy. And Thumbelina cried to think that she was so ugly that even the beetles didn't want to know her. And all the while she was really the loveliest creature that anybody could imagine. During the whole summer, poor little Thumbelina lived alone in the wide forest. She made herself a bed with blades of grass and hung it up under a broad leaf to protect herself from the rain. She sucked the honey from the flowers for food drank the dew from their leaves every morning. Summer and autumn both passed, and then came the winter, long, cold winter. All the birds who had sung to her so sweetly had blown away. The trees and the flowers had withered. The large shamrock, under the shelter of which she had lived, was now rolled together and shriveled up. Nothing remained but a yellow, withered stalk. Thumbelina felt dreadfully cold, for her clothes were torn. She was so frail and delicate, she was nearly frozen to death. It began to snow too. The snowflakes, as they fell upon her, were like a whole shovelful falling upon one of us, for we are tall, but she was only an inch high. She wrapped herself in a dry leaf, but it cracked in the middle, would not keep her warm, so she shivered cold. Near the wood in which she had been living was a large cornfield, but the corn had been cut a long time. Nothing remained but the bare, dry stubble standing up out of the frozen ground. For a tiny girl like Thumbelina, it was like struggling through a large wood. She shivered with the cold. At last she came to the door of a field mouse who had a little den under the corn stubble. Field Mouse's home was warm and comfortable, with a whole room full of corn, a kitchen, and a beautiful dining room. Poor Thumbelina stood before the door and asked for a small piece of barley corn. She hadn't had anything to eat for 2 days. "You poor little creature," said the field mouse, "come into my warm room and dine with me." She was pleased with Thumbelina, so she said, "You're quite welcome to stay with me all the winter, if you like, but you must keep my rooms clean and neat. Tell me stories, for I would love to hear them." So Thumbelina did all that the field mouse asked her, found herself very comfortable. "We shall have a visitor soon," said the field mouse one day. "My neighbour pays me a visit once a week. He's better off than I am. He has large rooms, and he wears a beautiful black velvet coat. If you could only have him for a husband, you would be well provided for indeed. But he's blind, so you must tell him some of your prettiest stories." Thumbelina did not feel at all interested about this neighbour, for he was a mole. However, he came and paid his visit, dressed in his black velvet coat. "He's very rich and smart, and his house is 20 times larger than mine," said the field mouse. Thumbelina was obliged to sing to the mole, "Ladybird, ladybird, fly away home," many other pretty songs. And the mole fell in love with her. She had such a sweet voice. A short time before, the mole had dug a long passage under the earth, which led from the field mouse's home all the way to his own. The field mouse and Thumbelina had permission to walk here whenever they liked, but he warned them not to be alarmed at the sight of a dead bird which lay in the passage. It was a perfect bird. The beak and feathers would not have been dead for long. It was lying just where the mole had made his passage. In his mouth, the mole held a piece of wood which glowed in the dark. Then he went before Thumbelina and the field mouse to light the way, the long dark passage. When they came to the spot where the dead bird lay, the mole pushed his broad nose through the ceiling, so that the earth gave way and the daylight shone in the passage. In the middle of the floor lay a swallow, his beautiful wings pulled close to his sides, his feet and head drawn up under his feathers. The poor bird had evidently died of the cold. It made little Thumbelina very sad to see it. She loved the little birds. All the summer they had sung and twittered for her so beautifully. But the mole pushed it aside with his crooked legs and said, "He will sing no more now. How miserable it must be to be born a little bird. I am thankful that none of my children will ever be birds, for they can do nothing but cry tweet tweet and must always die of hunger in the winter." "Yes, you may well say that, as a clever man," exclaimed the field mouse. "What is the use of a bird's twittering if, when winter comes, he must either starve or be frozen to death?" Thumbelina said nothing, but when the two others had turned away, she stooped down and stroked the bird's head and kissed the closed eyelids. "Maybe this was the bird who sang to me so sweetly in the summer," she said, "and how much pleasure it gave me, you dear pretty bird." The mole now covered the hole through which the daylight shone, and then he accompanied Thumbelina, little field mouse, home. During the night, Thumbelina could not sleep, so she got out of bed and wove a large, beautiful carpet of hay. She carried it to the dead bird, spread it over him, with some down from the flowers which she had found in the field mouse's room. It was as soft as wool. She spread some of it on each side of the bird, so that he could lie warmly on the cold earth. "Goodbye, pretty little bird," she said. "Goodbye. Thank you for your beautiful singing during the summer, when all the trees were green, the warm sun shone upon us." Then she rested her head on the bird. She was shocked, for it seemed as if something inside the bird went thump, thump. It was the bird's heart. He was not really dead, only numb with the cold, and the warmth had brought him to life. Thumbelina trembled, was very frightened. The bird was big, a great deal bigger than herself. But she found her courage, laid the wool more thickly over the poor swallow, then took a leaf, laid it over his head. The next night she came to see the bird again. He was alive, very weak. He could only open his eyes for a moment to look at Thumbelina. "Thank you, little girl," said the sick swallow. "You have kept me so warm that I shall soon be strong again and able to fly about in the warm sunshine." "Oh," said Thumbelina, "it's cold outside now. It snows and freezes. Stay in your warm bed and I will take care of you." She brought the swallow some water in a flower leaf, and after he had drunk, he told her that he had hurt one of his wings in a thorn bush, could not fly as fast as the others, who were soon far away on their journey to warm countries. At last he had fallen to the earth, could remember nothing more, nor how he came to be where Thumbelina had found him. All winter the swallow remained underground. Thumbelina took care of him. She did not tell either the mole or the field mouse anything about it. Very soon the springtime came. The sun warmed the earth. Then the swallow said goodbye to Thumbelina. She opened the hole in the ceiling which the mole had made. The sun shone in upon them so beautifully that the swallow asked her if she would like to go with him. She could sit on his back, it said, and he would fly away with her into the green woods. But she knew the field mouse would be sad if she left her like that, so Thumbelina said, "No, I cannot." "Goodbye then, goodbye, kind little girl," said the swallow. He flew out into the sunshine. Thumbelina looked after him. The tears rose in her eyes. She was very fond of the poor swallow. Tweet, tweet, sang the bird as he flew out into the green woods. Thumbelina felt very sad. She was not allowed to go out into the warm sunshine. "You are going to be married, little one," said the field mouse. "My neighbour has asked for you. What a piece of luck for a poor child like you. Now we will prepare your wedding clothes." Thumbelina had to turn the spindle. The field mouse hired 4 spiders who were to weave day and night. Every evening the mole visited her and was continually speaking of the time when the summer would be over. Then he would marry Thumbelina. But right now the sun was so hot that it burned the earth and made it hard like stone. As soon as the summer was over, the wedding should take place. But Thumbelina was not at all pleased. She did not want to marry the mole. Every morning when the sun rose and every evening when it went down, Thumbelina would creep out at the door. She thought how beautiful and bright it seemed out there and wished so much to see her dear friend, the swallow. But he never returned, for by this time he had flown far away to the lovely green forest. When autumn arrived, Thumbelina had her wedding clothes quite ready, and the field mouse said to her, "In 4 weeks the wedding must take place." Then Thumbelina said that she would not marry the disagreeable mole. "Nonsense," replied the field mouse. "Now don't be silly or I shall bite you with my white teeth. He's a very handsome mole with a good fortune. He should be very thankful for such good luck." So the wedding day was fixed, on which the mole was to take her away to live with him, deep under the earth, and never to see the warm sun again, because he did not like it. Thumbelina was very unhappy at the thought of saying goodbye to the beautiful sun. And as the field mouse had given her permission to stand at the door, she went to look at it once more. "Goodbye, bright sun," she cried, stretching out her arms towards it. "Goodbye, goodbye. Greet the little swallow from me. You should see him again." "Tweet, tweet," sounded over her head suddenly. She looked up, and there was the swallow himself, flying close by. As soon as he spied Thumbelina, he was delighted. She told him how she desperately did not want to marry the ugly mole, to live forever beneath the earth, never more to see the bright sun. And as she told him, she cried. "Cold winter is coming," said the swallow, "and I am going to fly away into warmer countries. Will you go with me? You can sit on my back, fasten yourself on with your ribbon. Then we can fly away from the ugly mole and his gloomy rooms, far away, over the mountains into warmer countries, where the sun shines more brightly than here, where it is always summer. Fly now with me, little one. You saved my life when I lay frozen in that dark, dreary passage." "Yes, I will go with you," said Thumbelina. She seated herself on the bird's back, with her feet on his outstretched wings. She tied her ribbon to one of his strongest feathers. The swallow rose in the air and flew over forest and over sea, high above the highest mountains, covered with snow. Thumbelina would have been frozen in the cold air. She crept under the bird's warm feathers. Finally, they reached the warm countries, where the sun shines brightly, the sky seems so much higher above the earth. Here on the hedges grew purple, green, white grapes. Lemons and oranges hung from trees in the field. Beautiful children ran along the country lanes, playing with large butterflies. And as the swallow flew farther and farther, every place appeared even more lovely than the last. At last they came to a blue lake. By the side of it stood a palace of dazzling white marble, built in the olden times. Vines clustered around its lofty pillars. At the top were many swallows' nests, and one of these was the home of the swallow who had carried Thumbelina. "This is my house," said the swallow, "but it would not do for you to live there. You would not be comfortable. You must choose for yourself one of those lovely flowers, and I will put you down upon it, and then you shall have everything that you can wish to make you happy." "Oh, that will be wonderful," said Thumbelina, clapped her little hands with joy. A large marble pillar lay on the ground, which had broken into 3 pieces when it fell. Between these pieces grew the most beautiful large white flowers. So the swallow flew down with Thumbelina and placed her on one of the leaves. But she was so surprised to see a tiny little man in the middle of the flower. He had a gold crown on his head, delicate wings at his shoulders, and was not much larger than she was. He was the angel of the flower. For a tiny man, tiny woman lived in every flower, and this was the king of them all. "Oh, how beautiful he is," whispered Thumbelina to the swallow. At first, the little prince was frightened of the bird, who was like a giant compared to himself. But when he saw Thumbelina, he was delighted and thought that she was the prettiest little girl he had ever seen. He took the gold crown from his head and placed it on hers, and asked if she would be his wife, queen over all the flowers. This certainly was a very different sort of husband from the son of the toad or the mole with his black velvet fur. So Thumbelina said yes to the handsome prince. Then all the flowers opened, and out of each came a little lady, a tiny lord. Each of them brought Thumbelina a present. The best gift was a pair of beautiful wings. They fastened them to Thumbelina's shoulders so that she might fly from flower to flower. Then there was much celebration. The little swallow, who sat above them in his nest, was asked to sing a wedding song, which he did as well as he could. But in his heart he felt sad. He was very fond of Thumbelina and would have liked never to part from her again. "You must not be called Thumbelina any more," said the spirit of the flowers to her. "It's an ugly name, and you are so very lovely. We will call you Maya." And so Maya lived happily ever after amongst her new friends of the flowers. Alice in Wonderland. One bright and sunny afternoon, Alice sat under the shade of a tree together with her sister. Alice's sister was reading a story out loud from a book, but Alice wasn't really paying attention. She much preferred to sit and daydream. Today she was imagining a magical world of talking animals. All of a sudden, a little white rabbit went rushing past Alice. He was puffing and panting. "Oof!" he exclaimed. "I'm late, I'm late." A rabbit? Wearing a suit? Carrying a pocket watch? Alice could hardly believe her eyes. Excuse me," she cried after the rabbit. "Wait!" The rabbit, clearly in a hurry, kept on running. Alice decided to follow him. She followed the rabbit to a large rabbit hole into which he promptly disappeared. Alice looked at the rabbit hole and, feeling curious, decided to go down it. She came to a long, dark tunnel. Alice crawled along using her elbows to move herself forward. She couldn't see anything in the dark. The tunnel soon dipped downwards, sending Alice sliding downwards along a long chute and landing with a bump at the bottom. She was just in time to see the white rabbit disappearing. The rabbit had gone through a little door in the side of the wall. It was much too tiny for Alice to get through. Yet there was no way she could climb back up the chute. How was she to get out? Alice felt trapped. Suddenly, to her amazement, the doorknob began to speak. A talking doorknob, thought Alice to herself. How very strange indeed. If you want to get through the door, continued the doorknob, then you must drink the potion on the table over there. Alice looked around the room and saw that there was a little table with a medicine bottle standing up. The bottle had a label on it that read, "Drink me." Curiously, she took hold of the bottle and opened it. She took a deep breath and then tipped the contents of the bottle into her mouth, swallowing them down. Alice began to feel strange. She glanced around her, realised that the room looked different. Then it hit Alice. She was tiny. The table leg was as big as a mountain. The door, which had previously appeared so tiny, now seemed a normal size. The bottle must have contained a magic shrinking potion. Alice went over to the door, tried to open it, but it was locked. With dismay, she realised that the key was up on the table. Tried to climb up the table leg. It was no use. It was too slippery. "Oh dear," cried Alice out loud. "What am I to do?" Alice began to panic. She didn't want to be trapped down here forever. Just as she was about to cry, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. Next to one of the table legs was a little glass box. Alice wandered over to it, peered inside. There she could see a little biscuit with the words "Eat me" marked on it. Alice picked up the biscuit, took a tiny bite. It began to shoot up slowly. Then she nibbled some more and some more. Soon Alice had grown so tall that her head hit the ceiling. She grabbed the key from the table. But then Alice realised that she was once again too big to fit through the door. She might have the key now, but it was no use if she was too big to get through. Tears fell from Alice's eyes. Huge tears began to fill the room with water. Then Alice noticed the potion bottle. There was still a few drops left in the bottom. Hurriedly she drank from the bottle and noticed how she began to shrink again. To save herself from drowning in her own tears, she climbed into the glass bottle. Floating, she managed to sail through the keyhole, land at the side of the... Alice ambled along. She came across the White Rabbit once again. He was standing at the door to our house and mistook Alice for his maid. "Come," he said to Alice, "come inside now and fetch my gloves for me." Alice took advantage of the White Rabbit's confusion for a good look around the home. She couldn't find the gloves that he was talking about. Instead, she found some cakes. Unable to resist, Alice took one of the cakes, then another and another. In no time at all, she had transformed into a giant. Her head came through the roof. Her arms and legs broke through the walls of the house. It seemed that in this strange land, food changed people's size. Alice pulled a carrot up out of the garden and nibbled it. Breathed a sigh of relief. She realised she was returning to her usual size. She followed the White Rabbit, who was rushing away once more. She was led into a forest where she was met by a cat with an enormous grin. He told Alice he was called the Cheshire Cat. He was sitting in a tree. There were wooden signs all around him, pointing in all different directions. "Please," said Alice, "can you tell me the way home?" Cheshire Cat pointed to a secret path. Alice followed the path, but instead of taking her home, it took her to a house with a big long table set out in the garden. Sitting around the table drinking tea was the March Hare and a man in a big tall hat. Alice called him the Hatter. Also at the table was a little dormouse fast asleep. "No room, no room," they cried when Alice came towards the table. "There's plenty of room," said Alice, pulled out a chair to sit down. "Have some wine," offered the Hatter. "I can't see any wine," replied Alice, looking round the table. All she could see were teapots and teacups. "There isn't any," exclaimed the Hatter. "Well, what on earth did you offer it for then?" said Alice. "It's not polite to offer something. You know full well that you don't have it." "Nor is it polite to sit down without being invited," retorted the Hatter. The Hatter and the March Hare continued to talk absolute nonsense, leaving Alice extremely confused. She decided that from now on the Hatter should be referred to as the Mad Hatter, for he really was quite wacky. She listened to their silly tales for a little while longer, before deciding that enough really was enough. She got up from the table, walked into the wood. Alice saw a castle in the distance and headed in that direction. It was not long before she found herself at the entrance to the castle grounds. There she could see some playing cards. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Yes, they really were playing cards, with arms and legs, hands and feet. They appeared to be very busy, painting rose bushes, tins of bright red paint. "Why are you painting those roses red?" asked Alice curiously. "We planted white rose bushes by mistake," answered one of the playing cards. "We're painting them red to cover up the error. The Queen will have our heads chopped off if she finds out." The sound of a trumpet blowing disturbed Alice. When she looked in the direction of the sound, she saw that it was the White Rabbit who was carrying the instrument. Behind him was the Queen of Hearts. Upon seeing the girl, the Queen came over and spoke to Alice. "What is your name, my girl?" "My name is Alice, Your Majesty," replied Alice whilst curtsying. "Very well, Alice," boomed the Queen. "Come and play croquet." Alice followed the Queen of Hearts to an area in the garden set up for a croquet game. It was the strangest game of croquet that Alice had ever seen. She was quickly beginning to realise that nothing in this world was quite as you would expect. The mallets for hitting the ball were actually flamingos. The balls themselves were little hedgehogs, all curled up. Playing card soldiers standing on all fours created the arches under which the hedgehog balls were to be hit. Alice found it very hard to play the game because her flamingo mallet had a life of its own, not stay still. The Queen began to lose patience with Alice. Eventually she shouted the order, "Off with her head!" Alice panicked and began to run, a trail of playing card soldiers chasing after her. Alice tried to be brave. "I'm not afraid of you," she shouted. "You're nothing but a pack of cards." Immediately, the whole pack of playing card soldiers rose up in the air, came scattering down on top of her. Alice screamed, tried to swipe them away with her hands. Suddenly, she noted the brush of her sister's hand on her face. She was brushing away some leaves that must have fallen down onto Alice's face from the tree above. "Alice, Alice, wake up," she whispered. "You've been asleep for ages." Alice looked around her, confused. "What a strange dream I've had," she muttered. Alice knew there and then she would never forget a strange and magical visit to Wonderland. There was once a Velveteen Rabbit, and in the beginning he was really splendid. was fat and bunchy as a rabbit should be. His coat was spotted brown and white, had real thread whiskers, and his ears were lined with pink sateen. On Christmas morning, when he sat wedged in the top of the stocking, a sprig of holly between his paws, the effect was charming. There were other things in the stocking: nuts and oranges, a toy engine, chocolate almonds, and a clockwork mouse. Rabbit was quite the best of all. For at least 2 hours the boy loved him. Then aunts and uncles came to dinner. There was a great rustling of tissue paper, wrapping of parcels. In the excitement of looking at all the new presents, the Velveteen Rabbit was forgotten. For a long time he lived in the toy cupboard or on the nursery floor, and no one thought very much about him. He was naturally shy, and being only made of velveteen, some of the more expensive toys quite snubbed him. The mechanical toys were very superior, looked down upon everyone else. They were full of modern ideas, pretended they were real. The model boat, who had lived through 2 seasons and lost most of his paint, caught the tone from them, and never missed an opportunity of referring to his rigging in technical terms. The rabbit could not claim to be a model of anything, for he didn't know that real rabbits existed. He thought they were all stuffed with sawdust like himself, and he understood that sawdust was quite out of date, never be mentioned in the circle. Even Timothy, the jointed wooden lion, was made by the disabled soldiers and should have had broader views, put on airs and pretended he was connected with government. Between them all, the poor little rabbit was made to feel himself very insignificant and commonplace, and the only person who was kind to him at all, the Skin Horse. The Skin Horse had lived longer in the nursery than any of the others. He was so old that his brown coat was bald in patches, showed the seams underneath, and most of the hairs in his tail had been pulled out to string bead necklaces. He was wise, for he had seen a long succession of mechanical toys arrive to boast and swagger, by and by break their mainsprings and pass away, and he knew that they were only toys, never turn into anything else. For nursery magic is very strange and wonderful, and only those playthings that are old and wise and experienced like the Skin Horse stand on. "What is real?" asked the rabbit one day. They were laying side by side near the nursery fender before Nana came to tidy the room. "Does it mean having things that buzz inside you and a stick-out handle?" "Real isn't how you're made," Skin Horse. "It's a thing that happens to you. When a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you, then you become real." "Does it hurt?" asked the rabbit. "Sometimes," said the Skin Horse. He was always truthful. "When you're real, you don't mind being hurt." "Does it happen all at once, like being wound up, or bit by bit?" "It doesn't happen all at once," said the Skin Horse. "You become. It takes a long time. That's why it doesn't happen often to people who break easily, or have sharp edges, or have to be carefully kept. Generally, by the time you are real, most of your hair has been loved off. Your eyes drop out, get loose in the joints and very shabby. But these things don't matter at all, because once you are real, you can't be ugly, except to people who don't understand." "I suppose you are real?" said the rabbit. Then he wished he had not said it, for he thought the Skin Horse might be sensitive. The Skin Horse smiled. "The boy's uncle made me real," he said. "That was a great many years ago. But once you're real, you can't become unreal again. It lasts for always." The rabbit sighed. He thought it would be a long time before this magic called real happened to him. He longed to become real, know what it felt like. Yet the idea of growing shabby, losing his eyes and whiskers, was rather sad. He wished that he could become it without these uncomfortable things happening to him. There was a person called Nana who ruled the nursery. Sometimes she took no notice of the playthings lying about. Sometimes, for no reason whatever, she went swooping about like a great wind and hustled them away in cupboards. She called this tidying up. The playthings all hated it, especially the tin ones. The rabbit didn't mind it so much, for wherever he was thrown, it came down soft. One evening, the boy was going to bed. Couldn't find the china dog that always slept with him. Nana was in a hurry. It was too much trouble to hunt for china dogs at bedtime. She simply looked about her. Seeing that the toy cupboard door stood open, swoop. Here, take your old bunny. He'll do to sleep with you. And she dragged the rabbit out by one ear, put him into the arms. That night, many nights after, the Velveteen Rabbit slept in the boy's bed. At first he found it rather uncomfortable. The boy hugged him very tight. Sometimes he rolled over on him, and sometimes he pushed him so far under the pillow that the rabbit could scarcely breathe. And he missed, too, those long moonlight hours in the nursery, when all the house was silent, and his talks with the Skin Horse. But very soon he grew to like it. The boy used to talk to him and made nice tunnels for him under the bedclothes that he said were like the burrows the real rabbits lived in. And they had splendid games together, whispers. Nana had gone away to her supper, left the nightlight burning on the mantelpiece. When the boy dropped off to sleep, the rabbit would snuggle down close under his little warm chin. The boy's hand clasped close round him. And so time went on. The little rabbit was very happy, so happy that he never noticed how his beautiful velveteen fur was getting shabbier and shabbier, and his tail becoming unsewn. All the pink rubbed off his nose. The boy had kissed him. Spring came. They had long days in the garden, for wherever the boy went, the rabbit went too. He had rides in the wheelbarrow, picnics on the grass, and lovely fairy huts built for him, the raspberry canes behind the flower bowl. And once, the boy was called away suddenly to go out to tea. The rabbit was left out on the lawn until long after dusk, and Nana had to come and look for him with a candle, because the boy couldn't go to sleep unless he was there. He was wet through with the dew, quite earthy from diving into the burrows the boy had made from the flower bed. Nana grumbled as she rubbed him off her apron. "You must have your old bunny," she said. "Fancy all that fuss for a toy." The boy sat up in bed, stretched out his hands. "Give me my bunny," he said. "You mustn't say that. He isn't a toy. He's real." When the little rabbit heard that, he was happy, for he knew that what the Skin Horse had said was true at last. The nursery magic had happened to him, and he was a toy no longer. He was real. The boy himself had said it. That night he was almost too happy to sleep, and so much love stirred in his little sawdust heart it almost burst. And into his boot-button eyes that had long ago lost their polish, there came a look of wisdom and beauty, so that even Nana noticed it next morning when he picked him up and said, "I declare if that old bunny hasn't got quite a knowing expression." That was a wonderful summer. Near the house where they lived was a wood. In the long June evenings, the boy liked to go there after tea to play. He took the Velveteen Rabbit with him, and before he wandered off to pick flowers or play at brigands among the trees, he always made the rabbit a little nest somewhere among the bracken. It would be quite cosy. For he was a kind-hearted little boy. He liked Bunny to be comfortable. One evening, while the rabbit was lying there alone, watching the ants that ran to and fro between velvet paws in the grass, he saw two strange beings creep out of the tall bracken near him. They were rabbits like himself, quite furry and brand new. They must have been very well made, for Their seams didn't show at all. They changed shape in a queer way when they moved. One minute they were long and thin, the next minute fat and bunchy, instead of always staying the same like he did. Their feet padded softly on the ground. They crept quite close to him, twitching their noses, while the rabbit stared hard to see which side the clockwork stuck out. For he knew that people who jump generally have something to wind them up. He couldn't see it. They were evidently a new kind of rabbit altogether. They stared at him. The little rabbit stared back. All the time their noses twitched. "Why don't you get up and play with us?" one of them asked. "Don't feel like it," said the rabbit, for he didn't want to explain that he had no clockwork. "Oh," said the furry rabbit, "it's as easy as anything." And he gave a big hop sideways and stood on his hind legs. "I don't believe you can," he said. "I can," said the little rabbit. "I can jump higher than anything." He meant when the boy threw him, but of course he didn't want to say so. "Can you hop on your hind legs?" asked the furry rabbit. That was a dreadful question, for the Velveteen Rabbit had no hind legs at all. The back of him was made all in one piece, like a pincushion. He sat still in the bracken and hoped that the other rabbits wouldn't notice. "I don't want to," he said again. But the wild rabbits have very sharp eyes. This one stretched out his neck and looked. "He hasn't got any hind legs," he called out. "Fancy a rabbit without any hind legs." He began to laugh. "I have," cried the little rabbit. "I have got hind legs. I'm sitting on them." "Then stretch them out and show me like this," said the wild rabbit. He began to whirl round and dance, so the little rabbit got quite dizzy. "I don't like dancing," he said. "I'd rather sit still." But all the while he was longing to dance, for a funny new tickly feeling ran through him. He felt he would give anything in the world to be able to jump about like that. The strange rabbit stopped dancing, came quite close. He came so close this time that his long whiskers brushed the Velveteen Rabbit's ear. Then he wrinkled his nose suddenly, flattened his ears, jumped backwards. "He doesn't smell right," he exclaimed. "He isn't a rabbit at all. He isn't real." "I am real," said the little rabbit. "I am real. The boy said so." He nearly began to cry. Just then there was a sound of footsteps. The boy ran past near them. A stamp of feet, a flash of white tails. Two strange rabbits disappeared. "Come back and play with me," called the little rabbit. "Oh, do come back. I know I am real." There was no answer. Only the little ants ran to and fro. Bracken swayed gently where the two strangers had passed. Velveteen Rabbit was all alone. "Oh dear," he thought. "Why did they run away like that? Why couldn't they stop and talk to me?" For a long time he lay very still, watching the bracken and hoping that they would come back. But they never returned, and presently the sun sank lower. Little white moths fluttered out. The boy came, carried him home. Weeks passed, and the little rabbit grew very old and shabby, but the boy loved him just as much. He loved him so hard, he loved all his whiskers off. The pink lining to his ears turned grey. His brown spots faded. He even began to lose his shape, and he scarcely looked like a rabbit anymore, except to the boy. To him he was always beautiful. That was all the little rabbit really cared about. He didn't mind how he looked to other people, because the nursery magic had made him real. When you are real, shabbiness doesn't matter. And then, one day, the boy was ill. His face grew very flushed, talked in his sleep, and his little body was so hot that it burned the rabbit when he held him close. Strange people came and went in the nursery, and a light burned all night. Through it all, the little Velveteen Rabbit lay there, hidden from sight under the bedclothes. He never stirred, for he was afraid that if they found him, someone might take him away, and he knew that the boy needed him. It was a long, weary time, for the boy was too ill to play. The little rabbit found it rather dull with nothing to do. But he snuggled down patiently, looked forward to the time when the boy should be well again. They would go out into the garden among the flowers. Splendid games in the raspberry thicket like this too. All sorts of delightful things he planned. While the boy lay half asleep, crept up close to the pillow, whispered them in his ear. And presently, fever turned. The boy got better. He was able to sit up in bed and look at picture books, while the little rabbit cuddled close at his side. One day, let him get up and rest. It was a bright sunny morning, and the windows stood wide open. They had carried the boy out onto the balcony, wrapped in a shawl. The little rabbit lay tangled up among the bedclothes, thinking. The boy was going to the seaside tomorrow. Everything was arranged, and now it only remained to carry out the doctor's orders. They talked about it all. Little Rabbit lay under the bedclothes, just his head peeping out. And the room was to be disinfected. All the books and toys that the boy had played with in bed must be burnt. Hooray, thought the little rabbit. Tomorrow we shall go to the seaside. For the boy had often talked of the seaside, and he wanted very much to see the big waves coming in, tiny crabs, the sandcastles. Just then, Nana caught sight of him. How about his old bunny? He asked. That? Said the doctor. Why, it's a mass of scarlet fever germs. Burn it at once. What? Nonsense. Get him a new one. He mustn't have that any more. So the little rabbit was put into a sack, the old picture books, a lot of rubbish, carried out to the end of the garden before the fowl house. That was a fine place to make a bonfire. Only the gardener was too busy just then to attend to it. He had the potatoes to dig and the green peas to gather, but next morning he promised to come quite early and burn the whole lot. That night, the boy slept in a different bedroom, and he had a new bunny to sleep with him. It was a splendid bunny, all white plush with real glass eyes, but the boy was too excited to care very much about it. Tomorrow he was going to the seaside. That in itself was such a wonderful thing that he could think of nothing else. And while the boy was asleep, dreaming of the seaside, Little Rabbit lay among the old picture books, in the corner behind the fowl house. He felt very low. The sack had been left untied, so by wriggling a bit, he was able to get his head through the opening and out. He was shivering a little, for he had always been used to sleeping in a proper bed. By this time, his coat had worn so thin and threadbare from hugging, it was no longer any protection to him. Nearby he could see the thicket of raspberry canes, growing tall and close like a tropical jungle, in whose shadow he had played with the boy on bygone morning. He thought of those long sunlit hours in the garden, how happy they were, and a great sadness came over him. He seemed to see them all pass before him, each more beautiful than the other. Fairy huts in the flower bed, the quiet evenings in the wood, he lay in the bracken and the little ants ran over his paws. The wonderful day when he first knew that he was real. He thought of the skin horse, so wise and gentle, and all that he had told him. Of what use was it to be loved and lose one's beauty, become real? It all ended like this. A tear, a real tear, trickled down his shabby velvet nose, fell to it. Then a strange thing happened. For where the tear had fallen, flower grew out of the ground. A mysterious flower, not at all like any that grew in the garden. It had slender green leaves the colour of emerald, and in the centre of the leaves a blossom, a golden cup. So beautiful, Little Rabbit forgot to cry. Just lay there watching. And presently the blossom opened. Out of it stepped a fairy. She was quite the loveliest fairy in the whole world. Her dress was of pearl and dewdrops. There were flowers round her neck and in her hair. Her face was like the most perfect flower of all. She came close to the little rabbit, gathered him up in her arms, kissed him on his velveteen nose that was all damp from Little Rabbit, don't you know who I am? Rabbit looked up at her. It seemed to him that he had seen her face before. He couldn't think of where. I am the nursery magic fairy, he said. I take care of all the playthings that the children have loved. When they are old and worn out, children don't need them anymore. Then I come, take them away with me and turn them into real. Wasn't I real before? You were real to the boy, because he loved you. Now you shall be real to everyone. She held the little rabbit close in her arms, flew with him in. It was light now, the moon had risen. All the forest was beautiful. The fronds of the bracken shone like frosted snow. In the open glade between the tree trunks, wild rabbits danced with their shadows on the grass. But when they saw the fairy, they all stopped dancing, stood round in a ring to stare at her. I've brought you a new playfellow, the fairy said. Must be very kind to him. Teach him all he needs to know in Rabbitland, for he is going to live with you forever and ever. She kissed the little rabbit again, down on the grass. Run and play, little rabbit, he said. But the little rabbit sat quite still for a moment. But when he saw all the wild rabbits dancing around him, he suddenly remembered about his hind legs, and he didn't want them to see he was made of peace. He did not know when the fairy kissed him that last time, it changed him. He might have sat there a long time, too shy to move. Just then something hadn't tickled his nose. Before he thought what he was doing, he lifted his hind toe to scratch it. And he found that he actually had hind legs. Instead of dingy velveteen, he had brown fur, soft and shiny. His ears twitched by themselves. His whiskers were so long they brushed the grass. He gave one leap. The joy of using those hind legs was so great, he went springing about the turf on them, jumping sideways and whirling round as the others. And he grew so excited that when at last he did stop to look for the fairy, gone. He was a real rabbit at last, at home with the other rabbits. Autumn passed, and winter, and in the spring, days grew warm and sunny. The boy went out to play in the wood behind the house. While he was playing, 2 rabbits crept out from the bracken and peeped at him. One of them was brown all over, but the other had strange markings under his fur, as though long ago he had been spotted. The spots still showed through, and about his little soft nose, brown black eye, was something, so that the boy thought to himself, "Why, he looks just like my old bunny that was lost when I had scarlet fever." But he never knew that it really was his own. Come back to look at the child, first helped him be real. Jack and the Beanstalk. Once upon a time, there was a little boy called Jack who lived with his mother. They were very poor, for times had been hard. Jack was too young to work. Almost all the furniture of the little cottage had been sold to buy bread, until at last there was nothing left worth selling. Only their cow Daisy remained. She gave milk every morning, which they took to the market and sold. But one sad day, Daisy gave no milk, and then things looked bad indeed. One day, Jack's mother said to him, "Jack, we have no money left. We have no choice but to sell Daisy. Please take her to the market today and sell her for a good price." Jack was sad at the thought of saying goodbye to Daisy, but to his mother said, "Okay, mother, you can trust me to make a good bargain." And away he went to the market. Jack walked along sadly. After a while he came across a butcher. "Good morning," said the butcher. "Good morning," answered Jack. "Where are you going?" said the butcher. "I'm going to market to sell the cow." "Well then, it's lucky that I met you," replied the butcher. "I may be able to save you the trouble of going so far." With this, he put his hand in his pocket, pulled out 5 curious-looking beans. "What are those?" asked Jack. "Beans," replied the butcher. "But these are no ordinary beans. They are the most wonderful beans that ever were known. Plant them overnight. By the next morning, you'll find a beanstalk that reaches right into the sky. To save you from going all the way to the market, how would you like to exchange these magic beans for that cow of yours?" "Yes!" shouted Jack, who was so delighted that he ran all the way home to tell his mother about his piece of luck. Jack's mother was far from pleased. "Magic beans?" she cried. "I've never heard such nonsense. How are we going to feed ourselves with magic beans? Off to bed with you!" she cried, and she was so angry she threw the beans out of the window and into the garden. So poor Jack went to bed without any supper, and cried himself to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, the room was almost dark. Jack jumped out of bed, ran to the window to see what was the matter. The sun was shining brightly outside. From the ground right up beside his window was a great beanstalk, which stretched up and up as far as he could see to the sky. "I'll just see where it leads to," thought Jack, and with that he stepped out of the window onto the beanstalk, began to climb upward. He climbed up and up until after a while his mother's cottage looked like a tiny dot below. At last the beanstalk ended. Jack found himself in a new and beautiful country. A little way off there was a great castle, a wide road leading straight up to the front gate. But what most surprised Jack was to find a lady suddenly standing beside him. "Good morning," said Jack very politely. "Good morning, Jack," replied the lady, and Jack was more surprised than ever, for he could not imagine how she knew his name. But he soon found that she knew a lot more about him. She told him how, when he was quite a little baby, his father, a brave knight, had been killed by the giant who lived in the castle, and how his mother, in order to save Jack, promised never to tell the secret. "All that the giant has is yours," she said. Disappeared quite as suddenly as she came. She must be a fairy. Jack. As he drew near to the castle, he saw the giant's wife standing at the door. "If you please, ma'am," he asked, "would you kindly give me some breakfast? I've had nothing to eat since yesterday." Now, the giant's wife although very big and very ugly, had a kind heart. So she said, "Very well, little man, come in. But you must be quick about it, for if my husband the giant finds you here, he will eat you up, bones and all." So in Jack went. The giant's wife gave him a good breakfast. Before he had half finished it, there came a terrible knock at the front door, which seemed to shake even the thick walls of the castle. "Dearie me, that's my husband," said the giantess in a terrible fright. "We must hide you somehow." She lifted Jack up and popped him into the empty kettle. No sooner had the giant's wife opened the door than her husband roared out, "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." "It's a boy, I'm sure it is," continued. "Where is he? I'll have him for my breakfast." "Nonsense," said his wife. "You must be mistaken. It's the food you smell." So the giant sat down and ate up the rest of the breakfast the giantess had prepared for Jack. When he'd finished, he said, "Wife, bring me my bags of coins." So his wife brought him 2 full bags of gold. The giant began to count his money. But he was so sleepy that his head soon began to nod. Then he began to snore like the rumbling of thunder. Then Jack crept out, snatched up the 2 bags. Though the giant's dog barked loudly, made his way down the beanstalk back to the cottage before the giant awoke. Jack and his mother were now quite rich, but Jack couldn't help going back to the giant's castle. So while his mother was away at market, he climbed up and up and up and up till he got to the top of the beanstalk again. Giantess was standing at the door, just as before. She did not recognise Jack. "If you please, ma'am," he said, "will you give me some breakfast?" "Run away," she said, "or my husband the giant will eat you up, bones and all. The last boy who came here stole 2 bags of gold. Off with you." Giantess had a kind heart, and after a while she allowed Jack to come to the kitchen, where she set before him enough breakfast to last him a week. He had hardly begun to eat. There was a great rumbling like an earthquake. Giantess quickly hid Jack in the oven before the giant came. No sooner was he inside the room than he roared, "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." But his wife told him he was mistaken, and again he ate up the rest of Jack's breakfast before calling out, "Wife, bring the little brown hen." The giantess went out, brought in a little brown hen, which she placed on the table. "Lay," said the giant. The hen at once laid a golden egg. "Lay," said the giant a second time. She laid another golden egg. "Lay," said the giant a third time, and she laid a third golden egg. "That will do for today." The giant stretched himself out and go to sleep. As soon as he began to snore, Jack crept out of the oven, went on tiptoe to the table, and, snatching up the little brown hen, made a dash. Then the hen began to cluck, the giant began to stir, but before he was awake, Jack had escaped from the castle, and, climbing as fast as he could down the beanstalk, got home safely to his mother's cottage. The little brown hen laid so many golden eggs that Jack and his mother now had more money than they could spend. Jack was always thinking about the beanstalk. One day, he crept out of the window again, climbed up and up and up and up till he reached the top. This time, you may be sure, he was careful not to be seen, so he crept round to the back of the castle. When the giant's wife went out, he slipped into the kitchen and hid himself in the oven. In came the giant, roaring louder than ever. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. But the giantess was quite sure that she had seen no little boys that morning, and after grumbling a great deal, the giant sat down to breakfast. Even then he was not quite satisfied, for every now and again he would say, Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. And once he got up and looked in the kettle, but of course Jack was in the oven all the time. When the giant had finished, he called out, Wife, bring me the golden harp. She brought in the golden harp, placed it on the table. Sing, said the giant, and the harp at once began to sing the most beautiful songs that ever were heard. It sang so sweetly that the giant soon fell fast asleep, and then Jack crept quietly out of the oven, going on tiptoe to the table, seized hold of the golden harp. But the harp at once called out, Master, Master! The giant woke up just in time to catch sight of Jack running out of the door. A fearful roar, the giant dashed after Jack, held the harp tight, and ran faster than he had ever run before. The giant, with his long strides, soon began catching up to Jack, and the boy would have been caught if the giant hadn't tripped over a rock. Before he could pick himself up, Jack began to climb down the beanstalk. When the giant arrived at the edge, he was nearly halfway to the cottage. The giant began to climb down too, but as soon as Jack saw him coming, he called out, Mother, bring me an axe! And the widow hurried out with one. Jack had no sooner reached the ground than he cut the beanstalk right in two. Down came the giant with a terrible crash, and that, may be sure, was the end of him. What became of the giantess and the castle, nobody knows, but Jack and his mother grew very rich and lived happily ever after. The Emperor's New Clothes by Hans Christian Andersen. Many years ago, there was an emperor who was so excessively fond of new clothes that he spent all his money on them. He did not care at all about his army, nor was he interested in going to the theatre or hunting in the woods, except for the sake of showing off his new clothes. He had a different suit for each hour of the day, and rather than spending time in his meeting room like any other king or emperor, this emperor was almost always to be found in his dressing room. Time passed merrily in the large town where the emperor lived, and new people arrived every day. One day, two rascals calling themselves weavers made their appearance. They claimed that they knew how to weave the most beautiful cloth imaginable. The colours and patterns were extremely beautiful. The clothes made out of this cloth would be invisible to all those who were too stupid to see it. These must indeed be splendid clothes, thought the emperor. If I wore such a suit, I would at once be able to distinguish the wise from the stupid. This stuff must be woven for me immediately. And he paid the weavers a large sum of money to begin their work. So the two rascals set up two looms and pretended to work busily, though in reality they did nothing at all. They asked for the most delicate silk, the purest gold thread, all of which went directly into their own bags, and then continued their pretend work, the empty looms, until late at night. "I wonder how the weavers are getting on with my cloth," said the Emperor to himself after a little time had passed. He felt a little embarrassed, however, when he remembered that those who were stupid or unfit to do their jobs would be unable to see the cloth. He believed that he himself would be clever enough to see it, but to be sure, he thought he would send someone else to see how the weavers were getting along. All the people throughout the city had heard of the peculiar cloth that could only be seen by those who were clever enough, and all were anxious to learn how wise or how ignorant their neighbours might prove to be. "I'll send my faithful old minister to the weavers. He'll be the best able to see how the cloth looks, for he is a man of sense, and no one can be more suitable for his job than he is." So the faithful old minister went into the hall where the two rascals were working with all their might at their empty looms. "What can be the meaning of this?" thought the old man, opening his eyes very wide. "I cannot see anything, not even the tiniest bit of thread on the looms." However, he was very careful not to say anything out loud. The two tricksters beckoned the minister to come closer to their looms, and then asked him what he thought about the pattern, and whether he thought the colours were beautiful, all whilst pointing to the empty frames. No matter how hard the poor old minister looked, he could see nothing on the looms, for of course there was nothing there. "What?" thought the minister to himself. "Is it possible that I am a fool? I've never thought so myself, and if I am, then no one must ever find out. Can it be that I am unfit for my job and position? No, that must not be said either. I will never admit that I could not see the cloth." "Well, Sir Minister," said one of the cheats, still pretending to work, "you've not said what you think about our work." "Oh, I think it's excellent," replied the old minister, looking at the loom through his glasses. "This pattern and the colours! Yes, I will tell the Emperor without delay how very beautiful they are." "We would be very grateful," said the rascals. Then they pointed out the different colours and the patterns on the pretend cloth. The old minister listened closely to their words in order to repeat them to the Emperor, and then the rascals asked for more silk and gold, saying that it was necessary to complete their work. However, they put everything that was given to them into their bags, and continued to pretend to work as hard as ever at their loom. The Emperor now sent another officer of his court to see how the men were getting on, and to find out whether the cloth would soon be ready. It was just the same with this gentleman as with the minister. He studied the looms on all sides, but could see nothing at all but the empty frames. "Does the cloth appear as beautiful to you as it did to the minister?" asked the cheats, at the same time making the gestures as before, and talking of the design and colours which were, of course, not there. "I certainly am not stupid," thought the messenger. "It must be that I am not fit for my job. That's very odd. However, no one shall know anything about it." And accordingly he praised the cloth that he could not see, and declared that he was delighted with both colours and patterns. "Indeed," he said to the Emperor when he returned, "the cloth which the weavers are preparing is extraordinarily magnificent." The whole city was talking of the splendid cloth, and now the Emperor himself wished to see it while it was still on the loom. Accompanied by a select number of officers of the court, among whom were the two honest men who had already admired the cloth, he went to visit the clever rascals, who, as soon as they were aware that the Emperor was on his way, went on working harder than ever, although they still did not pass a single thread through the looms. "Isn't it just magnificent?" said the two men who had already visited the looms. "See, Your Majesty, what splendid colours and what a pattern!" At the same time, they pointed to the empty frames, for they imagined that everyone else could see this exquisite piece of workmanship. "How can it be?" thought the Emperor to himself. "I can't see a thing. This is terrible. Am I stupid, or am I unfit to be an emperor? Oh, that would be the worst thing that could happen." "Oh, the cloth is certainly charming," he said aloud. "I most certainly approve." And he smiled most graciously and looked closely at the empty looms, for he most certainly would not admit that he could not see the cloth that the other two men had praised so much. Everyone in the group now strained their eyes, hoping to discover something on the looms. They could see no more than the others. Nevertheless, they all exclaimed, "Oh, how beautiful!" and advised His Majesty to have some new clothes made from this splendid material for the parade that was soon approaching. "Magnificent, charming, excellent," they all said. The Emperor joined in with the merriness and presented the rascals with a ribbon to be worn in their buttonholes, and gave them the title of Gentlemen Weavers. The rogues sat up the whole of the night before the day of the parade, and had 16 candles burning, so that everyone might see how anxious they were to finish the Emperor's new clothes. They pretended to roll the cloth off the looms. They cut the air with their scissors and sewed with needles without any thread in them. "See," they cried at last, "the Emperor's new clothes are ready." And now the Emperor, with all the grandees of his court, came to the weavers, and the rascals raised their arms as if in the act of holding something up, saying, "Here are your Majesty's trousers, here's the scarf, here is the cloak. The whole suit is as light as a cobweb. You may feel as though you have nothing on at all when dressed in these fine clothes. However, that is the beauty of this delicate cloth." "Yes, indeed," said all the courtiers, although not one of them could see any cloth at all. "If your Imperial Majesty will kindly take off his clothes, we will fit on the new suit in front of the mirror." The Emperor undressed, and the rascals pretended to dress him in his new suit, the Emperor turning round from side to side in front of the mirror. "How splendid His Majesty looks in his new clothes, and how well they fit!" everyone cried out. "What a design! What colours! These are indeed royal robes." "The canopy that is to be carried over your Majesty in the parade is waiting outside," announced the chief master of the ceremonies. "I am quite ready," said the Emperor. "Do my new clothes fit well?" he asked, turning himself round again before the mirror as if he were admiring his new clothes. The chamberlains, who were to carry the train of the Emperor's cloak, felt about on the ground as if they were lifting up the ends of the cloak, pretended to be carrying something. But they would by no means let it be noticed that they could neither see nor feel anything. So the Emperor went along in the parade, walking under his high canopy in the midst of the procession, through the streets of his capital, and all the people standing by and those at the windows cried out, "Oh, how beautiful are our Emperor's new clothes! What a magnificent long cloak, and how gracefully the scarf hangs!" Nobody would admit that they could not see a thing, as they would not risk being called stupid or foolish. Certainly none of the Emperor's clothes had ever been such a success before. But the Emperor has nothing on at all," said a little child. "Listen to the voice of innocence," exclaimed his father, and what the child had said was whispered from one to another. "But he has nothing on at all," at last cried out all the people. The Emperor was startled by this, for he knew that the people were right. But he thought, "I must carry this out now to the end of the parade." And so he held himself more stiffly than ever. The chamberlains held on to the train, the cloak that was not there at all. The Wolf and the 5 Little Goats. There was once a mother goat who had 5 little kids. One day the mother goat was going to the forest to gather some wood for her fire. "Now, my little kids," she said, "you must be very careful while I am away. Lock the door behind me. Do not open it to anybody until I return. If the wicked wolf should get in, he would certainly eat you." The little kids promised they would be careful, and then their mother set off for the forest. As soon as she had gone, they locked the door behind her. Now, it so happened the old wolf was out prowling that day. He saw the mother goat trotting away toward the forest, and as soon as she was out of sight, he crept down to the house and knocked at the door. Rap, tap, tap. "Who's there?" called the little kids within. "It is I, your mother, my dears," answered the wolf, his great rough voice. "Open the door and let me in." But the kids were very clever little kids. "No, no," they cried. "You are not our mother. Our mother has a soft, sweet voice, and your voice is harsh and rough. You must be the wolf." When the wolf heard this, he was very angry. He battered and battered at the door. They would not let him in. Then he turned and galloped away as fast as he could till he came to a dairy. There he stuck his head in at the window, and the woman had just finished churning her butter. "Woman, woman," cried the wolf, "give me some butter. You do not, I will come in and upset your churn." Woman was frightened. At once she gave him a great deal of butter, all he could eat. The wolf swallowed it down, and then he ran back to the goat's house and knocked at the door. Rat, tat, tat. "Who is there?" asked the little goats within. "Your mother, my dears," answered the wolf, and now his voice was very soft and smooth because of the butter that he had swallowed. "It is our mother," cried the little kids, and they were about to open the door. The littlest kid of all, who was very wise, stopped them. "Wait a moment," he said. "Sounds like our mother's voice, but before we open the door, we had better be very, very sure it is not the wolf." Then he called through the door, "Put your paws up on the windowsill." The wolf suspected nothing, put his paws up on the windowsill, and as soon as the little kids saw them, they knew at once that it was not their mother. "No, no," they cried, "you are not our mother. Our mother has pretty white feet, and your feet are as black as soot. You must be the wolf." When the wolf heard this, he was angrier than ever. He turned and galloped away again, and as he galloped, he growled to himself and gnashed his teeth. Soon he came to a baker's shop, and there he stuck his head in at the window. "Baker, baker, give me some flour," he cried. "If you do not, I will upset your pans and spoil your baking." The baker was frightened. At once he gave the wolf all the flour he wanted. The wolf took it, ran away with it. He ran until he came to the goat's house. There he sat down and covered his black feet all over with the white flour. Then he knocked at the door. Rap, tap, tap. "Who's there?" cried the little goats within. "Your mother, my dears, come home again," answered the wolf in his smooth, buttery voice. "Put your paws up on the windowsill." The wolf put his paws up on the windowsill, and they looked quite white because of the flour. Then the little kids felt sure it was their mother, and they gladly opened the door. In bounded the wicked wolf. The little goats cried out, and away they ran, some in one direction, some in another. They hid themselves, one behind the door, and one in the dough trough, one in the wash tub, one under the bed. One was the littlest one of all, hid in the tall clock case. The wolf stood there glaring about him, not see a single one of them. Then he began to hunt about for them, but he was in a hurry because he was afraid that the mother goat would come home again. He found the kid behind the door, and he was in such a hurry he swallowed it whole without hurting it in the least. He found the one in the wash tub, and he swallowed it whole too. He found the one in the dough trough, and it too he swallowed whole. Found the one under the bed, and he swallowed it whole. The only one he did not find was the one in the clock case, and he never thought of looking there. He hunted around, and he was afraid to stay any longer in case their mother came home. By now the old wolf felt very heavy and sleepy. He looked around for a place to go in order to lie down and rest. Not far away were some rocks and trees. Here the wolf stretched himself out. Soon he was snoring so loudly that the leaves of the trees shook overhead. Soon after this, the mother goat came home. As soon as she saw the door of the house standing open, she knew at once that something bad had happened. She went in and looked around her. The furniture was all tipped up and scattered about the room. "My dear little kids," cried the mother, "the wicked wolf has certainly been here and eaten them all." "He didn't eat me," said a little voice in the clock case. The mother goat opened the door of the clock case. The littlest kid of all hopped out. "But why were you in the clock case? And what has happened?" asked the mother. Then the little kid told her all about how the wolf had come there, buttery voice and his whitened paws, and how they had let him in, and how he had swallowed all 4 of the other little kids so that he alone was left. After the mother goat had heard the story, she went to the door and looked about. Then she heard the old wolf snoring where he lay asleep under the trees, shade of the rocks. "That must be the old wolf snoring," said the mother goat, "and he cannot be far away. Do not make a noise, my little kid, but come with me." The mother goat crept over to the heap of rocks. Little kid followed her on tiptoes. Deep down, and there lay the old wolf, fast asleep. "Now, my little kid," whispered the mother, "run straight home again as fast as you can, and fetch me my scissors and a needle and some strong thread." The little kid did as his mother said, and he ran so softly over the grass that not even a mouse could have heard him. As soon as he returned, the mother goat crept up to the old wolf, and with the sharp scissors she slit the wolf's tummy open like a sack. Out popped one little kid, and out popped another little kid, and another, and another. There they all were, safe and sound. And all this while the wolf carried on sleeping and snoring. "And now, my little kids," whispered the mother, "each one of you shall bring me a round stone, very quick and quiet." So the little kids ran away and hunted around, and each brought their mother back a big round stone. They were very quick, very quiet about it, just as their mother had asked them to be. Mother Goat put the stones inside the wolf, sewed his tummy back up, strong thread. After that, she and the little kids hid themselves behind the rocks and watched and waited. Soon the old wolf yawned and opened his eyes. Then he got up and shook himself. When he did so, stones inside him rattled together so that the goat and the little kids could hear them where they hid behind the rocks. Oh dear me, groaned the wolf. What is so heavy and rattles against my poor bones? Not little goats, I fear, but only big stones. Now, what with the stones inside of him, the hot sun overhead, Wolf grew very thirsty. Nearby was a deep well, water almost up to the top of it. The old wolf went to drink. He leaned over, and all the stones rolled up to his head, and he lost his balance. Plump! He went down into the water. Stones carried him straight to the bottom. He could not swim at all, so he was drowned. All the little kids ran out from behind the rocks and began to dance around the well. The old wolf is dead, hurrah, hurrah, the old wolf is dead, hurrah, they sang. And the mother goat came and danced with them, were all so delighted. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Once upon a time, there was a little princess called Snow White, who had a cruel stepmother, jealous of her. The queen had a magic mirror which could speak to her. When she looked into it and asked who was the most beautiful lady in the land, the mirror told her that she was, for she was very beautiful. But as Snow White grew up, she became even more beautiful than her stepmother, and the mirror told the queen this. So the queen ordered one of her huntsmen to take Snow White away and kill her. He was too kind-hearted to be able to do this, so he left Snow White in the woods, told her to run away and escape. Snow White wandered about in the woods, not knowing what to do, till she came to a house belonging to 7 little dwarfs. The little dwarfs were kind and allowed Snow White to come in and live with them. Every day Snow White would make their 7 little beds and cook meals for the 7 little men. For a while, they were all quite happy. One day, however, the Queen asked her magic mirror who was the most beautiful lady in the land. How surprised she was to hear the mirror reply, Snow White was the most beautiful. The Queen had believed Snow White to be dead. She decided that Snow White really must die. So she disguised herself as an old lady selling pretty combs. She cast a spell over the comb so that it would poison Snow White. She used it to comb her hair. Then the Queen set off for the little house where Snow White lived with the 7 dwarfs. When Snow White heard the knocking on the door, she peeped out of the window and said, "Hello there, what do you have to sell?" "Combs, pretty hair combs," replied the old woman. Snow White opened the door and allowed the old woman to comb her hair. The minute the old lady put the poisoned comb in her hair, Snow White fell down as though she were dead. When the 7 dwarfs came home, they found poor Snow White on the floor. Suspecting the bad queen was to blame, they began looking around to try and find the cause. They soon found the comb and pulled it out of Snow White's hair. To their great happiness, Snow White came to life again. When the queen got home, she again asked her magic mirror who was the most beautiful lady in the world. "Snow White," replied the mirror, and the queen was angry. She couldn't believe that Snow White was still alive. She planned to make an end of her for good, so she disguised herself as a different old lady, made a poisoned apple, and set off once again to 7 dwarfs' cottage. Snow White opened the door to the old lady, took the apple. As soon as she took a bite, it stuck in her throat, choked her. The little dwarfs arrived home, found Snow White on the floor. This time they could not bring her back to life. They were heartbroken. They made a beautiful glass coffin, put Snow White into. As they were carrying her away to bury her, met a prince who fell in love with Snow White, begged the dwarfs to give her to. The dwarfs felt so sorry for the love-struck prince that they agreed. The prince's servants were about to carry the glass coffin away. They tripped, fell over the root of a tree. They lost their balance. The coffin that they were carrying wobbled so much that the piece of poisonous apple stuck in Snow White's throat came loose. She sat up, alive and well again. The prince was delighted, and the two of them got married. The prince, Snow White, and the dwarfs happily ever after. The wicked stepmother came to a bad end, and no one felt at all sorry for her. The Golden Goose. Once upon a time, an old man and his wife had 3 sons. The first 2 sons were tall and handsome. The old man and his wife were always telling them how wonderful they were. The 3rd son was not very tall or handsome, nor was he clever. The family hardly ever called him by his proper name, and instead they called him Simpleton. One day, the eldest son went into the forest to cut wood. His mother gave him a basket which contained her best homemade cake and a bottle of juice. While the boy was walking through the forest, he met an old man. The old man was hungry and thirsty, and, looking hungrily at the basket of food, asked, "Please, dear boy, would you be so kind as to share some of your food with this old man?" But the boy replied, "If I were to share my food with you, I would have none left for myself. Be off with you." And he carried on walking, leaving the old man behind. The old man said nothing, silently put a curse on the boy, so that when he was chopping a tree, his axe fell and wounded his arm. The next day, it was the turn of the second son to go and chop wood in the forest. Again, the mother packed him a basket of food for lunch. He hadn't been in the forest long before he passed the same old man. "Please," asked the old man, "I'm very hungry and thirsty. Would you share some of your lunch with me?" "Poof," answered the boy. "What I give to you, I lose for myself." And he walked away. Once more the old man said nothing, but not long after the boy began to chop wood, he dropped his axe and hurt his leg so badly he had to be carried home. That was the work of the little old man. As the 2 eldest brothers were at home, recovering from their accidents, the father spoke to the youngest son, Simpleton. "There is no point in you being at home doing nothing when your brothers are too injured to work. Get yourself into the forest and cut down some wood. If you're not too stupid, of course," added the father slyly. It was not very often that Simpleton was allowed into the forest to chop wood, and he jumped at the chance. His mother prepared him a basket of food, just as she had for her other 2 sons. But whereas the 2 oldest sons had been able to enjoy the finest cake and sweetest juice, for Simpleton, the mother packed an old burnt piece of cake and a bottle of water. Nevertheless, Simpleton set off for the forest without complaint. Once in the forest, the same old man asked Simpleton if he might share his food. "I'm hungry and thirsty," he said to the boy. Simpleton was happy to share his food with the old man, but warned him that the cake was burnt and that he only had water to drink. "That doesn't matter," answered the old man. "I'm just grateful for anything that you can give me." And the 2 of them ate happily together. Once they had finished their meal, the old man turned to Simpleton and said, "You have been very kind to me and shared with me what little you had. You have a good heart. Because of that, I will grant you good luck. Over there stands a tree. You cut it down, you will find something valuable among the roots." Simpleton thanked the old man and continued on to the tree that he had pointed out. He began chopping. When he was finished, he looked beneath the roots, found a goose with feathers of pure gold. He picked the goose up and took it with him to an inn where he decided to stay the night. He paid for his room with one of the gold feathers. The innkeeper had 3 daughters, and each one of them was curious about Simpleton and the golden goose. Fancy! A goose with golden feathers! The sisters could not stop themselves from thinking about all the things they could buy with the golden feathers. So each one of them decided to try and get her hands on the goose. When Simpleton was fast asleep, the eldest daughter crept quietly into his room. She saw the golden goose resting in the corner of the room. She reached out to touch the golden feathers, but when she tried to move her hand away, it was stuck fast. The girl could not think what to do, so she decided to wait a while and hope that her hand would eventually become free. So the girl sat on the floor and waited next to the goose, while Simpleton snored in bed. It wasn't long before the girl fell asleep too. Soon the door opened again and the middle sister crept in. She saw her sleeping sister and tapped her on the shoulder to try and wake her, but her hand stuck fast. A few hours passed. By now everyone was sleeping. Simpleton in the bed, the goose tucked up in the corner, the 2 sisters whose hands had still not become free. The 3rd sister came into the room, hoping for her chance to steal the golden goose. She was shocked to see her 2 sisters already in the room and fast asleep too. She stretched out her hand to wake the middle sister, find out what was going on. To her surprise and horror, she also found herself stuck fast. 3 sisters had no choice but to spend the night beside the goose. The next morning, Simpleton awoke, refreshed. He picked up the golden goose and left the inn, paying no attention whatsoever to the 3 sisters who were stuck hanging on to the bird. The girls ran along in a line behind him, swaying this way and that, depending on the direction that Simpleton took. Along the way, they came across a priest. The priest looked at the strange little group and thought to himself, "My, what a sight! What on earth are those girls doing, running after that poor boy like that?" He tried to stop the sister at the back of the line by putting his hand on her shoulder, but when he tried to lift it again, he discovered that it was stuck fast. The poor priest could see no other option than to run along behind the others. A policeman saw the group go by, thought it was a rather strange sight. "I must find out what's going on here," he said to himself. So he blew his whistle and ran up to the group. "Stop! Stop!" he panted as he reached them, just managing to grab hold of the priest. Of course, the policeman too found himself stuck fast. He joined the procession as they carried on down the road. They hadn't gone far when they passed a couple of workmen who had stopped for lunch. "Help!" cried the policeman. "The priest and I are stuck to this strange little group," he said, indicating Simpleton with his goose and the 3 sisters. "Could you please try and pull us free?" The workmen grabbed hold of the policeman and pulled with all of their might. Of course, they could not pull neither him nor the priest free, and they soon discovered that they were also stuck to the little group themselves. The group of 7 continued along the path until they arrived at a town. On the edge of the town was the king's palace. The king had one daughter. The daughter was very beautiful, but she had such a sad face, and nobody could ever make her laugh. The king had vowed that whoever could make his daughter laugh should marry her. When Simpleton heard this, he went with his goose and approached the princess. When the princess saw Simpleton and his goose with a strange little train of people all running behind, she began to laugh. Once she had started to laugh, she could not stop. Simpleton was sure that he would marry the princess. After all, he had made her laugh, hadn't he? But the king looked at Simpleton and was not happy with the idea of him marrying his daughter. He began to think of all sorts of excuses. First of all, he asked Simpleton to bring him a man that could drink a whole cellar full of wine. Immediately, Simpleton thought of the old man in the forest. He was sure that he would help him. So he went back to the spot where he had met him. There he found a man who looked miserable. "What's wrong?" asked Simpleton. "I am just so thirsty," said the man. "I am sure that I could drink for hours and still my thirst would not be satisfied." "Then come with me," suggested Simpleton. "I know just the thing that could help you." So Simpleton took the man to the palace, sat him down next to a huge barrel. The man tipped the barrel to his mouth and drank without stopping. When that barrel was finished, he moved on to a new one. And so he continued, drinking without stopping, until the cellar was empty and the day was almost over. Simpleton was sure that now he would be allowed to marry the princess. The king was not happy. He still did not like the idea of Simpleton marrying his daughter. So he told him to go out, find a man who would eat a whole mountain of bread. Again, Simpleton went back to the forest. There he found a man who looked very unhappy. "I have just eaten a whole oven full of loaves. But what good is that when I still feel hungry?" said the man. "Come with me," replied Simpleton. "I know a way that will help you satisfy your hunger." Simpleton led the man to the king, who had organised for all the bread in the town to be rounded up and brought to the palace. There was now a huge mountain of bread sitting waiting to be eaten. The man from the forest sat down, began to munch his way through the loaves. In one day, he had finished all the loaves. For his next task, the king told Simpleton to bring him a ship that would sail on both land and water. "If you can really sail such a ship," he said, "then you may marry my daughter." Simpleton went into the forest, and there sat the old man with whom he had shared his lunch on the very first day. "I have drunk for you, and I have eaten for you," said the old man, "and I will also give you the ship, because you were so kind to me." Then he gave Simpleton a ship that was able to sail on both land and water. Simpleton rushed back to the palace with it and showed it to the king. Upon seeing the ship, the king knew that he would no longer be able to come up with any more excuses to stop Simpleton from marrying his daughter. So Simpleton and the princess were married. Simpleton made the princess happy, and her laughter could often be heard around the palace. They lived together happily, and over the years, Simpleton and his princess had several children. The walls of the palace were full of love and laughter. Rumpelstiltskin. There was once a mill that stood by a stream on the edge of a forest. Next to the mill was a little cottage, and in it lived the miller and his daughter. The miller's daughter was very smart and beautiful. The miller was very proud of her. One day, the king came to hunt in the forest. The miller couldn't resist telling him all about his wonderful daughter. It wasn't long, however, before the miller began to exaggerate his talent. "My girl is very clever. She's so clever that she can take straw and spin it into gold." "Spin straw into gold?" cried the king, clearly impressed. "That is amazing. You must bring your daughter to my palace. I will give her some straw and she'll spin it into gold for me." But, began the miller. Oh, how he wished he hadn't got so carried away. Why, oh why, had he gone and told the king such a thing? It was too late now. He wouldn't admit to the king that he had made the story up. So when the king returned to his palace, he took the miller's daughter with him. He took her to a room that was piled high with straw. In the corner was a little spinning wheel. "Get to work," cried the king. "I want all of this straw spun into gold by tomorrow morning." The miller's daughter was shocked. She tried to tell the king that she really could not spin straw into gold, that it was just some silly tale that her father had made up. The king, however, did not want to hear. He left the room and locked the heavy door behind him. The girl sat at the spinning wheel and looked at the pile of straw. She put her head in her hands and began to cry. "What's the matter?" a little voice said. The girl looked around, confused. Then she saw a little man who had appeared in the room out of nowhere. "The king wants me to spin this straw into gold," explained the girl, "but I don't know how." She began to sob again. "I can help you," said the little, "but I cannot work for free. What will you give me if I help you?" The girl thought for a moment. Then she took her necklace from around her neck and held it out. "This," she said, "I will give you my necklace." The strange little man nodded, asked the girl to move away from the spinning wheel. Then he sat himself down and got to work. In no time he had spun the piles of straw with delicate gold thread. Next morning the king came, saw the gold thread. He was amazed. However, he was also very greedy. He gave the girl an even bigger pile of straw. "I want all of this straw spun into gold by tomorrow morning," he said. "You can do that, and I will make you my wife." Once again the girl began to cry. Then the little man appeared beside her again. "I can do it," he told her. "What will you give me this time?" "My ring," answered the girl. The little man set to work. It was not long before he had once again spun all of the straw with shiny golden thread. Then the king arrived and was thrilled with what he saw. He rubbed his hands together as he thought about how rich he would be with so much gold. He was so excited that he filled the room with yet more piles of straw, told the girl to get to work, creating more golden thread. Once the king had left, the little man appeared again. "What can you give me?" asked the girl. The young girl sobbed. She sobbed hard this time because she knew that she had nothing left to give the little man. "I can't give you anything," she replied. "I don't have anything." She began to cry even louder. "I have an idea," said the little man suddenly. "I will spin this straw into thread tonight. You become queen and have your first child. Give the baby to me." The girl agreed, as she had no idea what else she could do. So the little man was spinning. In the morning the king arrived, was delighted. He was so pleased to see so much gold that he demanded the wedding take place immediately. Miller's daughter married the king that very same day and became queen. King and queen lived happily for a number of years. The queen forgot all about her promise to the strange little man. One day, Queen gave birth to a baby boy. Both the king and queen were thrilled with the arrival of the child. One night, the little man appeared in the baby's nursery. "I've come to take the child away with me," he announced to the queen, "just as we agreed." The queen was heartbroken and promised the little man all sorts of jewels and riches if he would leave her baby boy alone. The little man was not interested. "I'll give you 3 days. You can guess my name, you can keep your baby. If you can't, then I will take him with me." The queen spent all night thinking of names. She sent messengers to visit the land far and wide, asking for as many names as they could find. The queen made a list of them all. When the little man arrived the next morning, she repeated all of the names to him. After each name, the little man replied, "That's not my name." The next day, the queen guessed again, shouting out every name she could possibly think of. The little man just shook his head and said, "Wrong again. Now you have just 1 day left." That night, one of the queen's messengers was in the forest when he saw a strange little man dancing around a fire, singing, "I know my name, but you don't do you. Oh, aren't I glad that nobody knew? I'm so sure that I will win, for my name is Rumpelstiltskin." Woodcutter rushed back to the palace, told the queen what he had seen and heard. The little man arrived smiling the next day and asked, "What is my name, dear queen?" Queen pretended to think. "Are you Thingamajig?" asked. "Or whatchamacallit? Or what's his name?" Each time the answer was no. Then the queen moved a little closer to the man and said, "Or maybe you are Rumpelstiltskin?" Little man became very cross. His face was bright red with rage, and he jumped and hopped up and down angrily. He jumped so hard he cracked the floorboards, fell right through the floor. Never seen or heard. The Pied Piper of Hamelin. Once upon a time, there was a town called Hamelin. The town lay next to a river, and the people there lived happily for many years. Boats full of corn sailed up the river and stopped at Hamelin. This corn was taken to the mills and turned into flour. Then the flour was used to bake bread and cakes, which were sold in bakeries all over the town. Business was booming in Hamelin. The people were happy. However, they were too busy milling, baking and eating that they didn't notice when the rats first began to arrive in their town. Rats lived around the river, nibbling bits of corn as it came off the boats. Rats were in the mills and the bakeries. Rats ran in the streets and into houses. More and more of them appeared each day, and they grew in size. Soon the town of Hamelin was overrun with huge rats. The people of Hamelin were fed up. Something had to be done. They marched to the town hall and demanded to see the mayor. The mayor of Hamelin came out onto the balcony of the town hall and spoke to the angry crowd. He offered 10 sacks of gold coins to anybody who could rid the town of the rats. At first, life in Hamelin carried on as usual. The rat problem kept getting bigger and bigger, and the people were getting angrier and angrier with the mayor. One day, however, a strange man appeared in the town. He was dressed in bright clothes, wore a hat with a feather in it, and carried under his arm a rather unusual pipe. He promised the mayor that he would get rid of the rats. He began to play the pipe. It made a most unusual but enchanting tune. The rats in the street began to walk after the piper as he played. As the piper walked through the town, more and more rats came running behind him. They were entranced by the mystical tune. Soon all the rats in the town were scurrying behind the mysterious piper. Piper led the rats to the edge of a river, where they fell into the water and drowned. The piper had solved the rat problem in Hamelin. He returned to the town, told the good news to the mayor. The piper expected to collect his reward of 10 sacks of gold for ridding the town of rats. The mayor was a greedy man and refused to pay. This made the piper angry, and he vowed to teach the mayor a lesson. The piper left the town hall and once again began to walk the streets of Hamelin, playing his magical pipe. All of the boys and girls in the town began to follow him. Children stopped playing in the streets to walk behind the piper. Doors opened, children came out, following the piper and his music. Soon, the streets were full of children walking, skipping, and dancing along behind the mysterious man and his pipe. The piper led them out of town, across a bridge, and along a path, till they came to a mountain with a door in the side. The door opened, the children skipped inside, found themselves in the most wonderful land full of tall trees, bushes with colourful flowers. The door in the mountain closed behind them, disappeared from view. There was just one little boy who did not vanish into the mountainside with the other children. He had a broken leg and walked with crutches. He hadn't been fast enough to keep up with the other children and had arrived at the mountain just as the door was closing. He returned to the town and told the mayor, "My friends are all inside a mountain with the piper. It's a wondrous place, filled with sunshine and flowers. The door has disappeared. They'll never come back." The parents in the town were furious. Again they rushed to the town hall and demanded to see the mayor. "What have you done?" they shouted. "Bring our children back. If you had paid the piper the 10 sacks of gold, he would never have left with our children." The mayor, ashamed that he had been so greedy, was banished from town. He spent years and years wandering towns and villages, searching for the lost children of Hamelin and crying over his greed. Some people say that he is still out there looking this very day. Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. There was once a family of 3 bears, a big daddy bear, a middle-sized mummy bear, and a teeny weeny baby bear. They lived in a little house on the edge of a wood. One day, Daddy Bear had made some porridge for the bears' breakfast. It was too hot to eat straight away, so they decided to go for a little walk in the woods. A little girl was also out for a walk in the woods that morning. She had golden hair that fell in long curls down her back, and her friends called her Goldilocks. Goldilocks was a curious little girl. When she came across the pretty little house, she couldn't help wondering who lived there. She knocked on the front door, but as she did so, the door began to open. It was unlocked. So Goldilocks pushed the door a little further and slipped inside. The door opened straight into the 3 Bears' kitchen. Goldilocks immediately spotted the 3 bowls of porridge sitting on the kitchen table. She thought to herself, licking her lips and rubbing her tummy. Goldilocks hadn't had any breakfast yet that morning. She was hungry. She went straight to the big bowl of porridge, stuck the spoon in, had a taste. "Ouch!" she cried, burning her tongue. "This porridge is too hot." so she tried the middle-sized bowl of porridge. "Yuck," she said, wrinkling up her nose. "This porridge is too cold." Then she saw the small bowl of porridge and tasted it. Said Goldilocks happily. "This porridge tastes just right." And she ate it all up. Goldilocks decided to explore the house a little further. She went into the living room and saw 3 chairs. There was a big chair, a middle-sized chair, and a small chair. She was feeling a bit full and sleepy after eating the porridge, so decided to have a little rest and sat down in the big chair. "This chair is too big," she shouted. She stood up again. So Goldilocks sat down in the middle-sized chair. "Oh dear, this chair is too big too," she exclaimed. She moved on to the small chair. She sighed. "This chair is just right." But just as she was getting herself comfortable, the small chair broke into little pieces. Goldilocks landed with a thud on the floor. By now, Goldilocks was feeling very tired, so she trudged slowly up the stairs, looking for a place to lie down. She soon came to a bedroom with 3 beds in it. She lay down on the big bed, sprang back up immediately. "Oh, this bed is too hard," she said. So Goldilocks decided to try the middle-sized bed. When she lay on it, she sank right into the mattress. "This bed is far too soft," she exclaimed. Then she saw the little bed in the corner of the room. Lay down. So comfortable. Goldilocks crawled underneath the covers. "This bed is just right," she yawned to herself, and soon was fast asleep. Not long afterwards, 3 bears returned from their morning walk. They saw that the front door of their little house lay open. Crept cautiously inside. Well, what a surprise they got when they saw the mess lying on their kitchen table. "Someone's been eating my porridge," growled Daddy Bear, looking at the big bowl of porridge with the spoon sticking out. "Someone's been eating my porridge," exclaimed Bear. "Someone's been eating my porridge," said Baby Bear, "and they've eaten it all up." 3 bears went into the living room. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," growled Daddy Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," said Mummy Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," wailed Baby Bear, "and it's broken into little pieces." The 3 bears decided to explore some more, set off up the staircase that led to the bedroom. "Someone's been sleeping in my bed," shouted Daddy Bear. "Someone's been sleeping in my bed," said Mummy Bear. "Someone's been sleeping in my bed," said Baby Bear, "and she's still there." He pointed to Goldilocks, who was lying snoring in the little bed. The 3 bears walked over to the bed, peered at the little girl. Suddenly Goldilocks woke up with a start, and upon seeing the 3 bears, she leapt from the bed and ran out of the room, down the stairs, through the little house, out of the front door. She didn't stop running till she was out of the woods. She never, ever came back to the house of The Discontented Pumpkin. Jack Frost visited Farmer Crane's field one night, and the next morning the golden pumpkins shone more brilliantly than ever through their frosty silver coverings. "It's of no use," said one large pumpkin to another lying beside it. "It is of no use. I was never made to be cut up for pumpkin pies. I feel I was put here for something bigger." "Why, what do you mean?" said the other. "You never seemed unhappy before. You surprise me." "Well, to tell the truth, I don't like the thought of being cut up and served on a table like an ordinary pumpkin. See how large I am, and what a glorious colour. Tell me, did you ever see such a beautiful pumpkin?" "You are beautiful indeed, but I can't imagine being used for anything but pies. What other use is there for a pumpkin?" "Well, I have always thought that I'm not like the other pumpkins in this field, and when Farmer Crane pointed me out as the finest one he had, I heard him say, 'That would be a great one for a fair.' It was not until then that I really knew what I was destined for." "I do remember," answered the other. "Yes, I do remember hearing about some pumpkins being taken to a country fair once, but I never heard whether they liked it. As for myself, I would be proud to be made into delicious pies and served on a beautiful plate." "How can you be happy with that? But there is Father Crane now. He's gathering some of the smaller pumpkins to make pies with, I think." "Perhaps he knows what best you are made for," answered the other. Farmer Crane was soon at their side and was looking from one to the other. "What fine pies they will make! I had better take them now, I think," he said, and they were quickly added to the golden heap already on the wagon. How happy they all were, all but one that lay on the top of the large pile. It was a long way from the top of the pile to the bottom of the wagon, but it was easy enough to slip away from the rest. It would only take a second, and then he could be away from the others. But, oh no! The discontented pumpkin slipped a little too far, and I'm sorry to say, soon lay on the frozen ground, a shattered heap. "Dear me," said the pumpkins in one breath. "See that one that slipped off and is broken to pieces? What a feast the cows and pigs will have." "It is too bad," said one. "And he was so anxious to be taken to a fair," added another. "Hooray for the tiny seed! Hooray for the flower and vine! Hooray for the golden pumpkin, yellow and plump and fine! But better than all beginnings, sure nobody can deny, is the end of the whole procession, this glorious pumpkin pie." The Gingerbread Man. Once upon a time, an old man and an old woman lived together in a little cottage. One day, the old man and old woman were hungry, so the old woman decided to bake a gingerbread man for them to eat. She mixed all of the ingredients together in a bowl, rolled out the dough. Then she carefully cut out the shape of a gingerbread man. She added some raisins for his eyes and buttons, and some icing for his mouth, then put him in the oven to bake. When the gingerbread man was ready, the woman opened the oven door. To her great surprise, the gingerbread man jumped straight off the baking tray, ran through the kitchen and out of the cottage door, all the while shouting, "Don't eat me!" The old woman chased after the gingerbread man, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" She could not catch him. The old man, who had been busy in the garden, saw the gingerbread man running down the garden path. "Stop!" he shouted. "I want to eat you!" The old man and old woman ran after the gingerbread man, but they could not catch him. "Run, run as fast as you can! You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man," he said, carried on running. They ran down the lane past a plump pig. "Stop!" grunted the pig to the gingerbread man. "I want to eat you!" The pig joined in the chase. The old woman, the old man, and the pig ran after the gingerbread man, not catch him. "Run, run as fast as you can! Can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man," he said, carried on running. Soon they passed a cow who was chewing grass beside the path. When the cow saw the gingerbread man, She thought he looked much tastier than the grass, so she mooed, "Stop! I want to eat you!" Cow joined in the chase, and the old woman, the old man, the pig, and the cow ran after the gingerbread man, but they could not catch him. "Run, run as fast as you can! You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man," he said, carried on running. Further down the lane they passed a horse. "Stop!" neighed the horse when she saw the gingerbread man running by. "I want to eat you!" The horse joined in the chase, and the old woman, the old man, the pig, the cow, and the horse all ran after the gingerbread man. They could not catch him. "Run, run as fast as you can! You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man," he said, carried on running. Before long, the gingerbread man came to a river. "Oh dear, now they'll catch me," he thought to himself. "If only I knew how to cross the river." A fox saw the gingerbread man and said, "Hop onto my tail and I'll take you across the river." So the gingerbread man hopped onto the fox's tail. He started across the river. Soon, the fox turned to the gingerbread man and said, "You're too heavy for my tail. Jump up onto my back instead." So the gingerbread man jumped onto the fox's back. They carried on across the river. After a while, the fox turned to the gingerbread man and said, "You're too heavy for my back. Climb onto my nose instead." So the gingerbread man climbed onto the fox's nose. But as soon as he did, the sly fox tipped back his head and sent the gingerbread man flying up into the air. Then the fox opened his mouth as wide as he could. The gingerbread man fell in the fox's open mouth and was gobbled up immediately. And that was the end of the gingerbread man. The Hare and the Tortoise. One fine spring day, Hare was dashing about here and there. He raced across the field as fast as he could go, enjoying the feeling of the wind rushing against his fur. Standing to one side, a group of animals watched Hare in awe. "Wow, Hare," Squirrel, "you're so fast." "Like lightning." "Amazing," added Fox. Hare knew that he was speedy, and he enjoyed showing off. He enjoyed seeing how the other animals watched him in admiration and with more than a little envy. He puffed his chest out proudly and said, "Well, yes, I am fast, aren't I? In fact, I would go so far as to say that I'm the fastest runner of us all. Who would like to race against me? Does anybody think that they could beat me?" None of the animals spoke, but then Tortoise cleared his throat with a dry cough and said, "I'd like to try." Hare began to chuckle. "Oh, Tortoise," he laughed, "you are funny." "I'm serious," replied Tortoise. "Why not?" "Why not?" spluttered Hare. "Oh, Tortoise, you're the slowest creature that there is. That's why not. Why on earth would a hare like me waste his time racing a tortoise?" And he laughed in disbelief. Tortoise remained firm. "Okay then," agreed Hare. "Let's race now." "But not now," said Tortoise. "I need some time to train. Let's meet next week and I'll be ready." "Agreed," said Hare, carried on running. During the week that followed, the animals watched Tortoise as he prepared for the big race. Every day they saw him doing his stretches, warm-up exercises, but he moved so slowly they were never sure when he was running. "He'll never beat Hare," said Fox. "No chance," added Mole. Never in a million years, Squirrel. The day of the race arrived. A huge crowd of animals had turned out to watch the event. Tortoise stood still, waiting to begin. Hare was entertaining the crowd by performing stretches and jogging on the spot. Mole gave the instruction. "The race starts here," he said, indicating the start line. "You must run all the way across the field to the big oak tree on the other side. First one to the tree is the winner." "Ha!" exclaimed Hare. "Easy." Tortoise said nothing. "Ready?" asked Mole. "Ready," the contestants replied. The animals counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! They shouted. Hare raced off, leaving a cloud of dirt behind him. Tortoise moved slowly across the starting line. The next minute Hare was back. "Come on, Tortoise," he said. "Get going! Don't make this so easy for me." And he rushed off ahead once more. Tortoise moved slowly, very slowly. Hare was fed up. He muttered to himself. "This isn't a real race. Everybody knows that Tortoise doesn't stand a chance against me. Why should I waste my energy running as fast as I can to the finish line when I could easily beat Tortoise even if I crawled?" He looked around. To the side of the field was a cluster of trees which gave out some much needed shade on a sunny spring day. "I know what I'll do," thought Hare. "I'll lie under those trees and take a nice long nap. By the time I wake up, Tortoise should be a lot further along the race course. Maybe then I could race him to the finish line." So Hare made himself comfortable under the cool shade of the trees and fell asleep. Whilst he was sleeping, Tortoise kept moving. He made his way across the field slowly and steadily. As the sun began to go down, Tortoise was close to the finish line and he could see the giant oak tree right in front of him. Hare was still sleeping. The animals, who were watching the race with great interest, all began to shout now. "Hey, Tortoise!" they cheered. "You can do it! Come on! Keep going! Just a little more!" All of the cheering and shouting from the excited crowd caused Hare to stir, wake up from his nap. When he realised what all of the commotion was about, he jumped up. Why, there was Tortoise, almost about to cross the finish line. Hare could not believe his eyes. He thundered across the field, running faster than he had ever done before. Tortoise could hear Hare approaching. He didn't give up. He kept his focus and kept on plodding on closer to the finish line, the great oak tree. The other animals were going wild. They could see Hare fast approaching, held their breath. Surely Tortoise didn't stand a chance now. But to their surprise, Hare could not reach Tortoise in time. Just as Hare came up behind him, Tortoise stretched his neck out across the finish line. He'd done it. He'd won. Nobody could believe it, least of all Hare. The animals crowded around Tortoise and congratulated him. Mole officially declared Tortoise the winner. As he received his winner's medal, Tortoise looked at the adoring crowd around him and said simply, "There you go. Slow and steady wins the race." Then he joined the other animals for a wonderful evening of fun and celebration. The Lion and the Mouse. One warm, sunny afternoon, a lion lay sleeping under the shade of a tree. He was comfortable and cool, and snored contentedly. His head, his rugged mane, lay resting on a great paw. A little mouse was running through the jungle. She scuttered quickly along, trying to escape a bird that had been circling above her in the sky. As she ran, bumped into a large, soft mound. The mouse looked up and saw that it was the lion. The lion was angry at having been woken from a deep slumber, reached out a paw, grabbed the mouse's tail, then he opened his great jaw. Fearing that she was about to be eaten by the lion, Little Mouse summoned up all of the courage that she could and spoke in a tiny voice. "Pardon me, O King," she said. "I'm so sorry that I woke you. Please forgive me and let me go. If you do, I shall remember forever. If you ever need a favour one day, count on me to help." The lion smiled. "You help me?" He laughed. "My goodness, Little Mouse, you really don't have any idea, do you? I am the king of the jungle, and you are just a tiny little thing. How on earth would you propose to help me?" The lion, so amused by the mouse's suggestion, he decided to let her go. "But don't wake me up again. I shall not be so forgiving a second time." The little mouse nodded in gratitude and scurried off quickly, tiny trembling legs. Days went by. Everything carried on as usual. The lion spent his nights prowling for prey. During the day, he slept under the trees. Little Mouse scurried about here, there and everywhere, looking for tiny morsels to eat and hiding from other hungry animals. The lion walked around with his chest puffed out, proud to be king of the jungle. He shook his impressive mane every once in a while in an attempt to impress the other jungle animals. He was so busy showing off that he didn't spot a trap that had been laid by hunters. He walked straight into it. The net was made of thick, heavy rope, closed around him, leaving him trapped. He roared in anger as he realized that he was powerless to escape. He imagined the hunter arriving the next morning, celebrating his catch. Nothing, nobody would be able to save him now. Not far away, amongst the blades of grass, Little Mouse was going about her day. Her ears twitched. She heard the deep sound of the lion's roar. He sounded upset about something, thought. All at once, she remembered her promise. "Forgive me, one day I will help you." The little mouse knew what she had to do. Had to find the lion, find out what was wrong. She must help. After all, she had promised. She scampered along tall grass blades, following the sound of the lion's voice. Ran as quickly as she could. When she arrived and saw the lion in the trap, she shouted, "Don't be afraid, lion! I'm here to help!" The lion looked up forlornly, his eyes sad. "Oh, what can you do, little mouse?" he sighed. The mouse ignored the lion, quickly set to work. She continued all through the evening, all through the night, till finally she had nibbled and gnawed her way through the thick rope that held the lion in the trap. As the sun was rising, the rope snapped. The lion was able to break free from the net. He shook his mane, let out a deafening roar. "I'm free! I'm free!" he declared. Upon hearing the lion's tremendous roar, Little Mouse began to. She made a mistake in setting the lion free. Was the king of the jungle now going to eat her? Little Mouse could not help but worry. Peeked carefully up at the lion's face, now bending down toward. Little Mouse was quivering with nerves. The lion looked at the trembling Little Mouse and spoke to her kindly. "Little Mouse," he said softly, "it is okay. I will not harm you. I wish to apologize to you. I was foolish to laugh. You suggested that one day I may need your help. I couldn't imagine how a grand lion such as myself would ever need the help of a feeble little mouse. But you proved me wrong, and you were true to your word. Came running to help when I needed you. You have just shown me that little friends can be great friends after all. Thank you kindly. With that, the lion bent his head down even further. Little Mouse scurried up his mane, held on tightly. The lion then began to walk through the jungle, carrying his new friend. All of the other jungle animals looked on in wonder. Regal Lion and his new friend, the humble little mouse.